from the room there. And some more of the recent operations include using aircraft with infrared sources to find those isolated heat sources. Now, the question remains when everyone will be able to return, and there's still no answer to that. Part of that has to do with the recovery efforts remaining. They're also still trying to work on getting those utilities back up, as well as assessing the burnt land damage. If there is any win in this, authorities were saying that the Palisades Fire has not grown in the past 72 hours, and that's because of all the hard work that's been done. I'll send it back into you.
That is, so good to hear,
Progress made. Thank you, Stephanie.
So today, Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara and LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman are going to announce a rapid response initiative to crack down on insurance fraud, targeting wildfire survivors specifically. Now, this partnership will include strong enforcement efforts and consumer education, with workshops open to all people affected by recent fires. State Farm is changing course and will renew home insurance policies for wildfire-affected residents in Los Angeles County. The company previously had plans to drop thousands of policies in areas like Pacific Palisades and Brentwood. State Farm is California's largest insurer. People affected by the wildfires can attend free insurance workshops in the coming days, hosted by Insurance Commissioner Lara. The first two-day event is taking place this weekend at Santa Monica College's Performing Arts Center. Saturday's session runs from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Sunday's session runs from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Another two-day event takes place next weekend at Pasadena College. The January 25th session runs from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. The January 26th session runs from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Even with that announcement, there are still a lot of questions there, because the rebuilding process is going to take quite a bit of time.
Sure.
And so, you wonder what's, what the rules are going to be and the policies are going to be in 2026, 2027. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's very complicated, so those workshops will be very helpful. Okay, 4:09 is your time. Let's talk about the weather on this Friday, and you definitely feel it, right? The marine layer is going to come back, and we'll have some cooler temperatures coming from the ocean.
The atmosphere is a little more moist. We are getting the onshore conditions. That's elevating humidity levels, and that's helping pretty much everyone across the board. Our humidity levels are now back in the 50s and 60s instead of the single digits.
Big difference.
And that's all due to the wind flow. When you're getting the winds from the ocean pushing towards the land, it is picking up that added moisture. So the marine layer is back, and we've got partly cloudy conditions in some spots, such a welcoming sight, and winds backing down as well. 6-mile-an-hour winds from Santa Ana into interior spots of the basin. Oxnard only about 7 miles an hour. Still a little gusty in our high desert regions, but because of the onshore flow, those are the locations that are very sensitive to, again, the flow coming out of the west. We've got the upper levels of the atmosphere, high pressure breaking down, an area of low pressure situated just offshore is what's helping to produce these enhanced onshore conditions. Afternoon highs today, it's going to be a pretty cool afternoon. We're looking at a range of about 5 degrees cooler than what's on average, so maybe a light jacket to help keep you warm. We're going to keep with the clouds and call it partly cloudy, partly sunny. 60 degrees in Inglewood today. Temperatures a range of 60s to about 61 degrees from OC to the inland spots of the Inland Empire community. It's 58 degrees. In Big Bear, we're going to be only seeing highs today at 45 degrees. That's going to be chilly for the afternoon there, and they're making snow overnight. Temperatures currently in Big Bear about 19 degrees. Traffic conditions, a reminder again to stay out of the fire zone unless of course you have proper ID. PCH, both directions from Malibu Canyon Road to the McClure Tunnel shut down to the public. And downtown LA, outside of the fire zone, we're looking good on this Friday. And taking a live Caltrans camera, this is going to be the 5 north and south at Pioneer Boulevard through the Norwalk area. Your drive right now under, again, the marine layer of clouds looking pretty good. It's the extended weekend, by the way, Martin Luther King.
That's right.
On Monday. So, yeah, a lot of good news ahead. But we also are carefully monitoring those winds. There could be another opportunity of Santa Ana's coming in sometime around Tuesday through Thursday. Now, the strength is yet to be determined. We're watching those models, but right now it's looking about maybe moderate. So we'll see how that pans out.
All right.
We'll stay on top of that. We're crossing our fingers.
Yes.
For sure. Thank you, Samara.
Thank you.
Coming up, President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration is on Monday. Alex Michelson is in D.C. for a preview.
Also, we have a reminder from the feds about fire victims looking for help on GoFundMe. Find out why doing this could actually limit your FEMA assistance. We'll tell you what you need to do. Welcome back. This morning, we're getting names and seeing the faces of people who are unaccounted for in the Eaton Fire. Laura Swain is 71 years old. She last had contact with family on January 7th at 3 in the morning. Her last known location was on East Las Flores Drive in Altadena. Ms. Swain lives in one of the current fire zones and is believed to have been displaced by the Eaton Fire. Then there's Carolyn Ann Burns. Carolyn is 56 years old. She lives at the 800 block of East Sacramento Street in the unincorporated area of Altadena. Carolyn is bedridden, and her family is concerned for her well-being and asking for your help. These devastating wildfires have displaced thousands. Many have been turning to GoFundMe for help. But this morning, there is a new warning. Crowdfunding could affect your chances of getting FEMA assistance. The fires have left entire communities reeling, homes destroyed. But FEMA is now cautioning people who may be using GoFundMe to raise money for repairs and recovery. How you phrase your campaign can impact your eligibility for federal aid. Requesting funds for expenses that FEMA also covers, like rebuilding your home, may lead to issues.
One thing that I think is important to emphasize is FEMA assistance cannot be used towards anything that you have insurance for. FEMA assistance is specifically geared towards things that are uninsured or underinsured losses. So they can actually come back to you on the back end and ask for that money back, and there can be criminal charges for defrauding the government if you do try to use both.
Experts recommend consulting FEMA guidelines before launching your fundraiser. A few words could make a big difference in the aid that you receive. They say stay informed and protect your chances of getting that federal assistance. On Monday, President-elect Donald Trump will take the oath of office to begin his second term.
That's right. Fox 11's Alex Michelson is actually on the ground in our nation's capital, where forecasts predict this could be the coldest inauguration day in 4 decades.
Hello from Washington, where it is literally freezing and there's snow flurries in the air as this city braces for Trump 2.0. It's a busy time outside the Capitol and busy inside.
We're now ready to begin with the questioning portion for our witness.
The EPA is honoring our obligations. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Cabinet picks by President-elect Trump are getting their hearings before the U.S. Senate.
This spending is out of control.
As the snow comes down here, a fight is underway over funding for California's wildfire victims. Earlier this week, Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson told CNN's Manu Raju that federal aid to California could be conditional on California changing its progressive policies.
I think there should probably be conditions on that aid.
California Governor Gavin Newsom pushing back in this letter to Johnson and other GOP leaders, and in this interview with Brian Tyler Cohen.
You know, I hope it looks in his heart. The pain and suffering of the American people.
California's Adam Schiff with a similar message on the Senate floor.
Never in my time have I ever considered whether an area votes red or blue. When people need help, we get them help.
Here at the airport, we've run into several Southern Californians who have come east for the inauguration.
Politics aside, people lost their homes.
Lana Negretti is the mayor of Santa Monica. She'll meet with President Biden at the U.S. Conference of Mayors on Friday and is hopeful Trump will come through for our region.
The rest of the nation doesn't succeed if all of us don't succeed.
There are lots of fired-up local Trump supporters on the trip, including the Wells family from Torrance. What is it about Trump that you like?
His honesty.
He's got a sturdy chin. He's ready to do it for us.
Jesse Kabatak is from Santa Clarita.
Fiscally, he's helped me with, at least with my family.
Aaron Errol is from Long Beach.
He speaks the common man's language.
Century City's Ed Lewis is fired up about all of it.
He's the best thing that's come along to our country in eons. He took a bullet for us, and the Lord above is guiding him.
All right, that was Fox 11's Alex Michelson. This coming Monday, President-elect Donald Trump will have his second inauguration, and we're actually going to bring it to you live when it starts at 8 a.m. Pacific. Alex will join us live a little later this morning in the 6 o'clock hour.
It's interesting. I feel like we've been living almost like in a news vacuum.
No, 100%. I was just saying this, you know, as we were talking about President Biden's final speech, you were kind of reminded that there is so much other news going on in the world. And because we
Carter's
are just
funeral,
focused. Yes.
Yeah, we missed you. But, yeah. Inauguration is on Monday, Samara, and it is going to be frigid there on the East Coast.
Very cold. Hopefully they all bundle up on Inauguration Day, which also happens to fall on MLK Day. Temperatures in D.C., daytime highs in the 20s. It'll be snowing into the weekend. We did see a little bit of the snow flurries coming down on Alex, so bundle up, Alex. We can't wait for your next report. And speaking of chill, we do have our own chill in the atmosphere. We're picking up the onshore conditions and humidity levels on the rise, and even some partly cloudy conditions at this early hour, all translating to big recoveries in terms of the dry conditions, and the offshore winds have backed off as well. With those temperatures, a range of 30s and 40s, and it's not out of the question, some interior valleys could even sink down to at freezing. Corona right now, 32 degrees, a frost advisory in place there. So bundle up even here in Southern California. They're making snow up in Big Bear at this hour, so pretty nice afternoon up in the high country. And across other mountain locations, finally we're seeing, instead of those strong gusts and winds sustained between 20, 30 plus miles an hour, it's down to calm, 7 miles an hour in Oxnard. Much of the basin also very quiet this morning. Santa Ana right now checking in about 7 miles, and Riverside at 5 miles an hour. So this is good news. You can see the wind arrows continue to bring, again, that ocean sea breeze. It is going to be a little windy for our high desert community, so just a heads up if you've got to travel through the Mojave area and out of town, or if you have friends or family coming into town on this Friday on the extended weekend, we do have some kind of gustier conditions along that 15 stretch into tonight. But much of the region, again, very quiet. Upper levels of the atmosphere, high pressure breaking down, area of low pressure, again, swinging that cooler air. Cooler than normal, 60s are on the way. And here at home, 62 to about 70 degrees for Monday, MLK Day. And then we're going to watch the chance for another round of Santa Anas. The strength is yet to be determined, but we've got eyes on that. We've got eyes on the roads as well this early hour. In and out downtown, very quiet on your ride. Friday light, if you will. Northbound side of the 110 from the 405, you're looking about 11 minutes. And a live Caltrans camera through Norwalk, north and southbound side of the 5 at Pioneer Boulevard. A nice and quiet start. Back to you two.
All right, Samana, thank you. Free clothing and home goods for people impacted by the fires through the end of the year. We will have that for you next.
Also, 3 members of the Altadena Mountain Rescue Team lose their homes. More from them when we come back as well.
Welcome back. Food for Less and Ralph's are coming together to help those impacted by the fires. They will be hosting a food and water distribution and resource event later today. People can pick up essential supplies, get health screenings, and receive small business support. Go to the Food for Less parking lot in Pasadena. It's on 1329 North Lake Avenue, close to the Pasadena Convention Center, which is housing evacuees. This starts at 10:30 this morning and goes until supplies last.
Goodwill Southern California has teamed up with the Red Cross to provide clothing and home goods to people impacted by the wildfires. They're handing out merchandise vouchers to individuals and families displaced. The vouchers will offer urgently needed items at no cost and can be redeemable in person at any Goodwill SoCal store throughout 2025. If you want to donate, go to goodwillsocal.org/wildfire response fund. 3 members of the Altadena Mountain Rescue Team lost their homes in the Eaton Fire.
The fire swept through their neighborhood last week, forcing evacuations and leaving behind destruction. While they saved loved ones and pets, most of their belongings were lost. Despite the emotional toll, they're still helping others to recover.
I think that in our minds we were like, let's evacuate to be safe, but I don't think we even could comprehend that the house would be gone.
It's horrifying. I mean, you look at everything you've worked for your entire life and it's gone, and then you look at your whole neighborhood and it's gone, and you're just like, wow, how long till things are anywhere near normal again,
The community has rallied with donations. A GoFundMe has been set up to support the affected rescuers. 4:26 is your time. Evacuation orders lifted in some fire zones. Some people are allowed back home. Updates from the Palisades and the Eaton fires are coming up.
And we're going to hear from the CAL FIRE pilots behind those amazing water drops. We're actually going to take you inside one of their choppers after the break.
Good morning. Thanks for sticking with us on this Friday, January the 17th. I'm Bob DeCastro.
Hey there. Yes, I'm Brooke Thomas. Welcome to Good Day LA. It's 4:30 on the dot. Let's send things right over to Samada for a check on your forecast. Good morning.
Good morning, Brooke. Good morning, Bob. And to everyone out there that's been following us, it's been a very long week of offshore conditions, strong winds and dryness, but we are finally improving a long duration of those dramatic changes. We're now seeing the winds going from the ocean to land. We call that the sea breeze. It's going to help with humidity levels, help with the firefight, and winds mostly on the calm side. Now, the high desert communities will see winds a little more gusty, courtesy of the onshore flow, but just keep that in mind if you're traveling on this Friday. Temperature ranges. It's a pretty chilly start to the morning, partly cloudy, a range of 30s on the map there. 43 degrees currently in Pasadena, Santa Monica at 46 degrees, but the cooler temperatures are also helping the firefighters. We've got daytime highs, keeping it slightly below normal. We're going to pull off a range of upper 50s and 60s, courtesy of this area of low pressure that's enhancing, again, the flow of air going onshore. Chilly across our mountain communities and mild across the lower deserts. Breakdown 7-day forecast. There's a chance of another round of Santa Anas next week. We've got eyes on that. Back to you, too.
All right, Samada, thank you. We are now getting a look at some of the people who are still missing in the Eaton Fire area.
Yeah, right now let's go out to Mario Ramirez. He's actually live in Altadena. And Mario, you know, we were just sitting here talking about this. These are heartbreaking stories. Many of these people are elderly, and you just, you know, wonder if, you know, they didn't get the help that they needed in those moments. And we're just worried, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. And their families reporting them missing. I asked Sheriff Luna exactly about that. What were the circumstances surrounding at least some of these deaths that we're learning about, or missing cases? Now, we're along Mariposa Street, and I want to show you the activity here behind me, because this is what we see all throughout this area. And what we've noticed coming into Altadena, into this fire zone, is some areas are even more secure than they have been even yesterday, the day before, and that's because, unfortunately, crews will continue searching for human remains. Now, take a look. The LA County Sheriff's Department has now released the identities of some of the missing, asking for the public's help. 54-year-old Stacy Elizabeth Darden was last seen on the 2000 block of North Marengo Avenue on January 8th. 97-year-old Kimberly Dale Winiecki was last seen on the 100 block of East Las Flores Drive January 7th. 93-year-old Friedley Meva Wheatley, diagnosed with dementia, also last seen in contact with family on the 80 block of West Mariposa Street. The Sheriff's Homicide Bureau says at least 17 people are still at risk missing. And we know urban search and rescue firefighters from across the region have been sifting through properties looking for fire victims, using cadaver dogs to point them to possible human remains. And so far, 16 people have died in the Eaton Fire Zone. And when I asked Sheriff Robert Luna about the circumstances, whether or not first responders were able to get to them, this is what he said.
I heard firsthand their stories of how they put their lives at risk to save other people. I am hoping we were able to save as many people as we could, but as the days go on, we will get more details about what happened.
The Sheriff's Department says there's an active search for 24 missing person cases here in the Altadena area. And as some residents are being allowed to repopulate the evacuation zones, areas are being held by officials because they believe there may be human remains in the rubble. Now, coming back out here live, something also happening today. Assessment teams will continue to tally up the damage. So far, about 7,000 structures have been either damaged or destroyed by the Eaton Fire. And we'll have updates here throughout the morning and continue to highlight some of those still at risk missing. For now, live in Altadena, I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
Thank you, Mario. We also have 2 missing people in the Pacific Palisades. Eric Wilson Wall is 73 years old. He last had contact with friends and family on January 7th at 11:30 p.m. Mr. Wall's last known location was on Rambla Pacifico Street in the city of Malibu.
Diana Elizabeth Webb is 82 years old. She last had contact with her family on January the 9th. Her last known location was PCH on Malibu. Diana lives in a fire zone. The long battle to contain the Palisades Fire is finally showing progress. The first wave of evacuees has been allowed to come home.
Stephanie Ramirez from our sister station in Washington, D.C. is here. She's working with us this week. She's live in Brentwood with more on the repopulation effort. Stephanie.
Good morning, and we saw some people just relieved finally getting through yesterday, and I can tell you this morning in our location we do expect to see some folks also get a chance to return. We're by the checkpoint here over at West Sunset Boulevard and Kenter Avenue, and we do expect again when the curfew lifts at 6 o'clock this morning to see some folks finally get a chance to get back in 10 days later. You do have to prove your address. Want to let everyone know, but we can tell you this morning some of the red evacuation order zone area, the perimeter and Cali Fire's map has been downgraded some. Emotions on the table last night at a community meeting hosted by Cali Fire in Westwood. Those in attendance, even to those leading the firefight, they laid it all on the table last night. Listen to this.
Extremely, extremely hard for me to look you in the eye, knowing that, quite honestly, I feel like I failed you to some respect.
You guys, I do apologize. I think I said earlier LA County Fire Chief Anthony Marone, but it's Fire Chief Maroney. He also spoke last night, not mincing words, in an apology where he later also said that this will go down as the most destructive incident in LA County history, never seeing fire behavior like this in his nearly 40 years on the job. Also, we know that The fire this morning is now at about 27% contained. In addition to discussing the continued round-the-clock fire operations, authorities also said they did have some more arrests, looting arrests yesterday. It really had to do with people in an area that they weren't supposed to be, weren't able to prove that they were supposed to be there. Now, when everyone will get to return home is still the big question. We know there's still a lot of work being done trying to get the utilities back up. They're still assessing the land. Recovery efforts are still underway. But if there is any wins here, we did hear at that community meeting last night that the Palisades Fire has not grown in the past 72 hours. I'll send it back into you guys.
The sheriff, I think, was saying it was going to be at least a week before people are allowed back. Stephanie, thank you.
You know, this morning we're also hearing from the heroes in the sky, the firefighters who have put their lives on the line making critical water drops to stop the spread of these deadly fires. Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf reports from Camarillo.
Here at the Camarillo Airport, a lot of the CAL FIRE helicopters are grounded right now. That's a good sign. That means fire conditions are improving. But now we're hearing from the battalion chief, some people are calling a hero. The fierce firefight from above the deadly Palisades Fire. CAL FIRE flying into ferocious flames and thick smoke. Dropping water to help firefighters gain control on the ground.
It's hard to describe what it's like. In windy conditions, you're getting bumped around, jostled around it, but we have complete confidence in our pilots.
Battalion Chief Zach Boyce out of Sacramento showing us their CAL FIRE Hawk. Just looking out here, I mean, I can tell visibility is very limited.
The windows are narrow, the dash is super high. You're flying in fire, you're dealing with smoke and wind and ash, sun in your eyes, terrain.
A chopper heavily relied on these last 10 days.
Releases the water when the pilot wants the water to come out of the bottom of the tank.
It can drop 1,000 gallons of water over flames at a time.
There's always an adrenaline rush, right? But you try to maintain some composure, make sure you're safe.
The team flies through some of the most dangerous conditions imaginable, and recently drones flying illegally over the burn area have added to the risk, one last week colliding with a Super Scooper plane.
And if we spot a drone, we try to clear out the aircraft and make sure that that airspace is safe before we come back in there. They're hard to see at times in the smoke.
Beautiful water drop.
Some of the drops taking place live on Fox 11. One Instagram user even transforming some of the best hits into a top 10 water drop highlight reel.
Look at that drop there. Ooh, that was beautiful. Like, look how effective that is.
Pilots are super efficient, super safe, and super good at making sure that those drops are on target, and that's what we strive for.
Firefighters from all over California with a large command post set up in Camarillo, ready to take off at a moment's notice to possibly save lives. Some people would call you guys heroes. How do you respond to that?
I don't think any of us are heroes. I think we're just out here doing the job that we get paid to do, public servants, and we enjoy serving the public, and that's why we're in this business.
So they say they're not sure exactly how long they're going to be here, but they'll be here until the job is done. Reporting in Camarillo, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
All right, 4:39 is your time. Those air assets are grounded because they don't really necessarily need them anymore.
Right, of course.
Yeah.
But my goodness, you remember the feeling when we were, watching that live as it was happening? You just felt it was a relief of the moments.
Yeah.
And there were really not much else.
Yeah, that piece definitely gave you an insight of what they had to deal with under a strong hurricane-force winds at times, the low visibility. So glad that they are very skillful, and they are our heroes. We've got much better weather conditions, and the winds are reversing. The flow of air is coming from the ocean to land, and we're picking up a lot of humidity and partly cloudy skies. The marine layer, it's back, finally. And as I pointed out, the winds cooperating. These conditions will make it more favorable to fight the current fires active around the Palisades and the Eaton Fire. Calm conditions, at least throughout this morning, and due to the calmer winds, those wind-sheltered areas, it's creating colder temperatures settle to surface, and we've got frost advisories, so frost could form where temperatures could be dipping right around freezing, and freeze warnings in some spots as well, where temperatures could dip into the 20s. You want to make sure you do not leave your pets outdoors. A freeze warning also in place for the Lancaster High Desert region. regions till about 9 o'clock this morning. Afternoon highs, not a whole lot of recovery. We're looking at temperatures still below normal. 58 degrees in Burbank. You want to keep that jacket handy, and numbers a range of 60s and 50s. 59 degrees in Ontario. They're making snow up in Big Bear, and daytime highs chilly at 45 degrees. We've got beneficial weather all the way through the weekend before another round of Santa Ana's possibly next week. And the fire zones, stay away. Both directions of PCH, unfortunately, still remain shut down in both directions from Malibu to Santa Monica. And you're right, outside of those areas, looking pretty good. About 19 minutes. Friday light conditions, westbound side of the 60 at the 57 inbound. Outbound routes, if you're traveling on this Friday, taking advantage of a 3-day weekend. We have MLK on Monday as well as Inauguration Day. So an extended weekend with some really great looking weather, much needed. And then we watch those winds once again next week.
Okay. Thanks, Samana.
Okay, a ruling could come today on the future of TikTok in the United States.
Coming up, we have a live report on the likelihood of a ban taking effect this weekend, including a major reversal from the White House on this. This morning, we are getting names and faces of people who are unaccounted for in the Eaton Fire. Oswald Altmetz is 75 years old, who was last contacted on January 7th at 8 in the morning at the 30th block of Pine Street in the unincorporated area of Altadena. He is believed to have been displaced by the fire.
Johnny Mildred Downs is 82 years old. Her last known location was on the 200 block of East Pentagon Street in the unincorporated area of Altadena. This morning, the Los Angeles Rams are teaming up to help families affected by the wildfires. Future Hall of Famer Aaron Donald, some cheerleaders, and other guests are going to hand out gift cards, groceries, and clothes. They'll be handing out donations worth about $3 million. Organizations there will also provide legal advice, mental health services, and hand out pet supplies. Evacuees do have to show proof of residency to attend. This huge event starts at 10 o'clock this morning at the Shops at Hollywood Park at SoFi Stadium. All right, TikTok could learn its fate before the U.S. Supreme Court today.
Justices are considering whether to uphold a ban on the Chinese-owned social media app that is set to go into effect this weekend. Doug Lazater live for us in Washington. And Doug, the clock is ticking.
It's not as fast as we thought, though.
You know, the timing of this is so strange, too, that this happens right before the inauguration. But as we wait for a possible decision today, there are real questions whether this ban will ever take effect, whether the Supreme Court upholds it or not.
TikTok goes away, everything that we've built together will also go away.
In recent hours, TikTok has been lobbying hard, showcasing stories from its users here in the U.S., all while we wait for the U.S. Supreme Court to have its say.
In no way should we have TikTok go dark on Sunday.
Some Democrats in Congress are also lobbying hard for TikTok's survival, setting aside the fact that it was Congress and the Biden administration that ushered in the ban, requiring the sale of the Chinese-owned app over privacy and national security concerns.
TikTok's owners had plenty of time to find a buyer, and there were plenty of willing buyers as well. Instead, TikTok whined, lied, complained, sued, and lobbied. Oh, how they lobbied.
The president is now on TikTok.
But this also doesn't hew exactly to party lines, with President-elect Trump reversing course and now supporting the app, crediting it for his successful outreach to young voters. And with reports this morning that President Biden does not intend to enforce the ban before he leaves office, Trump's incoming national security advisor says the next administration may be on the same page.
We will put measures in place to keep TikTok from going dark. In the legislation allows for an extension as long as a viable deal is on the table.
And TikTok will continue to make sure it has Trump's ear from the get-go. The company's CEO, Xiao Chu, will be attending Trump's inauguration on Monday. Now, based on oral arguments last week, the Supreme Court seems inclined to support the ban, but TikTok intends to keep fighting either way. No matter how this plays out, it seems unlikely that that TikTok will switch off on Sunday, as the law really calls for.
Yeah, how would that work, Doug? Because there seems to be a gap here. If the ban is set to take place on the 19th, and then the inauguration happens on the 20th, there is still some time there, even if President-elect Trump does issue an executive order stopping this ban immediately. So nothing's going to happen in that interim time.
It's clear that the Biden administration is not going to enforce this. Right. So then it goes to the Trump administration. There is a provision in this that allows him to extend the deadline to help facilitate an actual deal. We just don't know. And in fact, you take TikTok at their word, they're not going to sell. So whether you extend the deadline or not, it's not clear that's going to have an impact ultimately. And it may require an act of Congress to reverse what was done on a bipartisan basis earlier this year.
Right.
This is very confusing.
We heard you're inside, Doug, because it's too cold outside.
You know, today's not bad.
Really?
And it's going to be decent through the weekend. But on Monday, it is going to be just awfully cold here.
Yeah, they said one of the coldest, if not the coldest, inauguration. And I'm sure you will be out there. All right, Doug Lazater live for us in Washington. We will check in with you later. Thanks, Doug.
Thanks.
We just have to tell Doug
Bernie Sanders can let him borrow some mittens.
Yeah, that's right.
Bundle up, Doug, as well as Alex. Yeah, we've got temperatures on Inauguration Day, 23 degrees possibly, if not lower than that, in the early morning hours. So, well, we're going to be dealing with our own chill, at least at this hour. We've got frost advisories and freeze warnings for those interior wind-sheltered valleys. It's all a good indication that things are improving. Our winds going onshore. The nice little sea breeze is helping to produce very light winds, too, and increasing humidity, continuing to help those firefighters out there fighting the Palisades Fire as well as the Eaton Fire. We've got calmer winds across much of the basin and about 3 miles currently in Fullerton, and very quiet conditions across the IE and portions of Orange County as well. In the upper levels of the atmosphere, we had that big area of high pressure and that upper level support that drove those hurricane force wind conditions last week. And I can at least say this time around, we're slowly looking at those wind conditions subsiding and more of the onshore flow as that area of low pushes the sea breeze stronger. Morning clouds and fog possible into tomorrow as well. The early morning hours, it's going to be cool, about a range of 6 degrees or so cooler than normal. MLK Day will keep things nice and mild, and we're watching for the potential for another round of Santa Ana sometime Tuesday to perhaps even Thursday. Traffic conditions, and just a reminder, no traffic right now. I'll have more traffic when I come back, but for MLK weekend, nice and mild winds, a lot more tame. Back to you two.
All right. Thank you, Samada. Coming up, first responders who've been working nonstop since the fires broke out need support too.
Coming up, how these pups right here are helping ease the stress and anxiety crews may be experiencing.
All right, welcome back. Our first responders were able to get a little healing in the form of our furry friends.
Christine Devine was with LAPD therapy dogs at the site of the Palisades Fire Command Center.
Tongue out, tail wagging. How can this little guy, Sonic, not draw attention?
Just like being here is like super like upsetting, and then seeing this type of, I've never seen this type of dog before, and the tongue just like sticks out, so it's like super funny.
It makes you smile, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Yes, all right. She's a member of the National Guard. We caught up with her and the LAPD therapy dog team at the command center for the Palisades Fire.
One of the biggest things is, as law enforcement, sometimes we build these barriers. And we get through it, we get the job done, the mission comes first. But then in the downtime is when we sometimes revisit what we've done determine how well we did it, what we can do better. And sometimes, most of the time, the dogs, and bringing them around kind of helps people kind of calm down.
LAPD Therapy Dogs was founded by 2 retired LAPD officers.
A lot of people in the city know someone either here or in the Eaton Fire that have lost their home. And I was sitting at home and, you know, it's like, we have to get out. I felt like I needed to be out with the dogs.
Susan Willis was a lieutenant. Her dog is a Xoloitz's Queetly, or Mexican hairless dog. Gil Escontrias, a retired detective supervisor and reserve officer. He's with Scout, a Labrador Retriever. To see them in action is truly inspiring. Late last year, I met their entire team of dog handlers. This was in December. Right now, LAPD Therapy Dogs has about 12 dogs meeting at first responder locations.
Well, you guys are from around here, right?
Escontrias calls it animal-assisted therapy. While following them around today, I found they're a crowd pleaser, bringing smiles in a disaster zone.
You know, growing up here, I used to come here a lot with my buddies, and, you know, now it's just completely different. Definitely, they're a morale boost. You know, it's nice to see them walking around and, you know, petting them.
That was Christine Devine reporting. LAPD Therapy Dogs has about 12 dogs meeting at various fire first responder locations.
Oh, just to cheer you up.
Yeah. 4:57 is your time. Next at 5, a warning for fire victims about using GoFundMe accounts to raise money, why that could actually hurt you.
Yeah, plus the search for missing people in both fires. We'll have some pictures, some names, people who, you know, mean so much to their families. That's coming up. Thank you for joining us. I'm Brooke Thomas. Good to see you here at 5 o'clock on Good Day LA.
Yeah, it's been a long week. It is Friday, January the 17th. I'm Bob DeCastro. We have the latest on the fires. The search continues for dozens of people still missing. This morning, we're learning their names and we are seeing their faces. We have a live report from Altadena coming up.
That's right. Also, some people have been allowed to return home in both fire zones. Question, though, is could more people go back today? We're live in Pacific Palisades with that story.
First, we've had a positive change in the weather. We've got the marine layer coming back as they continue to try to contain those fires. Samada's here with a look at that. Good morning.
Good morning. And yes, the elevated humidity levels are improving. The onshore flow has enhanced. And yes, that's going to continue to help with the fire battle out there. The Palisades and the Eaton area fire zone. You're looking at those winds. It's coming off the ocean to land. That's a good indicator that, yes, favorable conditions. We're also picking up some cloud cover. The marine layer, yes, it's back, and even some patchy fog out there near March Air Force Base, so careful on your drive. Those winds, those offshore conditions, again, have backed off significantly. And here's a look at our humidity levels. Into the afternoon we go on this Friday. The range of 50s and 60s, just significant improvements from where they were, which was in the single digits and in the 15 to 20% mark. But moving forward, yes, great looking weather through the weekend. And MLK Day on Monday, Inauguration Day, also looking pretty good if you're, of course, watching from Southern California. 60s, slightly below normal, and partly cloudy skies. Got a breakdown of the 7-day forecast. And for now, traffic conditions. Wanted to continue to point out that we've got both directions of PCH still remaining closed to the public from Malibu Canyon Road all the way into Santa Monica, the McClure Tunnel. And outside of the fire zone, we've got some really nice speeds, and real-time traffic shows it's going to take about 13 minutes your drive from downtown LA to get to the west side. And your Caltrans camera, your ride, you're cruising both directions on the 5 north and southbound at Pioneer Boulevard through Norwalk. Looks good on this Friday. Back to you, too.
All right, Samana, thank you. The devastating wildfires in Southern California have burned more than 40,000 acres. The Palisades Fire is now 27% contained. The Eaton Fire is at 55% containment. 27 people have lost their lives. 31 are still missing. And a lot of the missing are in the Eaton Fire area.
So let's go out to Mario Ramirez. He's live in Altadena with more. Mario.
Barbara, good morning. At this hour, dozens of families are still worried about their loved ones, many fearing that they may have not made it out of the fire zone and may have been lost in the fire and still, unfortunately, in the rubble. Now, as we're learning more, take a look. We want to show you just some of the at-risk missing, as they're being called by the Sheriff's Department. 81-year-old Charles Ross, who last had contact with his family on January 1st on the 2000 block of Las Flores Drive. 77-year-old Dolores Ann Jenkins, last seen January 8th on the 800 block of East Mendocino, reported missing by family. And according to the Sheriff's Department, there are at least 17 people who are still at risk missing, and I did forget one of those missing. We'll have that for you in just a bit. But missing since the start of the wildfires. This morning, search and rescue operations will continue. Urban search and rescue firefighters from San Diego and other parts of the region have now been carefully sifting through destroyed properties, looking for fire victims using cadaver dogs to search for human remains. LA County Sheriff Robert Luna says those crews have been going block by block, covering thousands of structures that were burned. Take a listen.
We have search and rescue teams working in conjunction with the Los Angeles County search and rescue team, the medical examiners team, our homicide team, and they go out and they are doing grid searches to look for remains. A lot of that work has been completed. Those are the numbers that I've been going through the last several days.
More than 7,000 structures damaged or destroyed in the Eaton Fire, and the sheriff says some areas are being held because officials believe there may be deceased victims on the property, and crews are needing to use the right resources to process the scenes properly. Now, the cause of the fire this morning remains under investigation, and what we've seen here is local law enforcement, whether it's LAPD or sheriff's deputies, treating some parts of this fire zone as a huge crime scene, as those search and recovery efforts are expected to pick up again today. For now, that's the latest in Altadena. Mario Ramirez will send it back to you.
All right, Mario, thank you. The wounds left by the Eaton Fire run deep for the people who call Altadena home.
And now some residents are being allowed back. Gigi Graciette is live in Altadena with more on this repopulation. Gigi, good morning.
Bob and Brooke, good morning. Good morning, everyone. We're on Lake at the first checkpoint you'll run into with the National Guard, and you may be able to make out in the background those flashing lights. Those are utility crews that just moved into the area, and we saw this all day yesterday. Convoy after convoy of workers here to try and restore power, utilities, cleanup. There is so much to be done before the majority of the people can return. But take a look at this. As some evacuation orders have been lifted in the Eaton Fire area, some residents are returning. They are the lucky ones whose homes and businesses are still standing, trying to find now a new sense of normal. But then there are those who have lost everything, their houses, their businesses, the local supermarket, and so much more gone. They're still not allowed to return because it is too unsafe. From the rubble to the hazardous materials to the hundreds and hundreds of crews like the one we just showed you still working here. Those who lost everything now dealing with their insurance companies. Those that are fortunate to have had insurance. But there is some frustration we're starting to see. Altadena attorney Michelle Smythe, seen here with her dog Duke, who coincidentally specializes in dealing with insurance companies, also lost her home, along with several family members losing theirs. She says she doesn't like what she's hearing.
I met with a lady yesterday whose insurance company is California Fair Plan, and she had not heard from her insurance company at all. She has a claim number. She doesn't know who her adjuster is, and so that's difficult for me to hear. I mean, that pulls at my heartstrings, right? So my goal is that all the insurance companies that are licensed in the state of California, they do the right thing. They pay what they're supposed to pay. Right now, every insured should have gotten at least 30% of their contents. They should have been given in advance to help them. You know, we're trying to live. We're trying to get hotels. We're trying to rent houses, and they need money. So we need help.
We can confirm that we spoke to homeowners insured with the California Fair Plan who confirmed they have not heard from the insurer. They filed a claim, they got a claim number, but no one has reached out to them. And on the other hand, we can also confirm that some other homeowners with different insurance policies have already received some money, part of that contents coverage that the attorney was talking about. We have reached out to the California Fair Plan and are waiting to hear back from them. Reporting live in Altadena, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
All right, Gigi, thank you. Two people are missing in the Pacific Palisades. Eric Wilson Wall is 73 years old. He last had contact with friends and family on January 7th at 11:30 p.m. Wall's last known location was on Rambla Pacifico Street in Malibu.
Diana Elizabeth Webb is 82 years old. She last had contact with her family on January the 9th. Her last known location was on PCH in Malibu. Diana does live in a fire zone. Despite the many challenges in the Pacific Palisades fire zone, there is progress this morning. Some residents have been allowed to go back.
Yeah, let's go to Stephanie Ramirez. She's with us from our sister station in Washington, D.C. Stephanie, you're in Brentwood this morning with more. Good morning.
Good morning, and we know that originally red perimeter that was on CAL FIRE's map, the evacuation order area there, it has now been downgraded some. So this morning we definitely expect to see some more residents in our area, in particular by checkpoint here at Kenter Avenue and West Sunset Boulevard, to be able to be allowed back in after the curfew lifts at 6 o'clock this morning. They have to show proof of residence, of course, but we are now 10 days after the Palisades Fire broke out, and emotions are still running very high, especially on the return home question, and others as well. We did hear those emotions come out in a community meeting hosted by CAL FIRE last night.
I came here to ask questions of you. You guys are doing a strong job to the people of
weren't able to protect a life, prevent a death, save your home, or save your business. So my apologies to all of you.
That was the LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney, not mincing words last night, also saying he's never seen fire behavior like this in his 39 years on the job. The latest CAL FIRE update, the Palisades Fire is now at about 27% contained. Authorities with the Unified Command said more firefighters arrived yesterday, coming from British Columbia, Mexico, and Israel, in addition to all of those area firefighters working round the clock to fight what is still left. Now, they got an applause from those in attendance yesterday, but again, still a lot of frustration with what's been going on.
Right now, we're still continuing the urban search and rescue. We're still continuing an investigation to determine the cause of the fire. We're still working with utilities, gas company, power, water, roads.
Now, there was some information that the Palisades Fire, some good news here, it has not grown in the past 72 hours. But the question keeps being asked to the county fire chief, what can be done to prevent this in the future? And he was very honest in the meeting last night, saying it's going to be very difficult to do so unless things change. The fire chief also discussing fireproof, more fireproof communities being built in the future. It's the very latest here from Brentwood. I'll send it back into you.
Stephanie Ramirez from our sister station, WTTG in Washington. Stephanie, safe travels home, and we appreciate all of your help reporting this weekend. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Still ahead, President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration is on Monday. Alex Michelson is in D.C. for a preview.
That's right. Also, we have a reminder from the feds about fire victims looking for help on GoFundMe. You're going to want to hear why doing this could limit your FEMA assistance. It's almost 5:15 this morning, and we're getting names and being able to see the faces of people who are still missing in the Eaton Fire. Laura Swain is 71 years old. She last had contact with her family on January 7th at 3 in the morning. Her last known location was on East Las Flores Drive in Altadena. Ms. Swain lives in one of the current fire zones and is believed to have been displaced by the Eaton Fire. Carolyn Ann Burns is 56 years old. She lives at the 800 block of East Sacramento Street in the unincorporated area of Altadena. Carolyn is bedridden, and her family is concerned for her well-being and asking for the public's help. Thousands of fire victims are turning to GoFundMe for help, but there's a warning this morning that could change how you ask for donations.
FEMA says certain words in your campaign could affect your eligibility for federal aid. This morning, FEMA is urging care when writing fundraiser descriptions. Requesting help for rebuilding or other covered expenses could actually impact your ability to get federal funds. Their advice is to focus on needs FEMA won't cover, like temporary housing or personal essentials.
One thing that I think is important to emphasize is FEMA assistance cannot be used towards anything that you have insurance for. FEMA assistance is specifically geared towards things that are uninsured or underinsured losses. So they can actually come back to you on the back end and ask for that money back, and there can be criminal charges for defrauding the government if you do try to use both.
To avoid issues, FEMA recommends reviewing the agency's guidelines before you start fundraising. A few words could make a big difference in the help you receive. On Monday, President-elect Donald Trump will take the oath of office to begin his second term.
That's right. Fox 11's Alex Michelson is actually on the ground in the nation's capital, where forecasts predict it could be the coldest inauguration day in 4 decades.
Hello from Washington, where it is literally freezing and there's snow flurries in the air as this city braces for Trump 2.0. It's a busy time outside the Capitol and busy inside.
We're now ready to begin with the questioning portion for our witness.
The EPA is honoring our obligations. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Thank you.
Cabinet picks by President-elect Trump are getting their hearings before the U.S. Senate.
This spending is out of control.
As the snow comes down here, a fight is underway over funding for California's wildfire victims. Earlier this week, Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson told CNN's Manu Raju that federal aid to California could be conditional on California changing its progressive policies.
I think there should probably be conditions on that aid.
California Governor Gavin Newsom pushing back in this letter to Johnson and other GOP leaders, and in this interview with Brian Tyler Cohen.
You know, I hope it looks in his heart. The pain and suffering of the American people.
California's Adam Schiff with a similar message on the Senate floor.
Never in my time have I ever considered whether an area votes red or blue. When people need help, we get them help.
Here at the airport, we've run into several Southern Californians who have come east for the inauguration.
Politics aside, people lost their homes.
Lana Negretti is the mayor of Santa Monica. She'll meet with President Biden at the U.S. Conference of Mayors on Friday and is hopeful Trump will come through for our region.
The rest of the nation doesn't succeed if all of us don't succeed.
There are lots of fired-up local Trump supporters on the trip, including the Wells family from Torrance. What is it about Trump that you like?
His honesty.
He's got a sturdy chin. He's ready to do it for us.
Jesse Kabatak is from Santa Clarita.
Fiscally, he's helped me with, at least with my family.
Aaron Errol is from Long Beach.
He speaks the common man's language.
Century City's Ed Lewis is fired up about all of it.
He's the best thing that's come along to our country in eons. He took a bullet for us, and the Lord above is guiding him.
That's Fox 11's Alex Michelson. This coming Monday, President-elect Donald Trump will have his second inauguration. We're going to bring it to you live when it starts at 8 a.m. Pacific. Alex will be back a little later this morning for a live talk in the 6 o'clock hour.
All right. Frigid temperatures there in D.C. and could be the coldest ever inauguration day.
Yeah, we'll keep watching those temperatures in D.C. Temperature highs on Monday, 23 degrees. So we'll see, and you can see already some snow on the ground and some snow flurries. So we'll wait to hear from Alex covering Trump inauguration, Trump 2.0. We've got wind conditions, calm, big improvements in the atmosphere. We're getting that onshore flow. It's also increasing our humidity levels as the offshore winds backing down. Now, again, the winds coming out of the west. Temperatures, wow, since last week, those hurricane-force wind conditions associated with Santa Ana's and rounds of Santa Ana conditions kept our temperatures in the 70s, and it was dry. Finally, we're getting a bigger break. Now that the winds have backed off, it's also leading to these advisories, frost advisories and freeze warnings, where temperatures across some of our interior valleys from Thousand Oaks to Woodland Hills across areas of our high deserts could reach 20s and 30s. So we're dealing with some really cold temperatures at this early hour. High pressure is back down, and we watch this area of low pressure that's helping to strengthen the onshore conditions. Breaking down the 7-day forecast, we're going to pick up the marine layer. It's back, and even some patchy fog out there. We're seeing some of that develop across some of our interior valleys, and more of that going into early tomorrow. It is Friday. We're looking at numbers about slightly below normal into MLK, keeping things nice and mild. We are watching next week a range of Tuesday to Thursday where the offshore trends will enhance, so we'll see the strength of the next round of the Santa Ana winds. And beyond that, we're crossing our fingers, we might even pick up some precipitation next weekend. But we'll see. Right now, we're looking at some chilly temperatures, and we're making snow up in Big Bear, Snow Valley. Breezy to windy conditions across some of our high desert areas this afternoon, and lower deserts keeping it upper 60s and low 70s, and it will remain dry through your MLK day. Traffic conditions, taking a look outside, very quiet out there. We're looking at northbound side of the 110 from the 405 inbound to downtown. You can calculate 11 minutes, and a live Caltrans camera looking pretty good. East and westbound side of the 60 right there at Country Village Road. Slow your roll if you encounter some of the fog. Finally, big difference in our weather, and it's all improving, helping to fight, or helping the firefighters fight the existing fires. Back to you, Stu.
And the marine layer is back. Samana, thank you. 521 your time, free clothing and home goods for people impacted by the fires through the end of the year. We will have that next.
Yes. Also, 3 members of the Altadena Mountain Rescue Team lost their homes. We'll talk to them when we come back as well.
Food for Less and Ralph's are coming together to help those affected by the fires. They'll be hosting a food and water distribution and resource event later today. People can pick up essential supplies, get health screenings, and receive small business support. Go to the Food for Less parking lot. This is in Pasadena, 1329 North Lake Avenue. This is close to the Pasadena Convention Center, which is housing evacuees. It starts at 10:30 this morning and goes until supplies last.
Goodwill Southern California has teamed up with the Red Cross to provide clothes and home goods to people impacted by the wildfires. They're going to hand out merchandise vouchers to individuals and families displaced. The vouchers will offer urgently needed items at no cost and can be redeemed in person at any Goodwill SoCal store throughout 2025. If you want to donate, go to goodwillsocal.org/wildfire response fund. 3 members of the Altadena mountain rescue team lost their homes in the Eaton Fire.
The fire swept through their neighborhood last week, forcing evacuations and leaving behind destruction. While they saved loved ones and saved pets, most of their belongings were lost. Despite the emotional toll, they're still helping others recover.
I think that in our minds we were like, let's evacuate to be safe, but I don't think we even could comprehend that the house would be gone.
It's horrifying. I mean, you look at everything you've worked for your entire life and it's gone, and then you look at your whole neighborhood and it's gone, and you're just like, wow, how long till things are anywhere near normal again, you know?
Well, the community has rallied with donations. A GoFundMe has been set up to support affected rescuers. 5:26 is your time on this Friday. Your MLK weekend forecast coming up after the break.
Plus, the search for missing people in both fires. We'll have some pictures and some names coming up.
Good morning. It's Friday, January the 17th. Thanks for sticking with us. I'm Bob DeCastro.
Hey there, I'm Brooke Thomas. Yes, thanks for joining us. Crews continue to improve containment on the Southern California wildfires as winds thankfully die down. Let's first start with the latest numbers on the Palisades Fire. It's currently sitting at 27% contained. It has burned, though, sadly, more than 23,000 acres. More than 3,300 structures have been destroyed. 591 have been damaged, and that number is expected to rise. Officials confirmed 8 people are dead. Some mandatory evacuation zones were opened yesterday afternoon, letting some people back in.
Here's the latest now on the Eaton Fire, currently 55% contained. It's burned more than 14,000 acres. More than 6,000 structures have been destroyed, 773 have been damaged, and that number is expected to rise. Officials confirmed 16 people are dead. The LA County Sheriff's Department announced that residents who live along Canyon Crest Road in the meadows east of El Prieto Road can re-enter the area.
Let's get to Samana now for a look at your forecast as we, talk about the fact that thankfully, the winds did die down.
Yeah, and we are closely watching those winds as forecasted. Big improvements and significant changes in terms of the reversal of winds. We're now picking up that sea breeze. It's really going to help with the firefight. We're looking at humidity levels on the increase, winds backing down, calm to light at best at this hour. And we're picking up the marine layer. It's back with the low-level clouds and even some patchy fog out there, but now the winds have backed down. We're also looking at some pretty chilly temperatures at this hour, mostly in the 40s, and some areas across areas of Ventura County and LA County interior valleys under freeze warnings and frost advisories till about 9 o'clock this morning. So grab the jacket, keep warm, and daytime highs will also be below normal, about 6 degrees below average for this time of year. We'll keep the clouds and partly sunny conditions, chilly across the mountains, and they're making snow up at Big Bear. And if you're heading out on this Friday to the lower deserts, temperatures will be nice and mild for the Coachella Valley. It is the MLK weekend, and we'll have more details on the 7-day forecast coming up. Meantime, traffic conditions back to the fire zones. A reminder to stay away. It's still closed to the public from areas of Malibu Canyon Road all the way to the McClure Tunnel, both directions of PCH. And your drive looks good, just 12 minutes, pulling northbound 110 from the 405. And a live Caltrans camera, things looking very nice and calm east and westbound side of the 210 at Town Avenue. And there's, the marine layer clouds. It's back. Back to you two.
All right, I just want to thank you. The search for the missing continues in the Eaton Fire area.
Mario Ramirez is live in Altadena with more on these heartbreaking stories. Mario, good morning.
Bob, Brooke, and we know most of the missing are elderly, longtime residents here in the Altadena area, and the concern is that they could be in the rubble among some of these destructed properties here. This one along Mariposa Street. The LA County Sheriff's Department has now released the identities of some of the missing and asking for the public's help. Take a look. We're going to show you some here. Stacy Elizabeth Darden was last seen on the 2000 block of North Marengo Avenue on January 8th. Kimberly Dale Winiecki, last seen on the 100 block of East Los Flores Drive, January 7th. And Friedley Miva Wheatley, diagnosed with dementia, was last in contact with family on the 80 block of West Mariposa Street. The Sheriff's Homicide Bureau reporting at least 17 people are still at risk missing. Urban Search and Rescue firefighters from across the region, they've been sifting through properties, looking for fire victims, and using cadaver dogs, unfortunately, to point them to possible human remains. So far, 16 people have died in the Eaton Fire Zone. And when I asked Sheriff Robert Luna about the circumstances and whether or not first responders were able to get to those areas, this is what he said.
I heard firsthand their stories of how they put their lives at risk to save other people. I am hoping we were able to save as many people as we could, but as the days go on, we will get more details about what happened.
Now, the Sheriff's Department says there are an active 24 missing persons cases here in the Altadena area. And as some residents, a few of them have been allowed to repopulate the evacuation zone, some areas being held by officials because they believe, again, there may be human remains in the rubble. And today, assessment teams will continue to take a look at the damage. So far, we know over 7,000 structures have either been damaged or destroyed by the Eaton Fire at 55% containment this morning. Live here in Altadena, I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
All right, Mario, thank thank you. In the wake of devastating wildfires, communities are mourning through memorials to honor those they lost.
Yeah, they sure are. Let's go out to Gigi Graciette. She's been, covering this and just really on the ground, seeing so much of this. Gigi's live in Pasadena this morning, where one of these memorials has become a place of healing.
That's right, Bob and Brooke. Good morning, everyone. We're on Lake here in Pasadena on the corner of Villa, where this memorial has been set up. And it really takes your breath away when you know that each and every one of these wooden crosses represents a life lost. Right now, there are 25. We know the death toll has already gone up, and they are adding almost every day a cross here on Lake. And it has become a gathering spot, as you mentioned, for healing, for reflection, just to say a prayer for the lives lost. And this is truly the tragedy, the human lives, the folks that lost their lives. And the memorial goes up and down the street here, and we've seen crowds. Yesterday we drove by at noon, and this area was just very, very crowded. And I want to come over here. It says they're going to be holding a vigil on Saturday at 5 p.m. here. They're accepting flower donations. We don't know who is responsible for this memorial, but it goes all the way around the corner. Again, there are 25 crosses here, and they're going to be adding 2 more, sadly, later today. Reporting live in Pasadena at a memorial for the victims of both the Palisades and the Eaton Fire, I'm Gigi Graciette. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Gigi, thank you. For those impacted by the Palisades Fire, authorities say it could be another week before some are allowed back into their homes and properties. But right now, we're seeing some progress.
Stephanie Ramirez from our sister station in Washington, D.C. is live in Brentwood with the very latest. Stephanie.
Good morning, guys. This morning marks 10 days since the start of the Palisades Fire. But starting last night, we did see some folks finally get that chance to go to their home or business. And we expect to see more of that in this area later this morning when that curfew lifts at 6 o'clock. We're over at Sunset Boulevard and Kenter Avenue. But we can tell you this morning, some of the red evacuation order perimeter or zone on the CAL FIRE map has been downgraded. Not downgraded, though, the emotions from those displaced leading to those leading this firefight. Here's some of what we heard in a Palisades Fire community meeting held in Westwood last night.
Extremely, extremely hard for me to look you in the eye, knowing that, quite honestly, I feel like I failed you to some respect.
Another official, the Los Angeles County Fire Chief, apologized, also noting he's never seen fire behavior like this in his nearly 40 years on the job. The latest, according to CAL FIRE, is the Palisades Fire is now at 27% contained. We know at least 8 deaths. We're told 50% of the damage assessments completed have been done, but authorities also warn just because a road is open, that doesn't mean that the home has been assessed. And they're still not letting people like contractors go and work on homes or businesses if that area is still under an evacuation order. Some people may not be able to return for another week is what we're hearing. Another thing said at the community meeting last night from the county fire chief is that he would love to prevent something like this from happening again, but he was very honest, saying that that is going to be very difficult unless things change, like, for example, building fire-wise communities in the future. If you are planning to try and get through the security point here later, just want to make sure everyone knows you have to show some kind of proof of address. I'll send it back into you all.
Yeah, it's good to know.
Yeah, thank you, Stephanie.
Let's send things over to Samantha now for a check on your forecast. Good morning.
Good morning, Brooke. Good morning, Bob, and to everyone joining us at this hour. We certainly continue to appreciate you following with us and keeping track of our weather conditions. Big improvement in terms of winds and humidity, all on the upswing in terms of humidity levels. The marine layer is back, and instead of the single-digit percentages, we're dealing with relative humidity back in the 50s and 60s, but with the winds backing down, at least the offshore flow, it is leading obviously to some cooler temperatures. Afternoon highs will be mostly in the 60s, leading into your MLK weekend. Looks pretty good, but we are watching another round of potentially Santa Ana is going offshore once again sometime between Tuesday and into Thursday. We have some alerts now. The red flag conditions and wind advisories, again, have lifted, but we are also now introducing frost advisories and freeze warnings across those interior valleys, those wind shelter locations across the high deserts from Lancaster to Lake LA, where temperatures could reach down to as low as 30s and even upper 20s. But the alerts there will lift right around 9 o'clock this morning as we start to see the sun rise and temperatures are going to warm up. Look at our future humidity. Look at that, 57%, 62%, all great looking conditions. Afternoon highs today, we'll keep it nice and mellow, about 6 degrees or so cooler than normal, especially in the LA area, and mostly in the 60s, maybe a few upper 50s. Big Bear, chilly at 45 degrees, and they are making snow up there this morning. I have a breakdown of the 7-day forecast coming up. Send it back over to you, too.
All right, Samantha, thank you. 5:40 is your time. Coming up, teens helping teens. We'll tell you how a group of Altadena girls are lending a hand to teenage victims of the Eaton Fire.
Plus, half a dozen puppies need homes. They were rescued near an evacuation zone. We're going to show you the details after the break.
Welcome back. A Silver Lake Animal Rescue needs your help to find forever homes for some puppies.
Yeah, the 6 puppies were found near one of the evacuation zones. Amanda Salas has more on this story.
Just a couple days ago, 6 puppies, just like the one I'm holding, were rescued near an evacuation area near the Eaton Fire. While they found fosters thanks to Mayday Rescue, they are looking for their forever home.
So these puppies were sadly left behind because they weren't able to grab them quick enough. We know that they were born on November 4th, so they are 2 months old right now.
Oh my goodness.
And they are lab puppies, and luckily a neighbor heard that they were evacuated, so they were able to grab them just in time and reached out to us. When we got them, they were covered with ash and dirt, and luckily our neighbors at Wagon Swag Grooming were able to groom them for us. and we've just been getting them situated. We've been so lucky to have such an outpouring of fosters. So they are in lovely foster homes right now. Because there are 6 puppies, only 4 are here today, but since there are 6 puppies, there are 2 in 3 different foster homes. So we have 2, 2, and 2. And puppies are going to puppy. Yes, they are. And as I said, they're 2 months old. So this is very typical puppy behavior. As you can tell, they are very big. We already got them to our vet yesterday. So the largest one that's here right now was already 22 pounds at 2 months old, which means obviously they are going to be big pups.
Because they're Labradors.
Because they're Labradors, right? Mom was a lab. And also, just so everyone knows at home, the lab mom is safe from the evacuation. She's safe. They're not really sure who the dad was. But we are just happy to help. Sometimes in these situations, we don't always get all the information, and we just jump in when we can.
In Silver Lake, surrounded by puppy love, Amanda Salas, sending it back to you.
Hi. From animals in need to animals who are giving back.
Some of our first responders are getting a little help and healing from our furry friends. Tongue out, the tail wagging. This adorable dog is Sonic. He's a member of the LAPD therapy dog team. Sonic and his buddies were getting all the love and attention during a visit to the Palisades Fire Command Center yesterday. Think of this as a therapy for first responders. By first responders, meaning those dogs. The team was founded by 2 former LAPD officers.
A lot of people in the city know someone either here or in the Eaton Fire that have lost their home. And I was sitting at home and, you know, it's like, we have to get out. I felt like I needed to be out with the dogs.
Just like being here is like super like upsetting, and then seeing this type of, I've never seen this type of dog before, and the tongue just like sticks out, so it's like super funny.
LAPD Therapy Dogs has about 12 dogs meeting at various fire first responder locations. A sweet and supportive group called the Altadena Girls had a fire recovery event.
Yeah, so this was where girls affected by the fires could come and get essentials and a little extra because, look, let's face it, teenage girls have certain supplies that they love, that they count on to bring them comfort and high self-esteem. So things like skincare, personal hygiene items, and beauty products, I should say, all of that and more were available yesterday to the teens and tweens who needed it. You know, people who lost everything they owned. Meghan Markle, by the way, was also there. She donated items via her Archwell Foundation. A girl named Avery started it, saying she wants to help other teen girls in her community rebuild their sense of identity and self-confidence during this difficult time.
It seems kind of small, you know what I mean? But you lose everything, but your life has changed so dramatically. So even just like those little things, having a little bit of makeup, a little bit of self-care,
to be able to get up in the morning and just wash your face.
And feel like yourself.
Can change, yes, the trajectory of the whole day, especially, again, when you've lost everything.
So beautiful. Good morning. Beautiful to see the community continuing to come together and, again, support our fire victims and our firefighters, those heroes. We have some good news in terms of weather. It's coming together. We've got winds backing off, calm conditions. The onshore flow is with us. The marine layer, it is back, and higher humidity levels, so that makes it favorable to continue to help with the firefight. Taking a look at January so far, it has been a tough couple of weeks, and it all began, unfortunately, due to the ferocious Santa Ana winds that came through Tuesday and into Wednesday. Hurricane-force conditions, and you could see we had rounds of Santa Anas, and you can tell by the temperature readings in the 70s, so warmer than normal. Finally, some bigger relief as temperatures come down. Daytime highs will also be below normal as things shift, the reversal of winds. We're now seeing the push onshore, and that's what's leading to these significant changes. And it's going to be nice and mild all the way through your MLK holiday. We're looking at temperatures right around the 60s, and we're watching next week, Tuesday and into Thursday. There is opportunity, unfortunately, another cycle of Santa Ana winds. The strength has yet to be determined, but we're going to continue to watch those winds very closely. Mountain communities today, pretty chilly. Up at the higher elevations, overnight lows are going to be cold. They are making snow up in Snow Valley. High deserts, now that we're getting the winds coming out of the west, it will be a little breezy for some locations across the high deserts of the Antelope Valley. Appaloosa Valley and into the Coachella Valley as well. Temperatures will be dipping into the 60s, and we remain pretty dry all the way into next week as well. We're crossing our fingers that the following weekend may bring us perhaps even some precipitation, but it's a little ways to go. Now we got you covered. Speaking of going, Good Day LA Traffic, sponsored by Law Offices of Jacob and Rodney and calljacob.com. Wanted to remind everyone that you definitely want to continue to stay away from the fire zone. We still have closures in place, both directions of PCH from Malibu all the way to the McClure Tunnel in Santa Monica, as well as the latest accident, northbound side of the 710 at Florence Avenue in the Bell area. Total vehicle crash blocking the slow lane. We do have tow trucks en route to that collision. And in and out of downtown on this Friday, mostly light. And here's a look at some other traffic hotspots.
Call Jacob.
Call Jacob.
Call Jacob.
Call Jacob.
Llama Jacob.
Tawagan si Jacob.
Sayang ba ba Jacob?
Call Jacob. Definitely. He is the real deal.
Call Jacob and Ronnie. Call Jacob.
President-elect Donald Trump will be inaugurated in Washington, D.C. on Monday.
That's right. This will happen on the same Capitol steps where he was first sworn in 8 years ago. Let's check in with Shannon Bream from Fox News Sunday. Shannon, welcome back to the show. First of all, I feel like I haven't seen you. I definitely haven't seen you since 2024, so it's good to see you.
I know. Brooke and Bob, great to see you guys.
Okay, so Shannon, security is on high alert for Monday. What should we expect from the inauguration? And also, what kind of tone do you expect to hear from his speech?
Well, it's interesting because people are saying they feel there is a different tone this time around, that President Trump has been talking about hope and about unity and the good things to come in the future. If you remember 2016, he gave a speech that people thought was pretty dark on Inauguration Day. And I got to tell you, the preparation feels completely different this time around. I think, listen, in 2016, a lot of folks voted for President Trump because he was a Washington outsider. But that meant he came here really not knowing exactly what to expect, not having his own team in place. They learned a lot of lessons. It feels very different this time. He's got executive orders ready to go on day one. They've got thousands of people ready to take on their new employment assignments starting on January 20th and pretty quickly thereafter. So very different vibe.
Yeah, we've only got about a minute here, Shannon, but also a different vibe in terms of who's going to be on that stage on Monday, right? We have a lot of the tech CEOs are going to be there, and supposedly the CEO of TikTok is going to be there as well, just as it's really unsure and unclear what's going to happen with the TikTok ban.
Exactly right. As you guys know, so much of Silicon Valley and that industry had been very supportive of Democrats. They've really come around this time around. And President Trump has leveraged those outlets in a way that's really been successful for him. And they're going to be there on Inauguration Day. So 10 a.m. Eastern, we are getting opinions from the Supreme Court. We don't know if TikTok will be in there. We think it probably will be. So we'll see what they do. But both President Biden and Trump seem to be signaling they won't enforce the law as it's written. So we'll see. First clue comes 10 a.m. Eastern.
All right, we'll see in about an hour. All right, Shannon, thank you.
Fox News Sunday is right here on Fox 11 on Sunday morning. Watch Shannon there. It's at 8 o'clock in the morning. Have a great weekend, Shannon. Thank you. Let's check in with Melvin and Jen with what's coming up on Good Day LA. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, so from musical performances to a parade, Inauguration Day comes with a lot of moving parts. And coming up, Alex Michelson is joining us from Washington with a look ahead to the ceremony.
And while Washington, D.C. is dealing with cold temperatures, here at home we continue to deal with the devastation of the wildfires. We'll bring you the very latest information as firefighters make progress to control the Southern California wildfires. All that and more coming up when Good Day LA at 6 o'clock starts right after this break. Welcome to Good Day LA at 6 o'clock. I am Melvin Robert.
And I'm Jen Lammers. Thanks so much for joining us on this Friday morning. You know, those strong winds have weakened. That's such good news, giving firefighters a much-needed break and easing some threats for now.
The search does continue for the people missing in the Eaton Fire area.
So let's go out to Mario Ramirez, who's live in Altadena with some of their stories. Good morning to you, Mario.
Jen, Melvin, good morning. That's right. We're talking about dozens of families that are still worried about their loved ones missing, and unfortunately, they believe they may have been lost in the fire and may have not made it out and could still be among some of these destructed properties. So let's show you some of them here. These are just some of the at-risk missing here in the Altadena area, according to the fire department. 81-year-old Charles Ross was last seen here along the 200 block of Los Flores Drive. He had contact with his family January 1st. 77-year-old Dolores Ann Jenkins was last seen January 8th on the 800 block of East Mendocino. 77-year-old Patricia Diane McKenna was last seen January 7th on the 800 block of Pinahoo Street. Now, according to the Sheriff's Department, there are at least 17 people who are still at risk missing since the start of the wildfires. And this morning, we know search and rescue operations will continue. Urban search and rescue firefighters from San Diego and other parts of the region, they've been carefully sifting through a lot of the rubble, destroyed properties here, looking for fire victims and using cadaver dogs to search for human remains. Meanwhile, LA County Sheriff Robert Luna says those crews have been going block by block, covering thousands of structures that were burned.
We have search and rescue teams working in conjunction with the Los Angeles County search and rescue team, the medical examiners team, our homicide team, and they go out and they are doing grid searches to look for remains. A lot of that work has been completed. Those are the numbers that I've been going through the last several days.
Well, those search and rescue teams have completed nearly 9,000 inspections covering miles of land. More than 7,000 structures were damaged or destroyed by the Eaton Fire, and the sheriff says some areas are still being held because officials believe there may be deceased victims on the property, and crews need the right resources to process the scenes properly. Now, the cause of the fire remains under investigation this morning, as we're expecting those efforts, those search and recovery efforts, to continue here among lots of the damage. For now, that's the latest here in Altadena. I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
Still a lot of work to be done. All right, thank you, Mario. Let's go over to Maria for a check on our forecast. Good morning.
Good morning. Did you notice the difference?
It's a lot calmer out there.
So different.
Yeah.
It is extra chilly out there, and we're seeing some patchy clouds. I haven't talked about that in a while, but a little bit of that marine layer, which if we could hug it, we would. The onshore flow is back with us as we await for that sun to rise. We're taking a live look out there at LAX. But yes, some very pleasant changes to our weather now as we look ahead into the upcoming holiday weekend. The winds have really calmed down. There's a pocket of some breezy conditions up into parts of the Antelope Valley, but notice the arrows definitely moving from the ocean toward the land. That's the onshore flow, and it's not very strong. Just a nice little cool breeze as we start our Friday. Temperatures right now, chilly. 19 in Big Bear, 43 in Pasadena, 45 in downtown LA, and highs today will be below average, about 62 for downtown. 50s mostly along the coast, 46 eventually in Big Bear to that 69 in Palm Springs. We'll talk more about the rest of the holiday weekend, what we can expect, and then what we can expect next week coming out in my forecast. In the meantime, let's check in on the roadways. We've got Stu flying up in Sky Fox, watching the city, the lights, beautiful shot. I think I can see a little bit of that marine layer in the distance, Stu. Good morning.
Good morning, Maria. You know what? I'm calling those Maria's clouds. Those are Maria's clouds up there because you were talking about it all week, and you know what? It came to fruition. They really are in the valley. Maybe not so much on this side of the hill, but you know what? We're here to talk about traffic. Let's look at that 101 going through the Hollywood area, Silver Lake. That's the headlights right there coming away from the 110 freeway all the way out to the Cahuenga Pass. It is freeway speeds or better. Southbound looking good as well. You don't slow down at Vermont. You slow down as you make that turn right there in the Silver Lake area, but it's still going to be a good drive on that 101 right now. As far as traffic incidents go, I can say got a lot of green out there on the map right now. It is definitely Friday light. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
All right, Stu, thank you very much. And now to this. President-elect Trump is set to take the oath of office on Monday, starting his second term.
And our Alex Michelson is there for all the action. He joins us live from Washington, D.C., from one busy week to another, Alex.
Indeed. Jen and Melvin, good morning to you. We are actually underground under the U.S. Capitol right now, just about a floor above us. Rehearsals are underway for the inauguration, and there's a busy day ahead on Capitol Hill. It's a busy time outside the Capitol and busy inside.
We're now ready to begin with the questioning portion for our witness.
The EPA is honoring our obligations. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Cabinet picks by President-elect Trump are getting their hearings before the U.S. Senate.
This spending is out of control.
As the snow comes down here, a fight is underway over funding for California's wildfire victims. Earlier this week, Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson told CNN's Manu Raju that federal aid to California could be conditional on California changing its progressive policies.
I think there should probably be conditions on that aid.
California Governor Gavin Newsom pushing back in this letter to Johnson and other GOP leaders, and in this interview with Brian Tyler Cohen.
You know, I hope it looks in his heart, the pain and suffering of the American people.
California's Adam Schiff with a similar message on the Senate floor.
Never in my time have I ever considered whether an area votes red or blue. When people need help, we get them help.
Here at the airport, we've run into several Southern Californians who have come east for the inauguration.
Politics aside, people lost their homes.
Lana Negretti is the mayor of Santa Monica. She'll meet with President Biden at the U.S. Conference of Mayors on Friday and is hopeful Trump will come through for our region.
The rest of the nation doesn't succeed if all of us don't succeed.
There are lots of fired-up local Trump supporters on the trip, including the Wells family from Torrance. What is it about Trump that you like?
His honesty.
He's got a sturdy chin. He's ready to do it for us.
Jesse Kabatak is from Santa Clarita.
Fiscally, he's helped me with, at least with my family.
Aaron Errol is from Long Beach.
He speaks the common man's language.
Century City's Ed Lewis is fired up about all of it.
He's the best thing that's come along to our country in eons. He took a bullet for us, and the Lord above is guiding him.
So I don't think he's undecided in terms of who he's voting for supporting. So these hallways are going to be busy today with people coming from around the country to physically pick up their inauguration tickets. If they come here today to do that, we'll show you some of that and talk to some of our local lawmakers throughout the morning right here on Good Day LA. For now, reporting live from Washington, I'm Alex Michelson. Jen and Melvin, back to you.
Yeah, that contingent from California there in D.C. All right, thank you, Alex. We'll, of course, be checking in with you all morning long on that.
And coming up, meantime, many people are slowly returning to a place that they call home. We'll have more information on the repopulation timeline for evacuation zones.
A lot of people want to get back in their homes
Yeah.
for sure. Plus, many describing the devastated areas as a war zone. There's really no other way to describe it. And we are getting a closer look at what the fire left behind when we come back. Welcome back. It is Friday morning. The sky is cleared, but the pain lingers. For days, Altadena was shrouded in smoke and loss, and now National Guard checkpoints are slowly opening to a new reality.
Residents return to their homes, or for some what remains, to face the scars left by the Eaton Fire. Gigi Graciette is live for us, where the journey home is just beginning for many folks. Good morning.
Melvin and Jen, some of the more fortunate folks whose businesses, whose homes are still standing have been allowed to return. But then there are those who have lost it all. We're on the 900 block of Mendocino, not far from Lake, not far from Norwich Village, just one of so many homes lost in this neighborhood. We're talking about entire blocks. You see there the staircase that once led to the front door of this home, according to an online picture, now leads to absolutely nothing but rubble. But take a look, because some evacuation orders in the Eaton Fire area have been lifted, and residents are returning to a new sense of normal. Many of them have lost friends. Many of them, their friends, have lost their homes. And there are those, again, who've lost everything. Even the local supermarket, the post office, they are gone. They're not being allowed to return because of the dangers. We're talking about the rubble, to the hazardous materials, to the hundreds and hundreds of crews that are still working in this area. And those who lost everything, well, they're now dealing with their insurance companies, those at least that are fortunate enough to have insurance. But there is some frustration we're starting to hear. Take a look. This is Altadena attorney Michelle Smythe, who coincidentally specializes in dealing with insurance companies. She also lost her home, along with several family members she has that lost theirs. She told us yesterday in an exclusive interview that she doesn't like what she's hearing from her neighbors.
I met with a lady yesterday whose insurance company is California Fair Plan, and she had not heard from her insurance company at all. She has a claim number. She doesn't know who her adjuster is, and so that's difficult for me to hear. I mean, that pulls at my heartstrings, right? So my goal is that all the insurance companies that are licensed in the state of California, they do the right thing. They pay what they're supposed to pay. Right now, every insured should have gotten at least 30% of their contents. They should have been given in advance to help them. You know, we're trying to live. We're trying to get hotels. We're trying to rent houses, and they need money. So we need help.
And we've been able to confirm with some homeowners who lost their homes that they have indeed received that 30% from other insurance companies. But we've also confirmed with some homeowners that are with the California Fair Plan that they've received nothing. You're looking at some of the rubble that is left, and one of the many reasons that people aren't being allowed into this area because it's so dangerous. But back to the insurance, we've confirmed with California Fair Plan, some of the homeowners who have policies with them, that they've submitted claims. They have a claim number, but no one in a week has reached out to them, and they're very, very worried. We also reached out to the California Fair Plan to get their comment on this, to find out what is happening on behalf of all these homeowners, and we have not heard back yet. Reporting live this morning in Altadena, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
Yeah, that's just adding to the confusion and the frustration with fire victims out there. Thank you, Gigi.
They're very worried.
Yeah,
they are
for
very
sure.
worried.
Absolutely. Well, everybody, there is progress this morning to share with you in the Palisades Fire Zone.
So Stephanie Ramirez from our sister station in Washington, D.C., been helping us out all week long with our fire coverage live in Brentwood with the latest on evacuations there. Stephanie, I know there's a lot of people who are anxious to get back into their homes. We haven't really heard much of a timeline yet, at least a week, we're being told, from people there.
Homes and businesses, yes, trying to get back into. Now, yes, some folks are being told it could be at least another week, especially by the Pacific Coastal Highway. There's a lot of equipment there, a lot of personnel based there that is fighting the fire and going throughout the area, assessing things. But in other areas like where we are in Brentwood, some of the evacuation order has been downgraded some. And so we expect, now that the curfew's been lifted, it's past 6 o'clock this morning, that we're going to see more cars here lining up for folks to get inside. Now, emotions are still very high, especially in dealing with the Palisades Fire. And I want to play for you some of that we heard last night at a community meeting in Westwood.
I came here to ask questions of you.
weren't able to protect a life, prevent a death, save your home, or save your business. So my apologies to all of you.
And that was the LA County Fire Chief, Anthony Maroney, not mincing words, and not that they've done anything wrong, but just apologizing for everyone, the fire department and the community going through such difficult times together. He also says this is the worst fire behavior he's seen in his 39 years on the job. Now, the latest update from CAL FIRE, the Palisades Fire is now at 31% contained. We did see a bump in just the few hours that we've been on air this morning. The medical examiner is now reporting 10 deaths in the Palisades Fire. Authorities with the Unified Command said more firefighters arrived yesterday, coming in from British Columbia, Mexico, and Israel. Those workers and the area firefighters here getting an applause by those in attendance at the community meeting for their round-the-clock work. And the chief also spoke more from the heart last night. Here's this.
We now no longer allow fire to propagate naturally. So when it occurs under 100-mile-an-hour winds, or 70-mile-an-hour winds, it is impossible for Chief Crowley's firefighters or for my firefighters to put that fire out. And this event was different. I've never seen fire behavior like that in 39 years. This incident is going to go down as the most destructive fire incident in the history of Los Angeles County. We would love to be able to stop it next time, but I don't want to lie to you. It's going to be very difficult unless we change a couple of important things.
All right, you're looking now at Sunset and Kenter. Want to let everyone know, if you do plan on going to one of the area checkpoints to make your way back in, authorities say to make sure you have some kind of proof of address to show you are where you are supposed to be. That's the very latest here from Brentwood. I'll send it back into you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
You know, and Chief Maroney said that he's never seen fire behavior ever like this. If you go out to those neighborhoods, I can tell you, you get that sense immediately. So what's it like driving through the heart of the destruction? People calling it a war zone. I got to see that firsthand earlier this week along PCH, the scale of the destruction, how violent the fires were. It bowls you over when you see it in person. It is appalling, Melvin. And now many of these neighborhoods have turned into a partial crime scene.
Yeah, Fox 11's Haley Winslow describes it as eerie. Driving around the Palisades, melted down multi-million-dollar mansions along Mother Nature's rather erratic path of destruction. The once buzzing coastal community with small-town charm overtaken by uncomfortable silence, interrupted by a home's still blaring fire alarm. Haley Winslow called some Ring doorbell cameras. Miriam Fisher answers.
Our house may be standing, and that's good, but it really doesn't make a difference because Palisades is just, it's more than the homes, you know, it's such a community that we are, you know, sad about and will miss. So the sense of loss is just so great. So even though our house is still standing, the amount of sadness that we feel for every single person in our community and the loss of that feeling, of the neighborhood feeling, is just immense.
Miriam also says that she and her family are grateful for everyone's support and for the firefighters and everyone who has been helping.
I mean, even if you are lucky enough to have your home spared by the fire, what are you coming back to? You're coming back to ruin in the neighborhoods. Like, the soul of that community has been ripped out by these fires.
And I think that that is the great, you know, piece of this that many people across Southern California are grappling with.
Yeah.
How do I move forward? What do I do? Where do I even begin?
Right.
To pick up the pieces. And I think, you know, there's a lot of grace upon grace. Internally for the individuals, for the situation. There's not a lot of things, there's not answers, right? People want answers. There's not a lot of things even to articulate, to say. People are, this is a heavy time.
Yeah.
This is a heavy time.
And all of that will come to them with time.
Yeah.
But it's going to take a lot of time.
Yeah.
Right?
It's going to take a while.
Yeah.
It's going to take a few years.
Yep.
And it'll start to look a little bit better for sure soon as they get everything under control. Oops, I just went over there without being told to go. Look at this. Do you see the difference in the weather though? Late yesterday, I felt a difference in the weather in that it wasn't quite as dry. First of all, the moisture started coming in because of the onshore flow and that shift in the winds. So we're definitely getting that onshore flow. The temperatures have cooled, and in fact, in the areas where the wind is not blowing at all, or very calm winds, parts of the Antelope Valley, ooh, it just got expired. It just went away. That sub-freezing temperature of near 25 degrees up in the Antelope Valley. So it's starting to get a little bit warmer. But here through parts of the San Fernando Valley, some of the temperatures are getting down to freezing in the low 30s. So bundle up as you head out the door. High pressure's weakening right now, allowing this onshore flow to come in and this marine layer to develop. So that is going to help mitigate fire danger just a little bit, and relative humidity values will increase as we get through this upcoming weekend. Next week, however, things will change as we get past the Martin Luther King holiday on Monday. We'll get a slight offshore flow returning. At this point, the models are pointing to some moderate winds coming back, not as strong as what we have been seeing, but just to know that when you get the offshore flow, we will get some slightly increased fire danger or elevated fire danger again. We'll go over that. I'll show you one of our computer models in just a few moments. In the meantime, let's check in with Stu, flying up in Sky Fox, watching the freeways, the traffic conditions, and the marine layer moving in. Stu, thank you. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Maria. That's going to be the 10 freeway that we're looking at right there. Skyfox right over the 605-10 interchange, and those headlights are going to be westbound. So from the Baldwin Park area all the way out to the Kellogg Hill. Take a look at that. It is moving. It's a lot of volume, but I'm telling you, that's freeway speeds, maybe even a little better, especially if it's westbound. If that's your drive, you're going to be there with a lot of your friends, but you're going to get to where you need to be on time. No problems on that 10 drive through the Baldwin Park area. Eastbound, wide open. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
All right, Sue, thank you. Well, many companies continue to support those impacted by the Southern California wildfires. We'll tell you about the event that's happening today that will help those folks in need.
A lot of love and a lot of help out there. Some of the biggest music acts are coming together also to raise funds for fire victims. We're going to have details on the Fire Aid benefit concert when we come back.
back, everybody. 6:25 here on a Friday morning. Food for Less and Ralph's, both part of Kroger's, are coming together to help those affected by the wildfires.
They're going to be hosting a food and water distribution and resource event today, so people can pick up essential supplies, get health screenings, and receive small business support. This is what you need to do. Okay, so today you go to the Food for Less parking lot in Pasadena. That's at 1329 North Lake Avenue. It's close to the Pasadena Convention Center, which is housing evacuees. So that starts at 10:30 this morning and goes really until supplies last.
Coming up, everybody, as a ban on TikTok gets closer, it may not be gone just yet.
Yeah, there's a lot of complexities there, and coming up, we have a look at what is still to come for the social media app. 6:26. Keep it here. All right, welcome back. 6:30 on this Friday morning. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Jen Lombers.
I'm Melvin Robert. Crews continue to improve containment on the Southern California wildfires as the winds begin to die down.
And that is some good news,
yes.
Finally working in our favor. Let's get over to Maria for a check on that. And our forecast, good morning.
Good morning, you guys, on this Friday. And some good news on, well, at the start of this upcoming holiday weekend, at least the winds have really backed down. In fact, we've changed directions and things are going to be cooler as a result of the onshore flow returning. I'm even seeing some clouds there, some patchy cloud cover, and that's the marine layer, indicative of the changing winds and the onshore flow. This is bringing in a much cooler air mass, so it is going to be quite chilly today. By our standards anyway. 62 degrees is what we're expecting, down from yesterday's 69. Some of the coldest temperatures of the year, of course, in the season, expected today. 68 is the average, so we're going to run below that. The sun will be up at 6:58, and it will set later at 5:09. Just a quick look at our calendar month here of January. 63 was the coolest I could find that first Saturday of the month. So after a string of days and the offshore flow and warmer temperatures, today you will grab that jacket, I'm sure, before you head out the door. Highs at 2:30 will be 61 in Boyle Heights, 60 in Pasadena. That's it. So barely out of the 50s. Only 54 in Malibu, 55 in Long Beach, to that 41 in Big Bear Lake. The rest of my forecast coming up just a few moments. In the meantime, let's check in on the traffic conditions. We've got Stu and the crew flying up in Sky Fox, watching our freeways. And yeah, I think I see clouds, Stu. Good morning.
Good morning, Maria. Good morning, everybody. Panoramic sunrise. That'll be here in a moment. Got some clouds out there, and we're looking way out in the distance. That's going to be the San Bernardino Forest out there on that mountain. Let's take a look at the 60. We got the panoramic. Now we got the drive. You're going to take a look at that 60 freeway through the Hacienda Heights area. Those headlights, those are going to be westbound from the 57 to the 605. No problems at all. And I can actually just say ditto for the eastbound as well. It's going to be a good drive on the 60. Definitely Friday light. Get to where you need to be on time. Hang out with us for just a little bit longer. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
Okay, Stu, thank you. So the search for the missing continues in the Eaton Fire area.
Let's get to Mario Ramirez, who's live for us in Altadena with more on these heartbreaking stories. Hey there, man. Good morning.
Good morning, and we're learning most of the missing, according to the Sheriff's Department, elderly, longtime residents here in the Altadena area. And the concern is that there still could be human remains among some of the rubble here in these destroyed properties. And the LA County Sheriff's Department has now released the identities of some of the missing, asking for the public's help. Take a look. Stacy Elizabeth Darden, last seen on the 2000 block of North Marengo Avenue on January 8th, reported missing by family members. Kimberly Dale Winiecki, last seen on the 100 block of East Las Flores Drive on January 7th, and Friedley Meva Wheatley, diagnosed with dementia, last in contact with family on the 80 block of West Mariposa Street. The Sheriff's Department, the Homicide Bureau, is reporting at least 17 people are what they call still at risk missing. Urban search and rescue firefighters from across the region, they've been sifting through properties looking for fire victims and using cadaver dogs to point them out to possible human remains. So far, 16 people have died in the Eaton Fire Zone. And when I asked Sheriff Robert Luna about the circumstances and whether or not first responders were able to get to them, this is what he said.
I heard firsthand their stories of how they put their lives at risk to save other people. I am hoping we were able to save as many people as we could, but as the days go on, we will get more details about what happened.
And as some residents are being allowed to repopulate the evacuation zone south of Canyon Crest Road and west of Lincoln Avenue, areas are still being held by officials because they believe there may be human remains in the rubble. Today, assessment teams will continue to tally up the damage. At least 7,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed, and the Sheriff's Department says nearly 9,000 inspections have been conducted by those urban search and rescue teams from all over, and that effort will continue today. For now, live in Altadena, I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
All right, Mario, thank you very much. Appreciate you for being out there for us. Well, everybody, heavy hearts and silent hopes have filled Altadena for days now.
And, you know, this morning, the weight, you can feel it, the weight of uncertainty, right? It kind of shifts as some residents are now getting to return back to their neighborhoods. But these neighborhoods are a place that has been forever changed. Gigi Graciette is live where loss and the rebuilding process are meeting together. Good morning.
Good morning. There are the lucky ones, the fortunate ones, Jen and Melvin, those who still have homes and businesses to return to. But then there are the folks who are not being allowed in, folks like the owner or resident of this home. We're on the 900 block of East Mendocino, not far from Norwick Village, just down the street. And there is so much loss on block after block after block. It's just so symbolic looking at that staircase right there, a staircase that leads to absolutely nothing right now but rubble, metal, ash, just destruction. And I'm sure when at one point led to someone's home. Let's talk about the folks, though, who have been allowed to return. Take a look. Some evacuation orders have been lifted in the Eaton Fire area. Again, the lucky ones whose homes are still standing today, trying to find a new sense of normal. But then there are the ones, like we mentioned, that can't return because everything is gone. They are starting to work with their insurance companies. Most likely they've already filed their claims, but there is some frustration in the neighborhood. Take a look. This is attorney in Altadena, Michelle Smythe. She specializes in dealing with insurance agencies and, coincidentally, ironically, now is dealing with her own claim. She lost her home. Her family members have lost homes. And she met with neighbors, and what she's starting to hear about a certain insurance plan, she says, is very disturbing.
I met with a lady yesterday whose insurance company is California Fair Plan, and she had not heard from her insurance company at all. She has a claim number. She doesn't know who her adjuster is, and so that's difficult for me to hear. I mean, that pulls at my heartstrings, right? So my goal is that all the insurance companies that are licensed in the state of California, they do the right thing. They pay what they're supposed to pay. Right now, every insured should have gotten at least 30% of their contents. They should have been given in advance to help them. You know, we're trying to live. We're trying to get hotels. We're trying to rent houses, and they need money. So we need help.
Now, I've been able to confirm with a homeowner who has a different insurance plan that she has received 30% of the value of the contents that were insured already to help with immediate needs. But I've also been able to confirm with homeowners that have the California Fair Plan, and they're telling me they filed a claim, they've got a claim number, but absolutely nobody, not the adjuster, not the insurer, has reached out to them, and they tell me, we're really worried. Now, we've reached out to the California Fair Plan to ask them what's going on, and they have not gotten back to us. But, of course, Fox 11 and Good Day LA, we're going to keep on it. We want to talk to them. We want to find out, because a lot of the folks that live on these blocks are senior citizens. We know of one couple, 91 years old. His wife is 85. They've lost everything, and they have the California Fair Plan, and they tell us they're very, very worried because nobody has contacted them, and they haven't gotten a cent to help with immediate needs. Reporting live in Altadena, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
You don't want to feel like you're getting forgotten out there, you know, or that you're being overlooked in some way, which is why, Gigi, thank you for, you know, continuing this coverage for us. We're going to stay on it, of course.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Well, some people living in the Palisades Fire Zone have been allowed to return back home.
Yeah, so Stephanie Ramirez from our sister station in Washington, D.C. is live now in Brentwood with the latest on the evacuations there. Some people are being allowed to return.
Yeah, we are hearing some good news this morning. Also still some frustrations because there are some others being told they can't return for another week, especially by PCH, right? There's a lot of heavy fire and National Guard equipment stationed there. They're also still assessing the land, trying to bring back those utilities, and also going over just more of the investigation as to what happened here. Now, where we are in Brentwood this morning, I can tell you we're not seeing too many vehicles go into the checkpoint behind us at Sunset and Kenter. But now that the curfew's been lifted, we are expecting to see more people go through, finally getting a chance to get back to their home or business. Today marking 10 days since the start of the Palisades Fire, and emotions are still running high from residents to authorities.
Extremely, extremely hard for me to look you in the eye, knowing that, quite honestly, I feel like I failed you to some respect.
Now, that was some of the raw feelings shared last night at a Palisades Fire community meeting held in Westwood. We also did hear authorities say they've gotten through about 50% of the assessments, but just because a road is opened or reopened, that doesn't mean the home has been assessed. Officials still asking for patience there. This morning, CAL FIRE is showing some more progress on the fire front. They're now about 31% contained there with the fire. The medical examiner is also reporting now 10 deaths in the Palisades Fire. Do want to warn everyone, if you do plan on going into an area that is no longer under evacuation order and you can get to your property, just be sure to be prepared to show proof of address. And also there is a tap water warning here, not to use the tap water in the Pacific Palisades community. That is to cook, to drink, or to prepare your food as well. I'll send it back into you all.
All right, Stephanie, thank you very much. These are the things. I mean,
that's right.
Yeah.
These are this tragedy has many tentacles, right? In a lot of different neighborhoods.
I mean, from
outside the fire zone.
Water to mail,
yeah,
access to streets. I mean, there's so many things in a situation like this.
Yeah, power's not up
the
for
power,
everyone.
yeah.
Right.
It's not for everyone yet. So you may be allowed to go in that particular neighborhood or that block, but utilities are still not up and running for everyone. So you do want to keep that in mind as you make your plans to either go back or stay at your temporary housing. Right now, we're looking at some great weather conditions for us, much cooler. In fact, the whole nation looking at an Arctic blast coming down from Canada. Temperatures currently pretty chilly. Bismarck, 28 degrees, 32 in Minneapolis, 43 in Norman, Oklahoma. Look at all the way down to the Gulf Coast. Temperatures in the 40s at this hour. It is going to be a pleasant holiday weekend on tap for us, though, so that's something we can look forward to. Monday is a holiday, so a lot of you may not have work or school for the kids. The marine layer is back today, and that is going to increase the relative humidity value as that onshore flow brings back some of that cloud cover, a little bit of moisture. It's going to be cold, though, during the overnight hours and then cool during the afternoon. In fact, today will likely be the coolest day of the month so far in the season. The winds, though, will return out of the northeast as we get to next week, late Monday night into Tuesday. But in the meantime, right now, the onshore flow, we love it, is with us. Temperatures, as we look ahead to the afternoon, from the 40s this morning in a lot of spots to about 60 in Pasadena, 61 in San Bernardino, Big Bear 41, 60 degrees in Simi Valley. That's it, 55 in Long Beach and in Huntington Beach. All right, let's go back to Stu up in Sky Fox. Stu, maybe you've got your, you've got the view on a crash here, Stu. What happened?
Hey, good morning, Maria. This is a new one. This is happening in the Diamond Bar area, northbound 57 freeway. See it right there, a big rig and a car involved. Now, that's taking away 3 lanes. That's going to be the carpool, the number 1, and the number 2. Not going to be available to you. Take a look at this. Now, first responders still making their way out here. This is going to be the northbound 57. Usually, this is the good one. This is the one that's always wide open. You can see some of those fire trucks still making their way through that backup. You're on the brakes from about Pathfinder right now, but like I said, this is a new crash, and the backup is still continuing to build. Northbound 57, if this is part of your drive this morning, definitely give yourself a little extra time. This traffic report brought to us by Morgan & Morgan, and I know they've got some other traffic hotspots.
This is Eric. When he got injured in a car accident, he called Morgan & Morgan. So yeah, you don't just get some lawyer. You get an army. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Welcome back, everybody. 6:46 here on a Friday morning. So TikTok could learn its fate before the Supreme Court today.
Yeah, so justices are considering whether to uphold a ban on the Chinese-owned social media app that is set to go into effect this weekend. Doug Luzada reports from Washington with more. What do you think the likelihood is that we're going to get a decision before Sunday?
Well, it seems likely. You know, it's always tough to predict what the Supreme Court's going to do, but we should see opinions start to come out in about 15 minutes or so. And we know this is something they've been considering. But the bigger issue for TikTok may be what President-elect Trump intends to do.
TikTok goes away, everything that we've built together will also go away.
In recent hours, TikTok has been lobbying hard, showcasing stories from its users here in the U.S., all while we wait for the U.S. Supreme Court to have its say.
In no way should we have TikTok go dark on Sunday.
Some Democrats in Congress are also lobbying hard for TikTok's survival, setting aside the fact that it was Congress and the Biden administration that ushered in the ban, requiring the sale of the Chinese-owned app over privacy and national security concerns.
TikTok's owners had plenty of time to find a buyer, and there were plenty of willing buyers as well. Instead, TikTok whined, lied, complained, sued, and lobbied. Oh, how they lobbied.
The president is now on TikTok. But this also doesn't hew exactly to party lines, with President-elect Trump reversing course and now supporting the app, crediting it for his successful outreach to young voters. And with reports this morning that President Biden does not intend to enforce the ban before he leaves office, Trump's incoming national security advisor says the next administration may be on the same page.
We will put measures in place to keep TikTok from going dark. In the legislation allows for an extension as long as a viable deal is on the table.
And TikTok will continue to make sure it has Trump's ear from the get-go. The company's CEO, Xiao Chu, will be attending Trump's inauguration on Monday.
Okay, so that gives you an idea of how the wind may be blowing around here. Now, we'll see whether TikTok survives Supreme Court scrutiny. You know, based on the tone of the oral arguments, it seems as though justices are likely to uphold the ban, but that doesn't necessarily mean that TikTok is going away on Sunday. Jen and Mel.
All of this is just confusing to me because for as harsh as Trump has been when it comes to especially China, the fact that now he's reversed course and is in support of it, and then on top of that, you're inviting the CEO of TikTok to be at your inauguration is baffling to me.
You know, this may be a situation where people are kind of voting with their thumbs. The extent of the size of the user base of TikTok in this country is just almost unbelievable.
Right.
Again, the president-elect thinks that he got some good results through the election, and that may have a big impact here on his decision.
There is power in that. All right, thank you, Doug.
Thanks, Doug. Thank you.
People were saying the end of TikTok would be like graduation from high school, where you're saying, hey, like, we should try to keep in touch somehow. Right. You say. But there
are other platforms.
Yeah.
I mean, right? We have Instagram.
Well, we've had to say goodbye to Vine. We've said goodbye to MySpace in a lot of ways. You know, us millennials have been through it.
Yes, we really have. We've been through many social media platforms.
Oh, boy.
There will always be another one that crops up somehow.
There will always be. People are talking about another one called Red Note. Have you heard of that?
I have heard of it, but I don't know anything about it.
There's a blue one.
Blue Sky and Red Note.
Yeah, I heard about the blue one.
You heard about the blue one. It's Friday.
Yes.
We have made it to Friday.
Yes, we have. We have been, been
Army
crawling to Friday.
So many. And so many people have lost so much in the past week. We're going to talk to one pastor who has advice on how those folks can keep the faith during these most difficult times. You know, if you're struggling with that, maybe you want to tune in to hear what he has to say. And one 90-year-old grandmother who lost everything she had in the fires is going viral for the wisdom that she shared in light of the tragedy. We'll tell you what she said. Plus, too many animals have nowhere to go as a result of these fires. We're going to talk to one group whose pure mission is to reunite them with their owners. And, you know, I want to, spoiler alert, say that thanks to Pasadena Humane Society, they were able to reunite a dog with his owner recently. This dog was famous in the neighborhood, and their picture went viral. And that reuniting, it just warms my heart.
What about those puppies that you profiled yesterday?
That's right. I don't know if you were watching early this morning or were yesterday, but there are 6 puppies right now. They're lab husky mixed puppies. They're 2 months old.
They're real cute.
They were left behind in an evacuation area near the Eaton Fire and covered in ash and dirt, and they are looking for a home. You can go to my Instagram to see pictures of them, or go to Mayday Rescue's Instagram. They need 6 homes. Or, hey, if you want to take 2,
you could do that. They are siblings.
There you go.
They can get 3 homes. Yeah.
Love it. It's good
All right.
stuff. Thank you.
Those faces are so cute.
I know.
So cute.
I know.
I
So
know.
love seeing those faces and getting reunited back with their people, you know, their family. All right. Well, good morning to you. I do have some good news in terms of our weather and the winds. The winds have definitely shifted and it's changed direction. It's more of an onshore flow, so we're getting that cooler air mass. And where the wind is not blowing, it has been quite cold. The freeze or frost advisory that was in effect for a large part of the valley was allowed to expire. This one is still holding on till about 9 a.m. with those sub-freezing temperatures. The wind's mostly calm in a lot of areas, a little gusty through parts of the high desert areas, but otherwise 5, 6, maybe even 10 miles an hour. But otherwise, really, the different direction is making a huge difference, and we're feeling it. We're not expecting any organized storms to head our way, so we will take the marine layer and the moisture that comes with it, because it does help to mitigate fire danger. Here we go, 62 for downtown LA today. That's going to be the coolest of the month if we get that. And then we'll slowly edge closer to average, but still staying below average through the MLK holiday. And then next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, we could see a return of that gustier offshore flow. I would say moderate in strength right now, according to the computer models. We'll keep you posted as we get closer. In the meantime, chilly up in the mountains eventually. 46 degrees there, 62 in Lancaster. All right, let's head back up to Stu up in Skyfox, see what the traffic is looking now at this hour, and get an update on this crash. Hey, Stu, what's going on now?
Hey, Maria, good morning. Now, if the 57s you're driving, and northbound especially, you've got to take a look at this. Now, this is a newer crash. Pretty much just happened. The first responders just drove away. There was an injury. The driver of that little white vehicle, that person was taken away in the ambulance. Excuse me, my voice is going away as well. Now, this is going to be on the northbound 57 right before the 60. Let's take a look at what it's doing to the drive. You are on the brakes from before Pathfinder, and this is the northbound 57. This is usually the one that does not have any kind of slowing. This morning, if this is your drive, definitely give yourself a little extra time. Southbound looking good here, but you know for a fact by the time you get over to that 91, you're going to be on the brakes. So give yourself a little extra time either direction if you're taking that 57 this morning through the Diamond Bar area. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
All right, Stu, thank you very much. Well, everybody, it is a difficult time for wildfire victims, as we know, as they continue to figure out what's next.
Of course. And coming up, we're going to tell you where you can donate your time, your money, and your stuff to those in need. Keep it here.
Well, some of music's biggest stars are coming together for Fire Aid.
They all want to lend a helping hand. So on Thursday, January 30th, the Intuit Dome and the Kia Forum will host a massive benefit concert to support wildlife recovery. Dave Matthews and John Mayer will perform together for the first time. The lineup also includes Billie Eilish, Green Day, Lady Gaga, and Stevie Nicks. Tickets go on sale on Wednesday, January 22nd at noon on Ticketmaster. We'll be right back. 7 o'clock hour is coming up. As the search continues for dozens of people who are still missing in the fires this morning, we're learning their names and we're seeing their faces. With that, good morning and welcome to Good Day LA at 7 o'clock. I'm Jen Lammers.
And I'm Melvin Robert.
All right, so flames swallowed homes, lives, and dreams without mercy as the Eaton Fire swept through Altadena.
And now those who once called this place home are taking their first steps back into its charred remains. Gigi Gracia is live for us with the latest. Good morning.
Melvin and Jen, with some evacuation orders lifted, some folks have been able to return, those folks that still have homes standing. But the people who don't have homes or businesses, they're still being kept out. Take a look behind me. This once was the Princeton Montessori Academy. That was the school building right there. And if photographer Brian Shop hands over, you can see the playground area, the play set melted into The metal, the rubble, the ash, there is nothing left of the local Montessori Princeton Academy. How many kids, how many parents will that affect? It is just part of the ongoing toll of damage. Almost 7,000 structures destroyed, and the count is not final yet. But take a look, because I did mention some folks are being allowed to return as some evacuation orders are lifted. They are the lucky ones whose homes are still standing. They're trying now to find a sense of new normal because so many of their neighbors have lost their homes, their friends, the local grocery store, the post office, the vegan cafe, the pizzeria. It is all gone. And so many are still not allowed to return because it simply is too unsafe, from the rubble to the hazardous materials to the hundreds and hundreds of crews still working here in the Altadena area. Now, those who lost everything and those who have damage, they're dealing with their insurance companies. And I want you to meet Michelle Smythe. She's lived in Altadena for years. She's an attorney who specializes in dealing with insurance companies, and she's dealing with them herself because she has now lost her home along with several of her family members losing theirs. She's met with neighbors, she's met with folks here in the community, and there's one thing she's been hearing that she doesn't like.
I met with a lady yesterday whose insurance company is California Fire Plan, and she had not heard from her insurance company at all. She has a claim number, she doesn't know who her adjuster is, and so that's difficult for me to hear. I mean, that pulls at my heartstrings, right? So my goal is that all the insurance companies that are licensed in the state of California, they do the right thing. They pay what they're supposed to pay. Right now, every insured should have gotten at least 30% of their contents. They should have been given in advance to help them. You know, we're trying to live. We're trying to get hotels. We're trying to rent houses, and they need money. So we need help.
Now, I have been able to confirm with a family insured with the California Fire Plan that they filed a claim over a week ago and have yet to hear anything from anyone at the California Fire Plan. We did reach out to them, and in a written response about why homeowners haven't heard from anyone, the California Fire Plan said, in part, the Fire Plan, primarily a catastrophe insurer, is prepared and actively serving customers who have made claims. The Fire Plan has payment mechanisms in place to ensure all covered claims are paid. After a claim is received by the Fire Plan, an adjuster will contact the insured as soon as possible. We are reaching out to policyholders in the order in which claims were received. The California Fire Plan is bringing on additional staff to help process claims, and we are hearing that they are overwhelmed. And of course, the folks that are insured with them, they tell us they're extremely worried. Meanwhile, other people we've spoken to, other homeowners with other insurance plans, tell us they've already received a partial payment from their insurance companies, that 30% of the insured contents that attorney Michelle Smythe was talking about. You're looking live at what once was somebody's home and just the devastation here on Mendocino off of Lake. I'm going to leave you with that live shot. Photographer Brian Shaw and I were live this morning in Altadena at the Eaton Fire area. We'll send it back to you.
All right, just one of so many homes in that area. Thank you, Gigi. All right, Maria.
Get a little bit of a break, a little bit of a reprieve today and into the holiday weekend that's coming up. We do have MLK Day on Monday, and we'll get a chance to at least take in that Mother Nature is going to help us out a little bit. We do have less critical fire weather conditions, which is a good thing. We've got an onshore flow right now. The winds have really calmed down. Temperatures, though, are chilly, especially in the areas where the wind is calm. That is just allowing what little heat we did get yesterday to radiate up into the atmosphere, and so that is why it is a chilly start to our Friday. Very calm winds here in parts of the Inland Empire. That drive up to Big Bear may be a little breezy, but nothing of concern. 21 degrees there currently in Big Bear, 38 in Apple Valley, 46 in Lancaster, 31 in Santa Clarita. Downtown LA, look at that, just 45 degrees. Burbank 43. It's in the 30s in Camarillo right now, which is where we've got the freeze warning that's in effect, and we've got some frost advisories for freezing and sub-freezing temperatures anywhere from 20, 25 degrees to about 32 degrees here in parts of Thousand Oaks and into a portion of the the Santa Clarita Valley area. So bundle up. That's the bottom line as you head out the door. We do have some chilly temperatures. You might want to keep that sweatshirt or hoodie on all day. Highs today will be the coldest of the season, 62 degrees. That is the high temperature today for downtown. So that's below the average of 68. Upper 50s at the coast, low 60s in the valleys. Up in the mountains, eventually 46, 61 in the high desert, to only in the upper 60s in the Coachella Valley. Let's check back in now with Stu and see how that drive is before you walk out that door. We've got some traffic conditions, of course, but there's a gorgeous sunrise. That sun just came up. Stu, thanks for that.
Hey, good morning, Maria. That's right. We watch that sun creep over those clouds out there to the east. That's where it usually rises. Let's take a look at some of the drive. There's going to be that 57. Now, we're on the opposite side of it. If you weren't listening earlier on, I'm going to update you now. There's a crash on the northbound 57 out by Diamond Bar right before the 60. It's creating a lot of slowing. You got the carpool, the 1 and 2 lane taken away. That's where you cannot drive this morning, and it is creating a lot of backup. Now, that's on the northbound, so you're going to start hitting the brakes well before Pathfinder. Southbound, I'm showing it to you right there. That's the 57 by the 91. Looking really good, but for some reason you're on the brakes right there by Nutwood. Got a little bit of a backup out there, but for most part, southbound drive looking Friday light. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
All right, Stu, thank you very much. Now we're going to get to Alex, who's standing by for us in Washington with some breaking news on TikTok. Good morning.
Good morning, Melvin and Jen. Right behind us is the Capitol, and a few feet away from there is the United States Supreme Court. And major breaking news from them just within the last few minutes. The Supreme Court upholding the ban on TikTok, saying that the law passed by Congress in this building to ban TikTok, if it is not divested from its Chinese owners, can go forward. That ban is supposed to go forward on Sunday night, which happens to be the last day of the Biden administration. Donald Trump taking the oath of office on Monday at noon. Joe Biden saying yesterday that he is not going to enforce that ban, at least on his last day in office, and he's basically giving this issue over to Donald Trump. Years ago, Donald Trump was very much against TikTok. During the campaign, Donald Trump was in favor of TikTok. We know a lot of Republican allies here on the Hill are against TikTok. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens for an app that so many people use in America. One could argue maybe the most addictive app in the history of apps. Meanwhile, also happening here on Capitol Hill today, we want to take a live picture of all these different Senate confirmation hearings that are happening. Right there is the senator from Connecticut, Richard Blumenthal. We are seeing different members potentially of Trump's cabinet on the Hill, including, you see right there, Kristi Noem, who is the governor of South Dakota, who is the nominee to be the Secretary of Homeland Security. She's talking about that now. There's a lot of different hearings happening at the same time. Also happening right now, preparations for the inauguration. We've got some video of some of the security that's underway. There are rehearsals underway. Thousands, potentially 1 million people coming here to D.C. for this inauguration. Will be much more celebratory than 4 years ago when we were in the middle of the pandemic and most people were not allowed to even stand outside. This time sort of back to a traditional inauguration, although it will be pretty cold. And as we come out here live to show you where we are in what's called the Rotunda, the Cannon Rotunda. It's really beautiful, picturesque spot here. This is where a lot of reporters will do their live shots. You've seen this over the years, a lot of members who are interviewed here. And so that's where we've come to do our live reporting this morning. And I got to admit, this place is very confusing and you can get lost and go in the wrong place. And there is an inauguration rehearsal underway. And I was walking and I turned the wrong way and literally started to walk into the rehearsal and almost walked out like I was the next president. They're all like, who is this guy? Turn around, turn around. So I can tell you, the platform looks great, and it's a great view that they're going to have out there right behind us.
Just follow the cameras, Alex. Just keep with your crew, right? Yeah. That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you one thing actually about TikTok. So Trump, as you mentioned, has said that he does not support the ban. So what is within his power to do about it once he, gets into office?
I think there are different lawyers will tell you different things. There's been a conversation about potentially having an executive order to allow it to go forward. Is that legal? Is that enough if Congress did it? I mean, he's also in charge of the executive branch, which is in charge of enforcing the laws, so they could also potentially just not enforce it, which is what Biden's doing. But there's going to be a lot of pressure on him on both sides. And there are a lot of Republican members who believe that TikTok is spyware from the Chinese government and a legitimate national security threat. That bill to ban TikTok passed overwhelmingly, but now that it's actually here, it's creating a lot of problems potentially for both administrations, which might be why Joe Biden is sort of treating it like a political hot potato and says, this is your problem to deal with.
That's right. That he's just gonna punt it for now. Okay, thank you, Alex. Thank you for your reporting out there. We'll check back in with you later on this morning.
All right, and still ahead, we've got some remarkable words of wisdom from a 90-year-old grandmother who lost everything in the wildfires.
You know, some people have been allowed to return home in some of these fire zones, and more could return today, but they're coming back to a new reality. We're live in Pacific Palisades with that story. Keep it here. (7:15), welcome back. An LA Sheriff's Department has released the names and the pictures of 12 of the missing people in the wildfires. They include 53-year-old Stacy Elizabeth Darden. She last had contact with her family on the 8th. Darden's last known location was on the 2000 block of North Marengo Avenue.
Also missing, Kimberly Dale Winnecke. The 77-year-old was last heard from on January 7th, the day that the fire started. She lives on the 100 block of East Las Flores Drive and was likely displaced by the fire. Winnecke is 5'4", weighs 160 pounds. She has gray hair and blue eyes.
93-year-old Freely Meva Wheatley is also missing. Her last known whereabouts are near the 80 block of West Mariposa Street. Wheatley is 5'8", weighs 130 pounds. She has brown hair and brown eyes. And there is still plenty of work to do in the Palisades fire zone, but the steady progress has allowed some residents to come back home.
That's right. Stephanie Ramirez from our sister station in Washington, D.C. is live for us in Brentwood with more on the evacuations. Stephanie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Some folks are being allowed back into their homes this morning, but we are live now with Mitra. Thank you for joining us. You told us you work with you work at one of the homes inside the perimeter here. Tell me your experience trying to get in.
So we've been trying to start the projects, and obviously this tragedy happened, and we can't get into the property to see if it's damaged, if it's okay. I mean, we know that it's standing, but we want to see what needs to happen on the property and just trying to get back to work and make it happen.
You told me you've been trying for a few days, too.
We've been trying for the last 7 days, and we've not been able to get in. And the homeowner does not live here. They're out of state, and it's just a understandable but frustrating situation for the people that do want to work.
What were you told when you went up to speak with the officers?
That they don't have any information as to when we would have access. It looks like it's going to be several weeks. If the owner is physically here, then they're allowed to be. Then they are allowed to go in.
Okay, but you doing contract work, you weren't able to go in?
Not at all.
You know, this has been frustrating. How bad is it for those involved?
It's pretty bad. I mean, there's one situation where it's a tragedy for the homeowners and what they've gone through, but it also puts the rest of us out of work because we cannot work if we're in the areas, if we're in the areas that got hit. I've been in the Palisades for 25 years, and a lot of my projects are here, and I can't put any of my guys to work right now. So it's hitting us hard.
I'm so sorry. Really thank you for sharing your experience with us here on Fox 11. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
We're going to give everyone here a look back. Thank you again, Mitra. Guys, we're over at Sunset and Kenter, right, where there is a checkpoint here. Now, we did hear a woman just previously yelling to an officer saying, hey, I have an address inside the checkpoint. And the officer, just so you guys know, was directing that driver to go on Sunset toward the 405 and then turn around to make their way down so they can show proof of address if they have a home in here. So we know some of the evacuation order areas have been downgraded, but as you just heard, some folks are still not able to get in, contractors especially. And then some areas, they're also told they may not be able to get back to their homes, whether they're a homeowner or not, for maybe another week. Now, this morning on the Palisades Fire front, the CAL FIRE website is saying that they are now at around 31% contained with that fire. The medical examiner's office now accounting for 10 people killed. Nearly 24,000 acres burned, over 4,000 structures destroyed or damaged. The Unified Command team did say that they've gotten through about half of the assessments on the ground, but they do warn just because a road is open, that doesn't mean the homes have been assessed. Authorities are still asking for patience there. Today, marking 10 days since the start of the Palisades fire, and emotions are still very high. We heard some of that from both residents and authorities at a community meeting last night. County Fire Chief apologizing that everyone is going through this tragedy together. He was also speaking honestly, saying that he's not able to really say that they'd be able to prevent a fire like this again unless things were to change. The fire chief saying that that includes making fire-wise communities in the future. If you do come through here, make sure you show your proof of address if you're trying to get through, guys. That's the very latest here in the Brentwood neighborhood. I'll send it back into you.
That's 10 days of people not knowing what the heck they're going to be coming back to.
That's right.
And I know that at a press conference yesterday, the EPA said that they're going to be taking out, starting yesterday, I believe, hazardous materials from some of these homes. So hopefully that will aid in speeding up the process and giving these people some answers.
I mean, that's one of the things they've really hit on in these press conferences is the fact that they understand that people do want to get back home, but it is still very much an active fire area with regard to, you know, debris in the streets, and they're trying to recover potential bodies and otherwise. Although when you're a homeowner and you're just trying to get your home, you don't want to hear all that.
Little consolation.
I mean, you know, that's also the reality too. You just want to go check on your structure, and you want to understand why there's not a better system in place. So I mean, it's just tough.
Yeah, you understand both sides of it, really.
Yeah.
Okay, so still ahead, the Supreme Court, we just found this out, has upheld the federal law banning TikTok. We're going to have more on their decision and what it could mean going forward.
We'll be back.
Welcome back. So this nearly 90-year-old grandmother has gained social media fame after she lost her home to the Eaton Fire, but she is maintaining a positive attitude. Take a look.
Oh, I'm going to be changing my life and simplifying it because I don't need all this stuff. I know it's not important. And so I'm going to think about what I buy, what I eat, everything will be thought out. I don't mean I'm not going to have fun and enjoy myself, but I'm just not going to just go buy stuff, and I'm going to think about it a lot.
So that is Ruth Judkins, and her simple words of wisdom have struck a chord on social media, where her granddaughter's Instagram video has racked up over 3 million views and thousands of comments. Ruth says she evacuated as soon as she got an alert. However, she regrets not grabbing a few irreplaceable items.
I just was so confident that it was going to be resolved. I would have grabbed one wall of irreplaceable photos. That's all I would have grabbed, and my recipe box.
Right. Ruth says she was brought up in the 1950s and was taught that while you need money to survive, money doesn't make you happy. A GoFundMe page has been set up for Ruth.
Still ahead this morning, fire victims are getting some extra help at Santa Monica College. Bob DeCastro is going to bring us a live report when we come right back. Stay with us.
welcome back to you. I'm meteorologist Maria Pouban. Watching this windsock here. We love this shot. This is our live camera in Long Beach, and the windsock is definitely facing in that direction, getting that air from the ocean, so it's definitely an onshore flow. Beautiful shot. We've got some clouds there in the marine layer, but you know what? The Queen Mary's solo today. Usually there's a Carnival cruise ship there getting ready to head back out to sea, and we're not seeing one. Do you know why there isn't one there today? I'd like to know why. I don't know why, actually. I'm legitimately asking the question, so if you know the answer, just hit me up on social, on Instagram or whatever, and let me know. I'm curious. High pressure, still in control of the weather, but it is much weaker. We're not getting that onshore flow, or offshore flow rather, but we are getting that sea breeze, and the onshore flow in the marine layer is back. So we like it, we're feeling the difference, and we're seeing it as well when we're seeing those patchy clouds. We will get plenty of sunshine today, but daytime highs will be slightly below the average as that cooler air mass moves in. We're going to enjoy this very calm weather as we get into the rest of the holiday weekend, but as we look ahead to next week, I would say late Monday night into Tuesday, we'll start to shift those winds again back from that northeasterly direction. So we'll get another round of Santa Ana winds. However, that being said, computer models are pointing to more of a moderate Santa Ana wind event. So hopefully fire weather will not be so elevated this time. But in the meantime, looking at our calendar of January, we've had several days of above average temperatures, 11 days so far. A lot of that largely due to the offshore flow and the compressional warming that happens as a result of getting those winds out of the northeast. 69 was the high yesterday. Today, just 62. That's it, below the average of 68. Our sun will set at 5:09 later this afternoon. Here's our timeline as we start with those temperatures in the 30s and 40s. We'll fast forward to about 2 p.m. 60 in Boyle Heights, same for Pasadena. That's it. 61 in San Bernardino and Buena Park. Look at the 50s. 54 in Malibu, 55 in Long Beach, to that 55 in Huntington Beach, 60 in Hemet, to the warm spot today, but barely out of the 60s, 71 in Palm Desert. I'll show you the extended outlook, and we'll talk more about the upcoming winds for next week in just a few moments. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. Now to our news here at 7:31. So if you want to help fire victims, we've got a great opportunity to share with you. Santa Monica College needs volunteers to handle all of the donations that people have dropped off this week.
Yeah, they need help sorting through everything, right, and organizing it all. Bob DeCastro is live on the main campus to tell us all about it. Good morning.
Good morning. The Santa Monica College Foundation, along with the Westside Food Bank, asked for this donation drive since early this week after the fires broke out, and the community responded in a very big way. I'm going to step aside here and take a look here. This is the Santa Monica College Gymnasium. What's funny about this is apparently there's more of it to come. I've got Dr. Lizzie Moore with the Santa Monica College Foundation to tell us a little bit more about this. In fact, you're expecting to expand all of the stuff, all the donations that you received over to the rest of this gymnasium.
That's correct. We have about 5 times this this amount that you see in here. This is what we're calling beautifully organized chaos, and what we're excited to be able to share with our community and those impacted by the fire is the fact that we have we curate this year-round for our students, and so we're able to expand that, and we have not just gently used clothing that's been donated, but we have a ton of brand new clothing.
You're telling me that there's actually a game that's going to go on. So once they open this up, and you're allowed to use the rest of this space, you're going to expand it out. And then at the end of next week, you're going to actually have folks come through here that need these items, and they'll be able to, you know, do this with some dignity, right?
Dignity and care. Exactly. That's what our kind of motto is in everything that we do with basic needs that include food and clothing. So the entire community from across Los Angeles County is welcome to come. Anybody impacted by the fires, it will be open Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Wednesday 1 to 6, Thursday and Friday 10 to 6.
And you guys are thinking about just the broader scope of this, because people who are impacted, obviously people have lost their homes, but the ripple effect amongst our communities is huge.
That's correct. We know this is going to be a very, very long tail, and that we are going to continue to be here for our community. That's who we are as an institution. We work together with all of our partners, Westside Food Bank you mentioned, actually the Santa Monica Chamber, the Palisades Malibu Chamber of Commerce's, Providence St. John's is going to be here with our drive next week, and the list goes on.
So 2 more questions for people that still want to donate.
Yes.
And they see all the stuff here, what are you telling them?
So we are asking people to pause in terms of donating clothing and things like that, but we can absolutely accept food donations with our partners Westside Food Bank, and we can list where that can be delivered to on our website, which is foundation.smc.edu.
Okay, and lastly, as we look at this stuff, you said that you have 5 times more, and you need some help, right? Kind of sorting through this stuff.
We do. We've actually had a really remarkable team of volunteers. About 200 people each day have showed up here to help us sort by size and men's versus women's versus children, baby, infant, toddler clothing. We have our partners at Baby to Baby who are going to bring clothes out, but we need more help. We thought we could get this done by the end of today, and I just told my team we're going to be here all weekend long. We're going to make space for the inauguration on Monday, but we'll be starting again at 11 a.m. and all weekend long. We will need help.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Moore. We did see. I did look on the website, and I did see there's plenty of opportunities to volunteer. Very easy. It's on their website, and we're going to make it easy for you. We put a link on our website, foxla.com. So you can still donate that food. Of course, donations, monetary donations are always welcome. And if you can't donate the money, donate the time. So come on, head out and help them out here at Santa Monica College and the Santa Monica College Foundation.
Time, talent, or treasure.
Yes.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah, because you want to do
donations and
something.
the outpouring has been fantastic, but now these donation centers need help to sift through everything and organize. People can come in and actually
I think it's a good reminder, if you don't have the resource or the extra, money to be able to donate, you can go and give your time, right? You can't go and give it, and that's just as valuable.
That is equally as important right now. Okay, so just moments ago, the Supreme Court handed down the fate of TikTok in the U.S.
Let's go over to Brooke for an update on the decision. Good morning.
Hey there, good morning. Yeah, Alex broke the news live on our air just moments ago. The U.S. Supreme Court says the law banning TikTok starting Sunday should stand. That is, unless its Chinese parent company sells the app. And this decision was unanimous, with every justice agreeing. In this major ruling against TikTok, the justices acknowledge it is an expansive outlet for expression and engagement for more than 170 million Americans. But they all say this decision is necessary to address national security concerns. The Biden administration and Congress had pushed for the ban, citing risks that the Chinese government could access user data through TikTok's parent company, ByteDance. TikTok, of course, had argued the ban violated First Amendment protections. SCOTUS says it does not. This ban is scheduled to go into effect Sunday, although just last night, the Biden administration almost shockingly signaled they won't enforce the ban he signed into law, instead leaving that up to the Trump administration coming in the very next day. Back to you.
Okay, Brooke, so I guess my question then is, we know that Trump does not support the ban, so when he comes in, what happens then? Because the theory is, or at least the thought, that Apple and Google will be penalized if they continue to uphold this TikTok platform.
I mean, not even joking, when it comes to many decisions, when you're talking about, once he comes in, what happens? We'll see. Yeah. It's one of those things, because also even with President-elect Trump, the way he feels about TikTok, that has changed drastically just throughout this campaign season.
That's right.
So, we'll see. Because, and that's not even just President-elect Trump. If you think about President Biden, that was a shock yesterday for everyone to see that, even for, the one day, he wasn't going to enforce a ban that he asked for. So, we'll see.
I think he's basically saying this is Trump's problem now, and he'll be dealing with it. Thank you, Brooke.
Thanks, Brooke. Hello, switching gears.
Right, I was going to say, well, 3 out of 4 of us in this studio are on TikTok. You are not on TikTok.
I have a TikTok, I just don't use it.
You just don't use it?
Yeah,
I just don't use it. Oh, you have one video.
Yeah, probably like from a couple years ago.
Okay. He's a conscientious observer.
There you go.
I don't even go on it.
So, yeah, wow. That's restraint. Well, it might be all of us coming up in a few days. So from a few days to a few weeks, on Thursday, January 30th, the Intuit Dome and Kia Forum in Inglewood will host a massive, when I say massive, massive benefit concert to support wildfire recovery. Fire Aid. Dave Matthews and John Mayer will perform together for the first time. The lineup also includes a local girl, Billie Eilish, Green Day, Lady Gaga, and Stevie Nicks. You want to hear more people? Oh, yeah. I got more for you.
Let's hear it, yeah.
Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Ooh.
Orange County's very own Gwen Stefani. I believe Anaheim represent.
Yes.
And her uncle watches us. Uncle
Hello.
Mike Stefani.
Uncle Mike.
How are you?
Love you.
Joni Mitchell, Katy Perry, Lil Baby. You want more? Okay. Pink, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Rod Stewart, Sting,
Oh my gosh.
Steven Stills, and even more are going to perform. Remember, they had like 24 slots that they were going to fill, and they had over 50 bands and artists that wanted to be a part of it.
If Joni Mitchell performs live with Stevie Nicks,
please,
my head's going to pop off my body.
Bring your beret. Please. Tickets are going to go on sale next week, so Wednesday, January 22nd at noon on Ticketmaster. Now, the cost we don't know yet, but remember, it's a benefit concert.
Right.
Open up those wallets.
Opening them up.
Yep.
The entertainment world is mourning the death of director David Lynch, who also recently had to evacuate his house due to the fires. And Lynch has received many Oscar nominations for his films like Blue Velvet, The Elephant Man, and Mulholland Drive. He was also a co-creator of the groundbreaking TV series Twin Peaks. Lynch's family posted a statement on his Facebook page that read, "It is with deep regret that we, his family, announce the passing of the man and the artist David Lynch. While he'd suffered from emphysema, the cause of his death was not disclosed. He was 78 years old." Just sad all around, because according to a source on Deadline, somebody said that post-evacuation his health took a decline. So, you know, we're still hearing about the aftermath of the devastation that these fires caused.
That's right.
Goodness, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that he was evacuated. My goodness.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So let's get over to Stu for a check on our morning commute. Good morning to you, Stu. Oh, look at this. LA Strong.
There we go.
LA Strong Essential Distribution is going to be at the VMO Stadium out here in Los Angeles. Opens up at 10 o'clock. There's already people lining up. I don't know if those are the workers or the people that are looking for some help, but it's happening out here at VMO. You know, this traffic report brought to us by Jacoby and Myers Injury Lawyers. Taking a look at that 110 freeway from the 105 to the 110. Either way you play it, north or southbound, give yourself just a little extra time. There is some slowing, but it's not that weekday slowing. That's definitely going to be the Friday light you're looking at right there. But you know what? It is going to be just not freeway speeds. Other traffic hotspots, we got them. We're going to share them with you right now.
Jacoby and Myers has been protecting the hardworking people of California for over 50 years, and we've recovered more than $2 billion in settlements for our clients' injuries. If you've been injured in an accident, Jacoby and Myers will fight for the justice you deserve.
welcome back to you. I'm meteorologist Maria Quaban. Look at this. Can we just hug the clouds? Can we do that? These are the marine layer clouds, you guys. It's been a while since we've talked about the marine layer. It's been almost 2 full weeks. We've been talking about the offshore flow. When we get those winds out of the northeast, it just kicks the marine layer out of here. So it's kind of nice to see the return of the onshore flow in that cloud cover. And we're seeing it on our visibility map right now, evidence of what we just showed you as well out there with our live camera. Today's high temperatures across the nation if you are traveling, and we do thank you for streaming us, especially this past week and last week with all our fire coverage. We are hearing from you, and thank you for streaming us in Chicago. 46 degrees should be your high temperature there today. 38 Minneapolis, 43 in Denver, New York City 41, 65 in Dallas with a chance for some showers there in South Texas. 60 degrees at LAX today near El Segundo if you are there. 61 in Las Vegas, 62 in San Jose to 42 in Portland. Here's our water vapor map. I like to show you just to see if there's any moisture out there at all. I am watching a couple of areas of low pressure systems. They're spinning, but not really having any moisture for us. At least this is helping to increase the onshore flow, and we're getting some of that patchy cloud cover and that cooler air mass, and it's a little bit more moist in that way of the clouds bringing that in. However, no organized systems to bring us rain, unfortunately, not at least through the extended outlook. This is good news, though. Future humidity. So relative humidity values are going up. This is great for helping to mitigate fire danger. They are in the 80s and 90 percentile. We lower a little bit in the afternoon hours, but really through the weekend, we stay with pretty high relative humidity values. Look at this, all the way through Monday morning. Now watch what happens, though, with the winds. Monday morning early, we're still getting that onshore flow. Watch what happens as we get to the latter part of the day. Those winds come back out of the northeast, so notice the brightly colored areas. This is the usual wind-prone areas. We're going to get another round of these northeasterly winds. At this point, 30, 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts, that's not too bad. Getting up to 45 and 50, though, that's when we get a little bit concerned. So we'll wait and see if this materializes. This is one of our computer models forecasting some high wind gusts, 50 miles per hour at Big Bear Lake. So we got to just keep our heads up. We got to stay vigilant and make sure that no small spark is out there, guys. So be careful with those fire ignition sources. We will get that critical fire danger returning next week, no doubt. 8 to 14-day precipitation outlook, nothing. Maybe at the end of the month, okay, we will get some change in the big picture weather pattern. But in the meantime, it will stay relatively dry. At least through the weekend, we'll get some of that moisture from the cloud cover. MLK Day, Monday looks good. And then we'll get some breezy to gusty winds by next week, Tuesday and Wednesday. Here's our mountain forecast. 46 degrees today in Big Bear, 62 in the high desert, 69 in Palm Springs. That's chilly. And then we'll get to those low 70s as we look ahead to the holiday on Monday, and then staying dry through midweek next week. So stay safe, everybody. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. Well, every Sunday for over a decade, football fans count on Fox NFL Kickoff to start their NFL coverage.
And if you're wondering how they put the whole thing together, our Alex Michelson went behind the scenes with the cast and the crew.
This is starting to get good, guys.
The Fox NFL Kickoff crew sees themselves a lot like a football team.
I'm Carissa Thompson.
There's longtime host Carissa Thompson. They call you the quarterback.
Isn't that nice? Yeah, I guess I won some kind of lottery. It's my job to make sure I put all of them in the right position to have success, so hopefully I do that.
State your case.
Opening statement.
Who's first?
In contempt.
There's analyst Charles Woodson, a Heisman Trophy winner and NFL Hall of Famer. They say that you're the captain here?
What does captain do? You know, I guess I study the group, make sure everybody's ready to go. Aaron Rodgers is to blame.
There's Michael Vick, the greatest running quarterback of all time.
I'm just a player, I'm just a guy who shows up and get my job done.
And there's Julian Edelman, the 3-time Super Bowl champion wideout. What's your role here?
I think I'm the annoying pest, the little brother.
Look, there's also already amazing storylines here.
Peter Schrager is the show's NFL insider.
Crosby is shutting it down for the season.
Adding news nuggets.
Is it kind of wild and cool to be amongst this crew?
Yeah, this is my dream job. It's unbelievable. And I get to talk to Charles Woodson, who I grew up worshiping, and Michael Vick, who I had his cleats when I was a kid, and Julian Edelman, who's an amazing player.
Jeremy Manell is the producer.
What are you?
Head coach.
throughout the week, I kind of execute our game plan, but it's really up to them when the cameras are on. Less than 2 minutes to TV.
We're given exclusive behind-the-scenes access, watching all the moving parts of this 1-hour live pregame show leading into the flagship Fox NFL Sunday.
There's so many shows that are doing something like this. What do you think sets this show apart?
How close to the game our talents still are. Like, we're pretty young compared to most other NFL pregame shows, and we tried to really show that.
Fire up the machine.
The show includes games.
It's called The Nest. It's based off Julian's nickname, the Squirrel.
They're an often funny way.
If they lose the game, then I'm slamming it!
To bring out the guys' competitiveness.
You want to do it again just because?
You give a boy of any age a toy, they're going to have fun with it.
How do you deal with all that testosterone?
Well, I have more than them.
Anytime we show quarterback highlights, this guy magically appears.
Each week, at least one member of the Fox NFL Sunday team stops by. Those older, more experienced broadcasters serving as mentors for this younger crew.
How happy are we, Michael?
I watch Terry, I watch Howie, I watch Mike. If you ever want a template, those are the guys you look at.
When you get in front of the camera and the red light goes on, they kind of just say, hey, just be you. And you're like, well, what do I do?
Who am I?
Welcome, Gronk.
It's been especially fun for Edelman.
What is this, casual Sunday?
To share the screen with his former Patriots teammates.
Whoa, they're not just pros, they're Fox pros.
And current Fox teammates, Rob Gronkowski and Tom Brady.
On the corner route.
A lot of fun stories, a lot of things you can pull from to entertain the people.
Every week during commercial breaks, Michael Vick throws passes to James. But that era's about to end. Vick, recently named head coach at Norfolk State University in Virginia.
Being a head coach in my hometown is something I never dreamt of.
We're on hand for the first show since that announcement.
We are also committing to
Let's go!
The Fox team surprising him, putting on Norfolk State hats. Vick, overcome with emotion.
Oh, Mikey!
The control room is too.
It's kind of bittersweet.
We're sad. We love Mike.
I'm just really excited to support him in this next chapter.
I wish Mike the best, and I told him if there's any white slot receivers that he's trying to land, give me a call. Okay. Give me a call, I'll get him.
Well,
Michael, here you go. I'm handing the whistle off to you.
Hall of Fame coach Jimmy Johnson surprising Vick with a coaching whistle.
What did it mean to have Jimmy give you that whistle?
Oh, man, this whistle right here, this whistle will be the whistle that I use probably until the end of time, man, as long as my coaching career exists.
Vick will stay on with his Fox Sports teammates until the end of the season, which culminates with the Super Bowl on Fox.
What's the best part of this gig?
The best part of this gig, being here at Fox Sports, is the people. Coming out here and letting it all hang out, man, just having fun, and that's what we do.
I love being a part of a team. You know, that's something, you have a football player, that's what you are. It's a team sport, and this is, it's like a team thing.
This is family. This is home to me. They've picked me up at my worst. They've, applauded me at my best. So for me, it really is when I walk through these doors at Fox, it's not like I'm walking into work. It's like I'm walking into home.
Alex Michelson, Fox 11 News.
That's my girl, Carissa Thompson, right there. She keeps those guys on their toes. That's for sure. What a
awesome.
team.
Carissa's awesome.
We love them. And don't miss playoff football tomorrow night on Fox 11. Lions are the top seed, trying to make the first Super Bowl in team history. They're taking on super rookie and Southern California native Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders. The divisional playoff is Saturday at 4:30 right here on Fox 11. And we will be right back.
to support families impacted by the California wildfires. Your donation enables the Red Cross to respond to and help people recover from this disaster. Visit go.fox/Red Cross to support these efforts or scan the QR code that you see right there on your screen. All right, coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration is on Monday, and we have Alex Michelson in D.C. for a preview.
Also, there is a little healing for our first responders. How some furry friends are stepping up to help them through these difficult, tough times. We'll be right back. As the search continues for dozens of people still missing in the fires, this morning we are learning their names and we're seeing their faces. Welcome everybody to Good Day LA at 7 o'clock. I'm Melvin Robert.
And I'm Jen Lammers. The search is on for those who are missing in the Eaton Fire area.
Mario Ramirez standing by for us in Pasadena, where a memorial has been set up. Good morning.
Good morning. That's right. Dozens of families who've reported a loved one missing to the sheriff's department are still concerned this morning, worried that they may not have made it out of the fire zone during evacuations. Now, take a look at this. We're just outside of a fire victim distribution event here in Pasadena. 25 crosses lining this fence for the victims, and we expect 2 more to be added as the death toll between both the Palisades and Eaton Fire stands at 27 right now. And we're learning more about those who are still unaccounted for. Take a look. These are just some of the at-risk missing in the Eaton Fire Zone. 81-year-old Charles Ross, who was last seen with his family on January 1st on the 200 block of Las Flores Drive. 77-year-old Dolores Ann Jenkins, last seen January 8th on the 800 block of East Mendocino before being missing by family. 77-year-old Patricia Diane McKenna, her last known location, January 7th on the 500 block of Punahou Street. According to the Sheriff's Department, there are at least 17 people who are still considered at risk missing since the start of the wildfires. And this morning, search and rescue operations will continue. Urban search and rescue firefighters from San Diego and other parts of the region have been carefully sifting through destroyed properties, looking for fire victims and using cadaver dogs to search for human remains. LA LA County Sheriff Robert Luna says those crews have been going block by block, covering thousands of structures that were burned.
We have search and rescue teams working in conjunction with the Los Angeles County search and rescue team, the medical examiners team, our homicide team, and they go out and they are doing grid searches to look for remains. A lot of that work has been completed. Those are the numbers that I've been going through the last several days.
Those search and rescue teams have completed nearly 9,000 inspections covering miles of land in Altadena. More than 7,000 structures were damaged or destroyed in the fire, and the sheriff says some areas are still being held because officials believe there may be deceased victims on the property, and crews need the right resources to process the scenes accurately. Now, back out here at the memorial, as we learn more about the victims and those missing, many were elderly, longtime residents of the area who had a disability that may have made it much more challenging to evacuate. For now, that's the latest here in Pasadena this morning. I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, sadly, that is the case. All right, thank you, Mario. And, you know, speaking of which, here are some other people who have been reported missing in the wildfires. We want to show you their faces. So Oswald Gerard Altmet is 75 years old. He was last contacted on January 7th at 8 o'clock in the morning at the 30 block of Pine Street in the unincorporated area of Altadena, and he's believed to have been displaced by the Eaton Fire.
Johnny Mildred Downs, 82 years old. Her last known location was on the 200 block of East Pentagon Street in the unincorporated area of Altadena.
And we're also learning this morning that schools in Pasadena will reopen next week, January 23rd. Last night, the district said Hamilton, Willard, and San Rafael elementary schools will reopen. Other schools include Blair Middle School, Blair High School, Rose City High School, and CIS Academy.
And now, everybody, let's switch gears and get over to Maria for a check of our weekend forecast. Good morning.
Yeah, good looking forecast, actually, for the weekend, which is nice. We need a little... Just get a little deep breath and just regroup. And it is a long holiday weekend for many, with school out on Monday, and many people taking the day off. So it will be a pleasant weekend weather-wise. Right now, the onshore flow is with us. The winds have really calmed down. Some breezes up through parts of the high desert areas, and maybe on that 5 freeway drive up through the Grapevine. Otherwise, really calm conditions out there. Just a nice, pleasant sea breeze blowing in, and we do have that patchy cloud cover outside and that marine layer. So we're feeling that slightly cooler air mass moving in. Temperatures right now, 33 in Santa Clarita, chilly, 42 in Camarillo, just 45 now in Burbank and downtown LA, 37 in Apple Valley, 27 in Big Bear. We still have some weather alerts here, which are not bad alerts. They're frost advisories and freeze warnings in effect for portions of the valley out towards Ojai Valley. Agoura Hills getting some really chilly temperatures, sub-freezing near 25 degrees to about 32 here until about 9 o'clock, and then things will start to warm up a little bit. But not too warm. It's going to stay slightly below the average today with highs only in the 60s. They should be the coldest highs we've had yet this season, and certainly this year. A high of about 62 expected for downtown LA, 58 along the coast, low 60s near the valleys, Inland Empire, 46 eventually up into Big Bear. They're making a lot of snow, very cold overnight temperatures for us, including up into the mountains. 61 in the high desert to that 69 degrees in Palm Springs. I'll share the rest of the forecast in just a bit. In the meantime, let's head upstairs to Stu in Sky Fox. Oh, he's over breaking news, actually. Stu, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, everybody. A little traffic, a little breaking news. It's a homicide investigation happening in the downtown Los Angeles area shortly before 2 o'clock. A victim of some sort of puncture wound, possibly a stab, and collapsed on the roadway out here. First responders, there was nothing they could do. That person had expired before the paramedics got here. Now, the homicide detectives are here from LAPD. You can see that tent right there. That's where that victim is. But what's going on also is there's some road closures. This is at 7th and Main. 7th is one of those streets that's two directions in the downtown Los Angeles area, east and westbound, closed from Spring to Main. Main is not closed, oddly enough, but that's just northbound lanes. They do take away a couple for all the PD activity. Again, though, somebody losing their life in the early morning hours in the downtown Los Angeles area. Now, a homicide investigation. I'm Stu up in Sky Fox. Back to you all in the studio.
All right, Stu, thank you. 8:06 this morning, and President-elect Trump is set to take the oath of office Monday, starting his second term.
And our Alex Michelson is there for all of the action. He joins us live now from Washington, D.C. Alex, good morning.
Melvin, Jen, good morning to you from Capitol Hill, where there's big news this morning from the Supreme Court, a few feet the other direction. They are ruling that the Tik Tok ban could go into effect on Sunday. This is something that was passed here by Congress, signed by President Biden, saying that if TikTok didn't sell from a Chinese company to maybe an American company, that it could be banned in the U.S. President Biden has said, I'm not going to enforce that in my last remaining day. This is up to Trump to enforce it. Just a few moments ago, I spoke with Congressman Ro Khanna, who represents Silicon Valley, and he is somebody who is in favor of TikTok, doesn't agree with the ban. Here's his reaction to the Supreme Court's ruling.
You know what they do? They say that on television, and then they go to their campaigns and they say, how can I get more TikTok followers? I say, hypocrisy. Give me a break. If you were really that concerned about TikTok, stop using TikTok. Why do most House members, Senate members, presidential candidates try to build a following? Of course there are legitimate issues. Let's make sure the state government doesn't intervene in the algorithms. Let's make sure our data is protected. But you don't need to ban the app to do that.
So he was talking about there basically that members say they don't like TikTok and then they all go on TikTok. This is a live picture right now from confirmation hearings that are underway for potential cabinet picks for Donald Trump. You're looking at James Lankford there, who is the Republican senator from Oklahoma. We have seen Kristi Noem, who is a potential Homeland Security secretary, among the people who are having hearings on the Hill today. Now, while that is underway, also happening here is rehearsals for the inauguration, which is going to be happening on Monday morning. We're going to have live coverage of that. There's lots of security. People are coming here from around the country. They got to pick up their tickets by hand in Congress early in order to go. We spoke to some of those Trump supporters from Southern California on our flight out here. Here's some of what they had to say. What is it about Trump that you like?
His honesty.
He's got a sturdy chin. He's ready to do it for us.
Fiscally, he's helped me with, at least with my family.
He speaks the common man's language.
He's the best thing that's come along to our country in eons. He took a bullet for us, and the Lord above is guiding him.
So Donald Trump, as you know, ever since he got into the political scene, evoking very strong pro and con reactions from folks, but a lot of love for him. And we don't see the big protests and resistance here that we did during the Trump inauguration back in 2017, I should say. Now, let's give you a little behind the scenes of how things work here in Congress. Did you know that they have their own subway? Yeah, we took a ride on that because there's so much distance around here. People can take a subway underground from the Capitol to different office buildings, so that's a look at how that works. Coming up throughout the day, we're going to have a lot more reporting. Sit down with more of our members. We have a very special edition of The Issue Is tonight at 10:30 from Capitol Hill. But for now, reporting live from Washington, I'm Alex Michelson. Melvin and Jen, back to you.
Alex, it's going to be really cold out there. I'm sure you know this all right. I hope you packed your hot hands. Do you remember, by the way, that meme that came out with Bernie Sanders in his mittens? I think that was at Joe Biden's inauguration.
That was at Joe Biden's, and because there were very few people allowed, because it was the middle of the pandemic, the shot of him by himself with the mittens became such a meme. There's going to be a lot more people on the platform this time, but it's supposed to be even colder than it was last time. So I don't know what Bernie has in terms of fashion. I'm sure there's plenty of people that are sending him stuff. He became almost an influencer after that.
He really did.
So we'll be seeing what he's got. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Alex. Thank you. Stay warm, right?
Thanks, guys.
Okay, meantime, time is 8:11 on this Friday morning, and still ahead, fire victims are getting some much-needed extra help at Santa Monica College, and we'll be taking you there live.
Also, some people have been allowed to return home in both of the fire zones, and more could be returning home today. We'll have that story when we come back. Stay with us.
8:14. Welcome back on this Friday morning. And this morning we are getting names and seeing the faces of people who remain unaccounted for in the wildfires. Take a look. Laura Swain is 71 years old. She last had contact with her family on January 7th at 3 in the morning. Her last known location was on East Las Flores Drive in Altadena.
Carolyn Ann Burns is 56 years old. She lives at the 800 block of East Sacramento Street in the unincorporated area of Altadena. Carolyn is bedridden, and her family is concerned for her well-being and asking for the public's help.
My goodness. And 2 people are missing in the Palisades Fire. Eric Wilson Wall, he is 73 years old. He last had contact with friends and family on January 7th at 11:30 p.m. Mr. Wall's last known location was on Rambla Pacifico Street in the city of Malibu.
Dana Elizabeth Webb is 82 years old. She last had contact with her family on January 9th, and her last known location was on PCH in Malibu. Diana lives in a fire zone.
And for those who are dealing with the Palisades Fire, some people, especially by PCH, might not be able to come back to their homes or businesses for at least another week, we've been told. The timeline is still pretty murky as, search and rescue teams continue to look at the rubble, and then there's a lot of hazardous material out there. But others are seeing some progress, and they're now being allowed into some areas where evacuation orders have been downgraded.
And with that, Stephanie Ramirez from our sister station in Washington, D.C. is standing by for us in Brentwood with more on the evacuation. Stephanie, good morning to you.
Good morning, guys. We moved now past that checkpoint into one of those communities where neighbors are being allowed to return. And wow, I got to tell you, it's just very eerie walking around this morning. We're on North Kenter Avenue. And I did just speak with very shortly ago one gentleman, because there's hardly anyone out here, one gentleman who wasn't comfortable with going on camera, but he told me he returned last night, doesn't have any power, but he's just thankful to be home back in his house. He also had a mask, which we should probably have one on now as well, because it is a little bit difficult to breathe. But I mean, here's another example. Look at the time right now, 8:16, and we are just outside of Kenter Canyon Elementary School. At this hour, kids are after getting dropped off or bowling around, or class is just starting, and you hear kids, you hear the school community moving around. Of course, Kentner was temporarily relocated to Emerson Middle School. But yes, again, this is one of the areas where people are being allowed in. Very important to note, I did speak with a contractor in the last half hour who was trying to get to a home within the perimeter where she's working, and police told her no. She said she's been trying to get in for the past 7 days, not allowing contractors. But if you are an owner or the actual resident owner of a business and you can show proof, they will let you in certain areas. They did ask my colleague, my photographer, Corey, here for 2 different forms of ID. Now, you see some trucks moving by here. A lot of work still being done. We did see some power poles sprayed with that pinkish color fire retardant as we were moving up and down the road here. I do want to note on the fire front, Cali Fire says that the Palisades Fire is now at around 31% contained, so a little bit of a bump from earlier this morning. The medical examiner's office is now accounting for 10 people killed. United Command Team, they are saying that they have about 50% of assessments done, but that if a road is open, that does not mean a home has been assessed. So they are still asking for patience there. A lot of high emotion still. There was a community meeting last night in Westwood where we heard the fire chief speaking honestly about whether this can be prevented again in the future. Listen to this.
We now no longer allow fire to propagate naturally. So when it occurs under 100-mile-an-hour winds or 70-mile-an-hour winds, it is impossible for Chief Crowley's firefighters or for my firefighters to put that fire out. And this event was different. I've never seen fire behavior like that in 39 years. This incident is going to go down as the most destructive fire incident in the history of Los Angeles County. We would love to be able to stop it next time, but I don't want to lie to you. It's going to be very difficult unless we change a couple of important things.
And guys, just a reminder, if you plan on going through the checkpoint, make sure you can be ready to show proof of residence or ownership. And also there is a tap water warning not to use the tap water in the area for now. I'll send it back into you from Brentwood.
All right, Stephanie, great work out there. Thank you.
Thank you, yes.
You know what's really fascinating too, and Jen, you may have seen it, but you see the homes that are burned,
yeah,
and then you see homes that weren't.
Right.
And so a lot of people are going to be focused on some of those homes that survived and the way they built it, the architecture and the groundskeeping,
right,
and the landscaping,
and why that home, you know,
survived.
Remains intact and survived, and then why the home right next to it. Next to it.
Absolutely.
It's gone.
So there definitely was a concerted design and effort to make it as fire resistant as possible. So a lot of people are going to be looking to those homes that survived that to see how they're going to rebuild, and maybe just an overall change in
the codes and right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And how that works.
Absolutely. But it was fascinating to see it from that point of view, and also just how the winds were actually moving and how the fire and the erratic winds were moving to spare some homes versus the rest of the homes that caught fire. So there's a lot still to go into and learn from with these fires as we move forward. Okay, let's move forward to this coming weekend, because as we look ahead to this weekend, pleasant weekend, as we look to Martin Luther King Day on Monday, the marine layer is back, relative humidity values are increasing. This is what we like. That will help to mitigate fire danger. Also, the cool temperatures, it will be quite chilly, not just overnight, but in the early morning hours. The winds will make a comeback. Those northeasterly winds late Monday into Tuesday, Wednesday. Not quite a full-blown Santa Ana wind event at this point. However, moderate winds are expected, and that will help to elevate some fire danger. So just keep that in mind as we look forward to next week after the holiday. In the meantime, today at around 4 p.m., 53 in Santa Barbara with a lot of sunshine, 57 in Burbank, 60 in Las Vegas, 69 in Palm Springs, to that 64 in Phoenix. Again, a couple of dynamics here in the upper levels, high pressure to our northeast, but we have a couple of areas of low pressure just offshore, helping to give us and reinforce that onshore flow and that marine layer. I'll show you the rest of the forecast and the 7-day in just a few moments. In the meantime, you can expect 62 today for downtown. That's below the average of 68. Our sun will set coming up at 5:09 later this afternoon. So I hope everyone gets to have a little bit of a little relaxing period this upcoming weekend. I'll send it back to, no, are we going to go to break? Okay, we'll be right back after this quick break. Don't go anywhere.
You know, it is Furry Friday. We want to give a special shout out to our therapy dogs. Some of our first responders are getting a little healing in the form of our furry friends. Tongue out, tail wagging. This adorable pooch, his name is Sonic. He's a member of the LAPD therapy dog team. Sonic and his friends were all getting the love and attention that they deserve during a visit to the Palisades Fire Command Center yesterday. So think of this as therapy for first responders by first responders. The team was founded by 2 former LAPD officers.
A lot of people in the city know someone either here or in the Eaton Fire that have lost their home. And I was sitting at home and, you know, it's like, we have to get out. I felt like I needed to be out with the dogs.
Just like being here is like super like upsetting, and then seeing this type of, I've never seen this type of dog before. And the tongue just like sticks out, so it's like super funny.
So cute. Look at that tongue. Oh my God. He looks like he does. He looks like Dogpool from Deadpool. So the therapy team has about 12 dogs meeting at various fire first responder locations. Oh, thank goodness they're out there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Much needed
Smile
support.
on your face for sure.
And still ahead, everybody, Pastor Greg Laurie from Harvest Christian Fellowship will join us to discuss how to keep the faith during these difficult of times.
And evacuation orders have been lifted in some fire zones. We're going to have updates from the Palisades and Eaton fires coming up.
Welcome, everybody. It's a good day late here at 8:30. I'm Melvin Robert.
And I'm Jen Lammers. Yes, so as the winds start to die down, fire containment continues to rise with these wildfires. Crews are so hard at work. We want to give you the latest numbers here. So the Palisades Fire is 31% contained. It has burned more than 23,000 acres. More than 3,500 structures have been destroyed and 603 have been damaged.
And now to the Eaton Fire. It's currently 55% contained. It has burned more than 14,000 acres. More than 6,700 structures have been destroyed and 773 have been damaged. And of course, that number is expected to rise.
Yeah.
So you were out there.
I did. I was able to go out there yesterday in the Palisades, and it is staggering, like we've talked about. I do want to give a shout out to the Sonoma County Fire Department that was there. There were 5 rigs, 5 crews that flew, or rather drove in. They got the call Tuesday night at like 9:30 or 10 p.m.
Yeah.
They all got in their trucks and they drove down during the overnight hours.
Which is what, like 8 hours, 7 hours?
6, yeah.
So, yeah, right?
7. And they all drove down to help fight the fires. And they themselves said it was just, it was something that they hadn't, and they'd been through many fires up there, right? With that fire back in 2017, I think they were comparing it to, and it was just crazy. But they were so helpful. These firefighters really are made up of a different kind of cloth. Like, they were just so helpful going with the homeowner and trying to make sure that they were safe.
Yes.
And also just being so comforting. Just comforting.
Just knowing that they're there.
Yeah. So anyway, shout out to them, and including our own, of course, local firefighters. So just
Thank you.
Shout out. So much to learn, so much to study, and ask so many questions as we move forward in regards to even how some homes survived versus some that didn't. Okay, here we go with the weather for the weekend. And as we look at our water vapor map, which I love this map, by the way, because it does tell us how much vapor is in the atmosphere. And as you can see, we are watching a couple of systems here, and they are mostly dry. So although it is reinforcing the onshore flow, which we love, and it is pushing in some of that cloud cover in the marine layer, which is bringing up our relative humidity values. So this all helps to mitigate the fire danger outside right now. Look at these values, 80, 90%. Remember when we talked about teens and single digits all through the last 9-10 days. And we're going to consistently see 80-90% of the relative humidity values, at least in all these areas here, with the exception of the desert communities, through Monday, the holiday. Now watch what happens, though, Tuesday. Late Monday night into Tuesday, the winds pick up out of the northeast, so we are going to see another round of moderate northeasterly winds or Santa Ana winds. So keep that in mind as we look ahead to the upcoming week next week after MLK Day. We could be looking at some elevated fire danger with those strong gusty winds returning. 62 degrees today for downtown LA, 50s elsewhere, so kind of a chilly day. 46 up in the mountains to that 69 in Palm Springs. All right, let's check in on traffic now. We've got Samada with a look at our freeways. Hey, Samada.
Good morning, Marie. Good morning, everyone. We continue, of course, to keep tabs on the fire zones. A reminder that PCH is still shut down in both directions from Malibu all the way to Santa Monica at the McClure Tunnel, so keep that in mind. And we do have this accident involving 2 vehicles westbound side of the 210 at Buena Vista Street through the Monrovia stretch. A little hint of delay. We've got tow trucks en route and a live Caltrans camera. This is your ride through the San Bernardino section of the 15. Both directions moving along, and there's the recovery clouds, as Maria mentioned. We've got a little more humidity and, yes, much better weather conditions, as well as on the roadways. Less winds makes your drive a little better on this Friday. Back to you, too.
All right, Samada, thank you. Now to our news here at 8:33. The Eaton Fire has left ash and rubble in its path behind it, and some residents are returning, though, to standing homes.
But in many neighborhoods, there is really nothing left. And Gigi Graciette is live in one of those neighborhoods in Altadena, just abandoned by devastation. Gigi, I see that there's a CAL FIRE crew behind you, and they have these pink ribbons. Does that mean that the home has been inspected and cleared?
Exactly, Jen. They are called damage assessment teams. You are looking live at a CAL FIRE firefighter. She's actually from San Luis Obispo. And off to the right in the distance, we have an LA County firefighter. He's working together with her. They are called a damage assessment team, and they are going door to door, address to address, logging the damage done. And what you are looking at is actually what's left of a friend of mine's home. She got out safely with her dog. thankfully. We're on Marigold. This is just off of Santa Anita, not far from Farnsworth Park here in Altadena, where on this cul-de-sac alone, it appears that every home is gone, including this one. And we talk, Jen and Melvin, a lot about the pieces of people's lives. She lost things that are priceless to her that no amount of money will ever replace. A 100-year-old handmade Hawaiian quilt that had been in her family, a wooden bowl, family photos of her father and grandparents that can't be replaced, a picture of her first cousins that were together 2 weeks before one of them passed away from cancer, and all of her original artwork. I'm going to ask photographer Brian Shaw to walk down with me just a little farther here. A lot of debris. Again, the damage assessment teams, which means since they're here now, it means that this house, the half of this block, hasn't even been counted in the almost 7,000 structures that have been destroyed. That number will go up. You are looking at what's left. There was a car in the garage. I'm going to ask photographer Brian Shaw to pan over. You see the ornamental elephants at the entrance to her home. That's about all that's standing. And on the chimney, I don't know if you'll be able to make it out, a pair of weights. I mean, it's like the little things, the only things that are left in all of this rubble. And in that ash are the priceless memories of a family, of a life. And I'm going to ask photographer again. I'm going to spin him around, and we're going to go this way. The scene plays out throughout this entire block. Now, this neighborhood is known as Farnsworth because it's not far from Farnsworth Park. Every house is gone. We drove by a house, Jen and Melvin, that had a collection of what appeared to have once been classic cars. They looked like they were from the 1950s or 60s, even so many of them on a lot. They were all gone, just burnt rubble. You see there in the distance, look at this, Brian, I don't know if you can show them, the white picket fence, the classic American dream, right? We all dream of having a house with a white picket fence. Well, that white picket fence in this house is melted, and in the distance, you might be able to make out the washer and dryer. Some of the things that are left standing, obviously not usable anymore, just part of the rubble, part of the ash, part of the destruction of so many homes here in Altadena. I'll send it back to you.
But it's just all these little reminders of people's lives. You know, your home is a museum of your life.
That's not just your home, right? It's all the things in it.
That's right.
The journey to get the home, the journey to how hard you work to get the stuff, and that means so much.
And you can say all you want, well, you're lucky to have made it out alive. Yes, yes, you are. But you also cannot discount that which is left behind and that which has just been incinerated.
Yes, and yes, I am alive.
Thank you, Gigi.
Thank you, Gigi. When hearing Gigi talk about the items from a grandmother who recently passed away, you can't help but think, what would I grab in this situation if I had to evacuate besides my loved ones? What things? And for me, it's those old photographs that you have with grandparents who aren't around anymore. That's all you have. You don't have them digitized somewhere. And the things that mean the most, that are sentimental.
But still, even when in a panic situation like that, how do you think for all of those things to bring all of them?
You got to get out.
Well,
if you do end up going out today and you're a first responder, many local businesses have been stepping up. They want to support you. They want to thank you. Our brave first responders working around the clock to contain those fires and keep us safe. So as a small token of appreciation, here are some restaurants offering free meals for our heroes to show their gratitude. Doghouse is offering free meals for firefighters at its LA area locations. Ginya is offering free entrees for firefighters, police officers, and paramedics in uniform or with a valid ID at participating LA area locations. Tender Greens is offering free meals for first responders at all of its LA area locations through the end of the month. And you can go and see the full list of locations online for Tender Greens. And Takaya is offering free meals for first responders at all of its LA area locations through the end of the month. Selena Gomez is giving back amid the devastating Los Angeles wildfires. In a series of Instagram stories she posted yesterday, Selena is seen volunteering by helping separate and distribute sandwiches to fire victims. Grateful for these individuals, she wrote over one of the clips, which featured a group of police officers. Earlier in the week, the Star's cosmetics company, Rare Beauty, assembled emergency care kits with essentials for evacuation centers and made donations to the Los Angeles Fire Department Foundation and World Central Kitchen. I love when they are specific about who and where they are donating to. Right. Because we see donating to wildfire relief efforts, and while that is great, I want to know which efforts.
Right, specifically,
I want to see
yes.
it. Yeah.
Yes.
And so I like her and Taylor Swift listing all of the organizations that they have donated to.
They have such extraordinary platforms.
Yeah.
And for them to provide resource, people will follow suit. And people will hit up those places because of the influence of them. I think in a moment like this, there's such an extraordinary power in that.
And you know, they're vetted at that point.
Absolutely.
Too,
and they're trustworthy, yeah.
That's right.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so coming up, many local organizations are doing whatever they can to support those who've been impacted by these wildfires.
Our next guest is doing just that. We're going to talk to a pastor who's looking to help fire victims financially and also spiritually. But first, here's some out with the check of our morning commute. Hey there.
Good morning. Traffic is sponsored by Jacob and Ronnie and calljacob.com. We do have an issue, brand new one. We're going to take you out to the Fullerton area. If this is part of your ride, we have two vehicles that collided and is blocking 2 lanes of traffic. One vehicle is facing the wrong direction. Again, westbound 91 right there at Magnolia Avenue. And some drive times on this Friday, relatively very light, especially coming inbound from the West 60, from the 57 inbound to downtown, just 28 minutes. And your drive, the winds have calmed a lot better. Westbound as well as eastbound side of the 210 at Vernon Avenue, moving along just fine. And now let's look at some other traffic hotspots.
Call Jacob.
Call Jacob.
Call Jacob.
Call Jacob.
Chiama Jacob.
Tawagan si Jacob.
Saan ba sanit ba Jacob?
Call Jacob. Definitely. He is the real deal.
Call Jacob and Ronnie. Call Jacob.
Welcome back to you. Meteorologist Maria Quaban taking a live look outside right now. This is our Mount Wilson camera. Notice the clouds and the marine layer. Again, another indication of the changing winds and the onshore flow that has brought in the cloud cover in that marine air. It is a little bit cooler. Notice the arrows moving in towards the land. Unfortunately, no organized weather systems down the pipe. Looking at the long-range models, or at least the 8 to 14-day precipitation outlook, the rain stays to our north and our east at this point. What is going to come, though, is another round of some moderate Santa Ana winds as early as late Monday night into Tuesday of next week. When are we going to get rain finally? We haven't had any rain. 0 rain for January, when typically it would be the second wettest month of the year with 3.4 inches of rain. We've not had much rain all season. In fact, just 16/100th since October 1st. It is the second driest start to the season for downtown LA, and for SoCal in general, it is the driest since we've started taking records back in 1850. So it's been a long time. 5.5 inches now is our deficit, and it doesn't look like we'll get much rain in the near future. So our drought continues to develop. Look at this. We started out with an abnormally dry, at least some areas of Southern California, and now at this date, we're looking at extreme drought conditions now for a large portion of Southern California. Here's our 7-day forecast. Beautiful MLK Day, dry but pleasant with the onshore flow, and then perhaps some breezes coming back, or those winds, by Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. You know, these wildfires have sure taken a lot from people living in our state. For many, they've lost their homes, their possessions, and in some cases, their faith.
I mean, how could you not, right, in a moment like this? It's hard. As flames turn lives upside down, though, a lot of people are looking not only for purpose, but hope for the future. And here to talk about that and more is Pastor Greg Laurie from Harvest Christian Fellowship in Riverside. Good morning to you. Thank you very much for being with us.
Melvin and Jen, good to be with you guys. Thank you for having me on.
These are the moments in life I can certainly imagine and empathize very deeply with folks out there that have been directly impacted by this, that really test your faith and your belief in any sort of a higher power.
Yeah, it's true. You know, God promises to be with us on the good days and the bad days. In fact, there's a scripture in Isaiah where God says, when you go through the fires, I will be with you. And another passage that says God can bring beauty out of ashes. And, you know, we have a church over in the island of Maui, and we saw the horrible devastation that took place in the wildfires of Lahaina. Over 100 people died. Incredible amounts of property destroyed, livelihoods, homes, and people were devastated. What we found is that people are still dealing with that trauma of it. So one of the things that we try to do as a church, as a ministry, we're called Harvest, is we step in and try to offer the immediate needs that people have. They need water, diapers, clothing, baby formula. We've got 1,000 generators on their way to Los Angeles to help those who've lost power. But we're also there setting up prayer stations to pray for people dealing with this loss. We're also there helping and encouraging the first responders who deal with their own form of frustration and stress and et cetera. And then down the road, like we did on the island of Maui, we're going to do an event in one of the local arenas, and we'll call it Hope for Los Angeles. And it will be a time of just sharing God's love with people and telling people how to come into a relationship with Jesus Christ. You know, it's traumatic to lose your home, because with your home, you lose your memories. You lose so much of what you had in the past. So there's a lot connected to this that people who maybe have not lost a home in this way would fully understand.
And I think that, and thank you, by the way, for everything that you've been doing over there. There's also this thought that if there is so much help out there, a big part of it, if you're a victim, is knowing how to receive that help and leaning on other people.
Yeah, it's really true. You know, Pacific Palisades is interesting. You know, that was originally built as a Christian community by the Methodists in 1920. And it was supposed to be a community where people would live together and work together as fellow believers, go to church, It's funny, alcohol use was forbidden. It was illegal. So, you know, here's the thing is now this horrible fire has devastated so much of the Palisades. But as it rebuilds again, wouldn't it be wonderful to return to one's spiritual roots? I think we need to do that in our nation as well. You know, this Christian was built on what is called Judeo-Christian foundation, but a belief in a living God who's given us a book called the Bible. And I just hope that through all of this heartache and loss, that people would turn to God and realize he's there for them. He'll encourage them. He'll strengthen them. You know, I can tell you that 16 years ago, our oldest son, Christopher, died in an automobile accident. And it was the worst thing that ever happened to us. But through that, because God came through for us and has sustained us, we want to bring that same hope to others who are dealing with loss, because now the number of lives that have been lost, that number is growing, and it probably will continue to grow. So there's going to be a lot of trauma and sadness to deal with in the days ahead in Southern California in general, but in Los Angeles County in particular.
All righty. Thank you very much, Pastor, for offering this unique perspective to help so much of the community out there and folks that may be struggling just to make sense of this extraordinary tragedy. Thank you. Thank you so much. And for more information on relief...
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, you were probably going to say it, but I was just going to say, if they want to help our relief efforts, you go to our website, harvest.org/relief. Thank you.
You took the words out of our mouth,
I was about to, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank
we'll
you.
Be back.
Thank you.
welcome back. Hey, if you want to help fire victims, here is a great opportunity. So Santa Monica College needs volunteers to handle all the donations that people dropped off this week. We said that time is another resource.
That's right. Time, treasure, or talent, right? Bob DeCastro live for us on the main campus to tell us about the process. Good morning.
The Santa Monica College Foundation and the Westside Food Bank immediately sprung into action when this disaster struck, and they asked the community to help out with a drive, and the community responded in a very big way. This is the Santa Monica College cafeteria, and take a look at all of the donations that people brought in. Thaddeus is with the Santa Monica College CalFresh program with some of the outreach here. Talked a little bit more about this. I know this is something that you all do every single day anyway with your bodega, helping out students and the members of the community, but your reaction just to the outpouring that you're seeing right now, this is just overwhelming. This is tremendous.
It's amazing, honestly. I mean, Santa Monica College is really part of the community, and it is a trusted member, and we really always want to make sure that the community and the students are all doing very well, and so Santa Monica College, they sprung into action very quickly, and we were able to be a hub to really gather all this stuff, and we have the means to distribute it very quickly to everyone that we can out here.
And speaking of that, you really saw the ripple effects here, right? Because it's not just the people who lost their homes, people who are evacuated, but it really spread on to other sectors of the economy.
Absolutely. We had we have hundreds of students and even dozens of staff members here, and then in the larger community that have been affected by that, and like things like losing their jobs and like their means of income, things like that. They also have had issues with like losing not just their houses and things like that, of course, but you know, just the larger issues of really
the service workers that are here. I want to give a look at some of your volunteers here, because that's one of the things that you're asking for here, because I know you received a lot of donations, but one of the things you're really looking for is the help to figure out how to put these in boxes and to separate the stuff into their appropriate sectors, right?
Exactly. So we have openings for volunteers that we're doing. We're going to be having these efforts through the weekend and then distributing into next week. Absolutely. And so we need volunteers. We've had a great team so far, but it takes a lot of work, and the community's really shown up, and that's been a really great thing to see.
Okay, you're hard at work. Hello to all the volunteers. Volunteers, hello, hello. Just say hello. If you'd like to be one of these volunteers, they need the help. It's on their website, and we made it easy. We'll put it on our website, foxla.com. Back to you.
Bob, thank you. Hey, coming up, we have more wildfire coverage after the break. Roxy and Sandra will be taking over the anchor desk. But as we head into the weekend, I just want to tell y'all, hang in there. You are stronger than you know, LA. You are living up to your name as the City of Angels. It has been a very long 10 days.
It really has been a long 10 days. Grace upon grace.
Yes.
With yourself and with others. And just compassion and empathy go a long way. Many people forced into this reality they didn't choose, and that if you weren't directly impacted, you really, truly know nothing about. So
right.
We love you all, and we'll see
right
you
back.
soon. We'll be back.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Good Day LA at 9 a.m. I'm Roxy Carpadian.
And I'm Sandra Endo. Thanks for joining us. The winds are finally looking favorable for fire crews working to contain the Palisades and Eaton fires. Let's give you a look at the latest numbers.
The Eaton fire is currently 65% contained. It has burned more than 14,000 acres. Nearly 8,000 structures have been destroyed or damaged. That number expected to rise. 16 people have died.
And now to the Palisades Fire, which is 31% contained. It has burned more than 23,000 acres. More than 4,100 structures have been destroyed or damaged. 8 people have died in that fire.
All right, and it is Friday, and we are going into the weekend. Let's check in with Maria to see what we can expect as far as the weather and the winds.
Actually, good news that I have to tell you. I had to turn my microphone on because I turned it off for just a second, but I'm back. The good news is that the winds are going to be different from last week and earlier this week. We're getting an onshore flow, and it's going to bring in a slightly more moist air mass, which is great. Some breezes, sure, but this is typical with an onshore flow. The mountains and deserts get some of those stronger wind gusts at times in the morning and afternoon. Much calmer winds in general, though, 5-7 miles per hour. Nearly none in Corona and Ontario, out towards Riverside, 7 miles per hour. So the onshore flow will be with us through the upcoming holiday weekend, and that's going to give us a pleasant weekend with some morning clouds and fog, patchy, and then some sunshine, which is exactly what we woke up to this morning. 40 degrees currently in Santa Clarita. It is chilly in many spots this morning. In fact, the frost advisory and freeze warning was just allowed to expire just 1 minute ago, so things are starting to warm up. 52 in downtown LA, 34 in Big Bear now. At least it's above freezing, and eventually up into the mountains is going to warm up to about 46 degrees there. 61 in the high desert, 69 in Palm Springs, one of the hot spots, and only in the upper 60s. 62 for downtown LA, well below the average of 68. It'll warm up a little bit as we get to the rest of the holiday weekend. I'll show you that in just a few moments. Back to you.
Maria, thank you. The search is on now for those who are missing in the Eaton Fire area.
Mario Ramirez is live in Pasadena, where a memorial has been set up for those who passed. Mario.
Sandra, Roxia, good morning. Many of those reported missing by family members are elderly, longtime residents here in the Altadena area, and we can tell you that there is still some concern that they may have not made it out of the fire zone. Now, I want to show you here at the corner of Lake and Villa, just outside, a wildfire victim distribution event here in Pasadena. There are 25 crosses lining this fence for the victims. We expect 2 more to be added as the death toll between both the Palisades and Eaton Fire stands at 27 right now. And we're learning more about those who are still unaccounted for. We want to show you some of the at-risk missing in the Eaton Fire Zone. 81-year-old Charles Ross, who was last seen or had contact with his family on the January 1st, New Year's Day, on the 200 block of Las Flores Drive. 77-year-old Dolores Ann Jenkins, last seen January 8th on the 800 block of East Mendocino before being reported missing. 77-year-old Patricia Diane McKenna, her last known location, January 7th on the 500 block of Punahou Street. Now, according to the Sheriff's Department, there are at least 17 people who are still at risk missing since the start of the wildfires. And this morning, search and rescue operations will continue. Urban search and rescue firefighters from San Diego and other parts of the region have been carefully sifting through destroyed properties, looking for fire victims, and using those trained cadaver dogs to search for human remains. LA County Sheriff Robert Luna, meanwhile, says those crews have been going block by block, covering thousands of burned structures.
We have search and rescue teams working in conjunction with the Los Angeles County search and rescue team, the medical examiners team, our homicide team, and they go out and they are doing grid searches to look for remains. A lot of that work has been completed. Those are the numbers that I've been going through the last several days.
Now, those search and rescue teams have completed nearly 9,000 inspections covering miles of land. The sheriff says some of those areas are being held because officials believe there may be deceased victims on the property, and crews need the right resources to process those scenes properly. Now, coming back out here to our shot, this here is a memorial or mural by artist Roberto Marquez, who came from Dallas. He is still working on it this morning, and there is a vigil here at this location at the corner of Lake and Villa. It's being planned here tomorrow at 5 p.m. for those in the area who would like to attend. The first that we're seeing of many here in the area. For now, live, I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
Certainly our hearts are heavy, and they have been for 2 weeks now. Thank you, Mario. There are also 2 missing in the Pacific Palisades. Eric Wilson Wall is 73 years old. He last had contact with friends and family on January 7th at about 11:30 p.m. Mr. Wall's last known location was on Rambla Pacifico Street in the city of Malibu.
Diana Elizabeth Webb is 82 years old. She last had contact with her family on January 9th, and her last known location was on PCH in Malibu. Diana lives in a fire zone. And there's still plenty of work to do in the Palisades Fire Zone. Crews continue to make steady progress, and some residents are heading home.
Let's check in with Stephanie Ramirez. She's from our sister station in Washington, D.C., live in Brentwood this morning with more on the evacuations. And you've had a chance to talk to many people slowly making their way back there. Good morning, Stephanie.
Good morning, ladies. We are toward the top of North Kenter now, within the security perimeter that has now is letting people back. And I got to tell you, I said this in the last hour, I'll say it again. It's very eerie. There's not many people here. We see a lot of police cars driving through and making patrols, doing patrols. But in terms of residents moving around, I mean, the deer downhill here is about the most activity we've seen all morning. Again, eerie is the word I'm using. Now, some folks did return last night. I talked to one man off camera who said that he was just happy to be home again. No power, but just grateful to have his home. Another thing we're seeing, I'll show you in just a second because you should be seeing video now. Just the fire latest here. CAL FIRE saying Palisades Fire is now at around 31% contained. The medical examiner's office now accounting for 10 people killed. Nearly 23,000 acres burned, over 4,000 structures destroyed or damaged. The Unified Command Team saying that they've gotten through about half of the assessments on the ground, but they're warning that because just because the road is open, that doesn't mean that homes have been assessed. They are asking still for patience there. Today, as everyone's been noting, marks 10 days since the start of the Palisades Fire. Emotions are still running high. Earlier this morning, we did spend a good amount of time at that checkpoint. It was further down by Kenter and Sunset. And we spoke with a contractor there who's been trying to make her way through for several days now. I want to play for you some of that interview.
It's pretty bad. I mean, there's one situation where it's a tragedy for the homeowners and what they've gone through, but it also puts the rest of us out of work because we cannot work if we're in the areas, if we're in the areas that got hit. I've been in the Palisades for 25 years, and a lot of my projects are here, and I can't put any of my guys to work right now. So it's hitting us hard.
And that contractor, as you could imagine, not allowed through today, but she was told if the homeowner was with her and the homeowner could show proof of address, she would be allowed in. But yeah, only residents and owners are being allowed in at this time. I want to show you guys something. A lot of what we're seeing uphill here, this is the pink fire retardant that we're seeing sprayed all over the utility poles up here in this area. Just want to warn folks, if you do go through, again, please make sure that you are ready to show proof of identification. It's some good news that in some areas folks are being allowed back, but in some other areas with regard to the Palisades Fire, some folks are being told it could be another week or so. So when we say frustrations are still running high, it's not hard to see why. We'll send it back into you.
A lot of emotions still running high, understandably, for so many residents there. Thank you so much, Stephanie.
So what's it like driving through the heart of destruction when it comes to these areas? You know, a lot of people you've heard time and again refer to these areas as a war zone. That's really what it feels like. Haley Winslow describes it as an eerie feeling just driving around the Palisades. This is her video. You've got these melted down multi-million-dollar mansions along with Mother Nature's path of destruction. And then this once buzzing coastal community, if you think about it, the small town charm, all of it just overtaken by this uncomfortable silence. And at times it's interrupted by the home's still blaring fire alarm. While Haley was there, you can see her right there. She tried out some Ring doorbell cameras, and Miriam Fisher answered.
Our house may be standing, and that's good, but it really doesn't make a difference because Palisades is just, it's more than the homes, you know, it's such a community that we are, you know, sad about and will miss So the sense of loss is just so great. So even though our house is still standing, the amount of sadness that we feel for every single person in our community and the loss of that feeling, of the neighborhood feeling, is just immense.
Mary also says that she and her family are grateful for everyone's support and for the firefighters and everyone who's been helping.
Two Southern California lawmakers are tackling the state's insurance crisis, which left many homeowners without wildfire coverage. Representatives Maxine Waters and Brad Sherman reintroduced a bill to study rising premiums and shrinking coverage in wildfire-prone areas. The proposed federal study would examine affordability, availability, and climate change impacts on insurance markets. The bill was easily approved by a committee in the last Congress, but it was pulled before getting a vote in the full House. Several insurers have pulled out of the state in recent years as part of a retreat from higher risk markets. Homeowners who didn't have their policies canceled saw their rates skyrocket.
Happening in 2 hours, Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara and LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman will announce a rapid response initiative to crack down on insurance fraud targeting wildfire survivors. The partnership will include strong enforcement efforts and consumer education, with free workshops open to all people impacted by these recent fires. So here are some of the details for those of you who are interested in these workshops. The first two-day event taking place this weekend at Santa Monica College's Performing Arts Center. Saturday session will go from 10 a.m. until 5 p.m. Sunday session runs from 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. Another two-day event taking place next weekend at Pasadena College. The January 25th session runs from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. The January 26th session runs from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m.
And this comes as State Farm is changing course and will renew home insurance policies for wildfire-affected residents in LA County. The company previously had plans to drop thousands of policies in areas like Pacific Palisades and Brentwood. State Farm is California's largest insurer.
Coming up on 9/12 here, the Supreme Court weighs on the fate of Tik Tok, how the justices decided on a ban in the U.S.
Plus, now in theaters, Amanda introduces us to the stars of The Den of Thieves 2, what you can expect from this action-packed film. Welcome back. Developing this morning, the Supreme Court has upheld the TikTok ban. Justices unanimously agreed the national security risk outweighs free speech concerns in this case. The law says if the China-backed company does not sell the app, the ban will take effect. That means new users won't be allowed to download TikTok, and updates for the platform won't be available, making the app unusable over time. President Biden's administration says it will not enforce the law, and President-elect Donald Trump said earlier that he could negotiate a solution soon.
Well, 1 out of 3 of us is on TikTok.
That's right.
So
Yeah,
one out of 3 of us will be a
How
little
it'll
sad.
impact you.
It's true. It's true. Hey, you know what? It's been a rough and tough couple of weeks. So maybe you're looking for a 2-hour timeout. Well, Den of Thieves 2 Pantera, it was #1 at the box office this past weekend, and it's full of action and star power. I am kicking off 2025 in overdrive at the Porsche Experience Center in Carson, talking to the stars of Den of Thieves 2 Pantera, and maybe even auditioning for a threequel myself. Buckle up. Look where we are right now.
Yeah, that's
okay,
right.
the Porsche's in our backyard. Giddy on up. We definitely have.
She's funny. She's spitting right now. Yeah.
We are taking this to new heights. Get it? New heights.
Okay. I gotta hold my toes. Yeah.
I want to start with, we know it's Den of Thieves, and we think of you guys for Den of Thieves, the DOT. Yeah, you know me, okay? But what I want to know.
Spitting bars, man.
Bars on bars on bars. But I want to know, outside of work, you're out with your boys, you're out with your friends. You guys are a den of blank.
Oh my God, degenerates.
No, you are not.
Shout out to Spot All Stars.
Yeah?
We run a fantasy football league that we've done for years now, over a decade for sure. We have a live draft where we try to get all 16 of us to draft in the same room, and it is chaos.
Isn't it enough? It'll never be enough.
Honestly, den of pigs. I mean, pigs. We're all disgusting. Like he said, degenerates. No,
transparency.
No, it's probably den of extremely literate academia. You know, when I hang out with my friends, you know, we're typically discussing literature.
Yes, the pinky up.
Arts, or, you know, it could be architecture, whatever. That's the kind of people I like to. I can't even keep this up at all. It's so ridiculous. I don't know.
Cat. Did you hear? Do you know what cat means?
Cat.
Yeah, when someone says that's cat.
Oh, that's no. Okay,
no, not bust.
I'll put a
Come on, it's good to LA, relax.
Can I get in and get out?
We're clean.
Without anyone even knowing I was there.
Cap is just like, you know, like, yeah, basically.
Okay,
yes.
so you could say that. Pretty much when I'm talking, you could say cat for pretty much.
You feeling it?
Yeah, I'm feeling it. This is a cool one.
Yeah.
This is a cool one. You know, when you put in the work and then you see it come together, and you're even looking at the poster, you go, that's a sexy poster. You look at the movie, you go, this is a sexy movie. It's and you know, you have a chance to give a really fun performance. The movie is bad, emotional, it's tense, it's bad, you know, it's got a lot of stuff going on.
I have to give a shout out to the Porsche Experience Center LA. What a great backdrop, and to offer the experience part of it as well. It really changed up the game for press junkets.
It's adrenaline, right?
It is adrenaline.
Were your hands sweaty? I've done it before for work.
Well, like it was the driving test again, except on a track.
Right.
So,
with a Porsche.
With a
so
Porsche.
You're like, don't crash. This is really expensive.
Right. And so he goes, okay, and you saw like we did those
the turns.
Tricks. That's right. I do all my own stunts.
You have a lead foot.
Impressive.
I was a little nervous. You would have had a blast.
I think I would have had fun.
I remember one time Roxy goes, follow me. I don't know where we went, somewhere. And I had to call her 5 minutes later. I lost you. Where are you? She's, you know, she's on the go. Well, hey, listen, Den of Thieves 2 Pantera is in theaters now. If you're able to go to the movies, check it out if you just want some action.
Escape, too. Yeah, very good. All right, Amanda, thanks. We'll be right back.
9:22 right now. This morning, we're getting names and seeing the faces of people who are unaccounted for in the Eaton Fire. So here's Laura Swain. She's 71 years old and had last contact with her family on January 7th at 3 o'clock in the morning. Her last known location was on East Las Flores Drive in Altadena. Ms. Swain lives in one of the current fire zone and is believed to have been displaced by the Eaton Fire.
Carolyn Ann Burns is 56 years old. She lives at the 800 block of East Sacramento Street. This is in the unincorporated area of Altadena. She is bedridden and her family is concerned for her well-being and is asking for the public's help.
Oswald Altmetz is 75 years old. He was last contacted on January 7th at 8 o'clock in the morning on the 30th block of Pine Street in the unincorporated area of Altadena. He is believed to have been displaced by the fire.
Johnny Mildred Downs is 82 years old. Her last known location was on the 200 block of East Pentagon Street in the unincorporated area of Altadena.
And now to an update on kids near the Eaton Fire heading back to class. Schools in Pasadena will reopen next week, January 23rd. Last night, the district said Hamilton, Willard, and San Rafael elementary schools will reopen. Other schools include Blair Middle School, Blair High School, Rose City High School, and CIS Academy.
Officials have announced a new date for the 40th annual Kingdom Day Parade in Lamert Park. It will now happen next month, February 17th. It had been scheduled for Saturday. February 17th is also President's Day, which means the celebration will now take place during Black History Month.
Well, we do observe Martin Luther King Day this coming Monday with a lot of kids off from school and people taking the day off. So it is a long holiday weekend for some, and it is going to be a pleasant MLK holiday weekend. The marine layer is back. I don't know if you noticed if you headed out earlier this morning. The relative humidity values are increasing as well because of this onshore flow and a bit of that cloud cover that we saw. Also quite cool days and cold overnight temperatures again this morning and probably the next several mornings. The gustier winds coming out of the northeast will come back, though, as we look ahead to next week by late Monday night into Tuesday. Right now, we've got a couple of weather systems here, one offshore, helping to reinforce the onshore flow. High pressure much weaker, but it will strengthen again as we get into next week. In the meantime, temperatures this afternoon getting up to 5:30, though, after sunset. Temperatures will get down to the low 50s in Burbank, 51 there, 50 in Santa Barbara, 42 in Las Vegas, to that 61 in Palm Springs. Today's highs will be below average just because of that shift in the winds. We're getting that sea breeze, and it is bringing in a slightly cooler air mass. 7 a.m. it was around 42. Now we're looking at temperatures climbing into the low 50s, and then by this afternoon near 60 degrees. Even in Riverside, a little bit cooler. Winds mostly on the lighter side. Anaheim coming out of the southeast at the moment, and then getting more southerly, so onshore flow this afternoon close to 60 degrees. And we've got the patchy clouds there returning, especially later tonight. I'll show you the rest of the forecast and a look ahead to next week in just a couple minutes. Back to you.
Maria, thank you. 9:26 still to come. We're giving you a look at all the devastation in these communities facing near the Eaton Fire. Gigi will show us around.
Plus, calling all volunteers, Santa Monica College needs your help handling donations. Bob will explain what you can do.
morning and welcome. It is 9:30. I'm Roxy Carpadian.
And I'm Sandra Endo. Keeping you informed and connected, we continue to monitor the Eaton and Palisades wildfires.
The Palisades Fire is 31% contained. It has burned more than 23,000 acres. More than 3,500 structures have been destroyed. 603 have been damaged.
And now to the Eaton Fire. It's currently 65% contained. It's burned more than 14,000 acres. More than 7,100 structures have been destroyed and 805 have been damaged. That number, though, is expected to rise. And as you can imagine, the devastation is so complete that in some areas, homes and businesses are completely leveled.
Gigi live for us in Altadena again this morning in a neighborhood left empty and silent. A stark reminder of the fire's unforgiving toll when you look around, right, Gigi?
That's right. Neighborhood after neighborhood just abandoned, evacuated, and there is so much loss. We were driving down Altadena Drive here at Santa Rosa when we saw this from the street. Now, we're not going to go in, obviously, onto this person's private property, but you can see they had a tremendous classic car collection here. You are looking at what appears to be a Chevy from the 1940s. That license plate, that classic California license plate, has 1940 on it. There's an Oldsmobile in the back. There was a Lincoln that has been reduced to just metal, and it is car after car. Photographer Brian Shaw going to walk with me. We can't even make out. I'm sure some car aficionados at home will recognize some of these beautiful cars. We're talking about cars from the 1940s, 50s, 60s. Just destroyed, and of course the home behind it is also gone. You can see the pieces of metal where the rims just melted into the ground. It's just devastation. Obviously, none of these cars can be replaced. The most important thing, of course, that everyone got out with their life. They were able to take anything that might have meant something to them. But obviously, these cars must have meant something to the folks here. Meant something. We know it meant something to the people who once lived here on Altadena Drive. Just a beautiful collection, now reduced to metal. It's such a shame. Such a shame. We can only imagine the history behind some of these cars in this collection. That's the latest. We're live in Altadena, getting a first-hand look at the damage. And I can tell you, behind every statistic, behind every house, there is a story. And you're left to wonder, you know, what is the story of these classic cars? So much history again. I'll send it back to you.
Classic cars in Los Angeles also go hand in hand, don't they? It's part of our history in this city.
Right, in the history of California, that car had a 1940s license plate on it, those specialized license plates that are assigned to cars that, you know, meet the requirement to be considered classic. So obviously that was a 1940 car. There's another one in the background. To the right over there, it appears to have been maybe an Oldsmobile. We could just see the mobile part on the end of it. Some of them maybe from the 1970s, they appear to be. Just a tremendous collection, just gone.
And at the same time, Gigi, yesterday you saw a perfectly okay Oldsmobile, right? One of those VW vans that was green parked in front of someone's house.
I think it was your friend's house, actually.
That's actually parked in front of in front of Ellen and George's house. They lost absolutely everything, and the VW is still standing. And come with me, photographer Brian Shaw. We sort of have to walk around the debris here. I just want to show you across the street, and there's a little bit of sun, so there might be a little bit of a glare. But you see that house that's leveled? You might make out in the distance the house next to it, and behind it is standing. And up the block here, this is the 2600 block of North Santa Rosa Avenue. There's actually a row of houses amongst a lot of devastation that are still standing. They may have damage, obviously, because the fire just tore through here, but they're still standing. Wow. That shows you, Roxy and Sandra, how erratic those Santa Ana winds can be. They hopscotch sometimes. They destroy, you know, a row of houses, and then suddenly you see one house is still standing. Right. And that's what we're seeing here on Santa Rosa Avenue, just off of Altadena.
Yeah, we saw similar situations like that in Pacific Palisades where you do have many homes destroyed and then you'll have one standing. Of course, we don't know if people can ever go back into these homes because it's probably inhabitable due to everything that's happened. Is there something else you want to show us?
I just want to show you the intensity of the fire. Take a look at the stop sign. You know, cross traffic does not stop. I imagine that sign once read. you could just see the intensity of the fire that tore through this residential neighborhood. It is so hard to see in person. The loss is just so catastrophic.
In a stark contrast with those trees, some totally burnt to a crisp, and then those mature pine trees just standing there still green. So, all right, Gigi, thank you so much for bringing us that story.
Probably beautiful palm trees.
Yeah. We'll check in with you soon. Gigi, thank you. These images are just, it's like you can't get enough of them. At the same time, it's hard to look at.
And it's hard to comprehend, right?
It really
Sometimes
is.
what you're looking at, wow, how could this be, you know? Yeah.
So the LA Sheriff's Department has released some names and pictures of 12 people who were missing as a result of the wildfires. They include 53-year-old Stacy Darden. She was last had contact with her family on the 8th, so January 8th. Darden's last known location, though, was on the 2000 block of North Marengo Avenue. She has black hair and brown eyes.
Also missing is Kimberly Winecki. She's 77 years old and last heard from on January 7th, the day of the fires. That's the day it started. Winecki lives on the 100 block of East Las Flores Drive and was likely displaced by the fire there. She has gray hair and blue eyes.
93-year-old Friedley Whitley is also missing. Her last known whereabouts was near the 80th block, West Mariposa Street. She has brown hair and brown eyes.
Now, the community has been stepping up to donate essentials to those fire victims, and volunteers are needed to organize all the donations that have come in and to hand things out.
There's so much, right? So Bob live for us, or he was live for us. He went to Santa Monica College to learn more about how this process works.
The Santa Monica College Foundation and the Westside Food Bank immediately sprung into action when this disaster struck, and they asked the community to help out with a drive, and the community responded in a very big way. This is the Santa Monica College cafeteria, and take a look at all of the donations that people brought in. Thaddeus is with the Santa Monica College CalFresh program with some of the outreach here. Talk a little bit more about this. I know this is something that you all do every single day anyway with your bodega, helping out students and the members of the community, but your reaction just to the outpouring that you're seeing right now, this is just overwhelming. This is tremendous.
It's amazing, honestly. I mean, Santa Monica College is really part of the community, and it is a trusted member, and we really always want to make sure that the community and the students are all doing very well, and so Santa Monica College, they sprung into action very quickly, and we were able to be a hub to really gather all this stuff, and we have the means to distribute it very quickly to everyone that we can out here.
And speaking of that, you really saw the ripple effects here, right? Because it's not just the people who lost their homes, people who are evacuated, but it really spread on to other sectors of the economy.
Absolutely. We had we have hundreds of students and even dozens of staff members here, and then in the larger community that have been affected by that, and things like losing their jobs and their means of income, things like that. They also have had issues with losing not just their houses and things like that, of course, but just the larger issues of really
the service workers that are here. I want to give a look at some of your volunteers here, because that's one of the things that you're asking for here, because I know you received a lot of donations, but one of the things you're really looking for is the help to figure out how to put these in boxes and to separate the stuff into their appropriate sectors, right?
Exactly. So we have openings for volunteers that we're doing. We're going to be having these efforts through the weekend and then distributing into next week. Absolutely. And so we need volunteers. We've had a great team so far, but it takes a lot of work, and the community's really shown up, and that's been a really great thing to see.
Okay, you're hard at work. Hello to all the volunteers. Volunteers, hello, hello. Just say hello. If you'd like to be one of these volunteers, they need the help. It's on their website, and we made it easy. We'll put it on our website, foxla.com. Back to you.
All right, Bob, thank you. So coming up, losing your home, of course, because of the wildfires is devastating, and losing your pet is no different.
Yeah, that's why one organization really stepping up to try and reunite these animals with their owners. Amanda will talk to Pasadena Humane to learn more about their work.
And welcome back to you, meteorologist Maria Quaban. We are looking for the rain, right? January is typically the second wettest month of the year, and we have had none. So I'm looking beyond the 7-day forecast, and this is what the Weather Prediction Center has put out. 8 to 14 days ahead, no rain for us. Look at that. Staying normal, if not drier than normal. All the wet stuff still driving up to our north and northeast, and typically we would get 3.4 inches of rain for the month of January. And we just have had none, and we're almost towards the last part of the month. It is typically the second wettest month of the year behind the month of February. So hopefully things will change as we get to the end of the month and into February. Our deficit so far has been growing 5.5 inches now below seasonal average. At the beginning of the water year, which is October 1st, we were already picking up some abnormally dry conditions here with our drought monitor. And as we fast forward to today, it has grown because of that deficit. And now look at the extreme drought that's starting to grow across the desert Southwest. For SoCal, we've got severe drought that's definitely growing through a large portion of Southern California. We could use the rain. We're just not seeing it in the extended outlook. Just a little bit of rain would be nice. It'll be cooler than normal today in the low 60s because of that onshore flow and that cooler air mass moving in. Up into the mountains, eventually 46. Even in the Coachella Valley, look at that high, 69 degrees. Back to you.
Thank you, Maria. So this is a Furry Friday with a purpose today. Animals without homes or missing their owners are all ending up at many animal rescue shelters all around the city, including Pasadena Humane. And here to talk about the work they're doing and the help needed is Kevin McManus. Kevin, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks so much for having me.
Kevin, I have been following closely. First, I've always been a fan of Pasadena Humane, but I've been following you guys extra closely throughout the past week. You really are doing God's work. Tell us about all the work you do day to day right now.
Well, thank you so much for saying that. Being part of the Pasadena community for, in the case of our organization, 120 years, we do take a lot of pride in helping to care for the pets in our area. And so, you know, when the fire broke out, of course, we were like, you know, obviously all hands on deck, and able to, you know, to take in even that first day, which is a little bit of that video clip, 300 plus animals evacuated from their homes. To date, since the fire started, we've taken in 700 and almost 800.
Wow.
Was the last I heard. So it's been quite a task, but it's really been our honor and, you know, our duty to take care of the pets that, you know, are being displaced by this. You know, these are our people. These are a lot of these pets were adopted from us.
That's right.
So of course, we're going to welcome them back with open arms and take care of them like they're our own until their owners can, you know, reclaim them and get them back on their feet. Excuse me.
Definitely. And I've been giving our viewers updates because earlier in the week you were, even before the weekend, you actually were collecting physical items, and then you reached capacity on that. And then you were asking for, instead of people bringing physical items or food, you were asking for donations and foster applicants. And I know I was following the fundraiser. You guys were aiming to get 300,000. A couple days ago, you were just over 200,000. How are we looking right now?
You know, we're looking really good. I mean, you know, taking it overall, like, I mean, we also have received such a huge support from the community. I mean, obviously, so many of us in Southern California love our animals, and, you know, like pets is almost like the wrong word because we know they're family.
Oh, they're
members,
family, yeah.
So, you know, us, you know, being in a position to take care of many family members, you know, and we've committed already right from the start that, of course, we're not going to charge for boarding for that. This is an emergency situation.
Right.
All this is at no cost to the owners, and we're also going to hold on to these animals for as long as it takes. And you
have been. You do have a new hotline though that I want to get out, because this hotline is for people who are looking for their pets as well, right?
Correct. So now that the fire is a little bit more under control, we actually have strike teams of highly trained animal control officers that we've been loaned by the animal welfare community throughout the state. So LA County is kind of spearheading everything, but we've got folks from San Diego, from Chico, the North Valley Animal Disaster Group is here. Kern County has sent some folks down. So these are people who can go past the barricades because they have that specialized training.
That's right.
And so, yeah, we're doing amazing work of reuniting pets that may be stuck in someone's homes or finding them lost in the fire area and reuniting them with their families.
And not just dogs and cats.
Really overwhelmed. Oh my gosh.
I see that there's tortoises, there's reptiles, a goat was even taken in.
Yeah, some pigs. The very first day of the fire, we took a gentleman walked his pony all the way from Altadena down to our shelter. And as I was coming in to work that morning, I looked down the alley, which runs behind our shelter, and saw our chief veterinarian and the owner of the pony walking him down the alley. We are always open to take in any animal in need in our area.
And people can call, yes, and they can go to PasadenaHumane.org, or they could call the number at 626-577-3752. Kevin, I don't want this to be the last time we talk to you. You're going to have to come back again next week. We want updates. I want you to know I made a donation this week, and Fox, our company, matches donations to Pasadena Humane, so people should check their employers to see if they can get a match. Thank you so much, Kevin.
Thank you for the support. We really appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you. We'll be right back.
This morning, the LA Rams are teaming up with to help families affected by the wildfires. So in just minutes, future Hall of Famer Aaron Donald, cheerleaders and other guests are going to hand out gift cards, groceries, and clothes at SoFi Stadium. Organizations will also provide legal advice, mental health services, and pet supplies. This huge event starts at 10 o'clock this morning at the shops at Hollywood Park at SoFi Stadium.
Every Sunday for over a decade, football fans count on Fox NFL Kickoff to start their NFL coverage.
Excuse me. And if you're wondering how they put it all on, Alex Michelson went behind the scenes with the cast and crew.
This is starting to get good, guys.
The Fox NFL kickoff crew sees themselves a lot like a football team.
I'm Carissa Thompson.
There's longtime host Carissa Thompson. They call you the quarterback.
Isn't that nice? Yeah, I guess I won some kind of lottery. It's my job to make sure I put all of them in the right position to have success, so hopefully I do that. State your case.
Opening statement.
Who's first?
In contempt. There's analyst Charles Woodson, a Heisman Trophy winner and NFL Hall of Famer.
They say that you're the captain here?
What does captain do? You know, I guess I study the group, make sure everybody's ready to go.
Aaron Rodgers is to blame.
There's Michael Vick, the greatest running quarterback of all time.
I'm just a player, I'm just a guy who shows up and get my job done.
And there's Julian Edelman, the 3-time Super Bowl champion wideout.
What's your role here?
I think I'm the annoying pest, the little brother.
Look, there's also already amazing storylines here.
Peter Schrager is the show's NFL insider.
Crosby is shutting it down for the season.
Adding news nuggets.
Is it kind of wild and cool to be amongst this crew?
Yeah, this is my dream job. It's unbelievable. And I get to talk to Charles Woodson, who I grew up worshiping, and Michael Vick, who I had his cleats when I was a kid, and Julian Edelman, who's an amazing player.
Go, Carissa.
Jeremy Manell is the producer.
What are you?
Head coach. Throughout the week, I kind of execute our game plan, but it's really up to them when the cameras are on. Less than 2 minutes to TV.
We're given exclusive behind-the-scenes access, watching all the moving parts of this 1-hour live pregame show leading into the flagship Fox NFL Sunday.
There's so many shows that are doing something like this. What do you think sets this show apart?
How close to the game our talents still are. Like, we're pretty young compared to most other NFL pregame shows, and we tried to really show that.
Fire up the machine.
The show includes games.
It's called The Nest. It's based off Julian's nickname, the Squirrel.
They're an often funny way.
If they lose the game, then I'm slamming it!
To bring out the guy's competitiveness.
You want to do it again just because?
You give a boy of any age a toy, they're going to have fun with it.
How do you deal with all that testosterone?
Well, I have more than them. Anytime we show quarterback highlights, this guy magically appears.
Each week, at least one member of the Fox NFL Sunday team stops by. Those older, more experienced broadcasters serving as mentors for this younger crew.
How happy are we, Michael?
I watch Terry, I watch Howie, I watch Mike.
If you ever want a template, those are the guys you look at.
When you get in front of the camera and the red light goes on, they kind of just say, hey, just be you. And you're like, well, what do I do?
Who am I?
Welcome, Gronk.
It's been especially fun for Edelman.
What is this, casual Sunday?
To share the screen with his former Patriots teammates.
Whoa, they're not just pros, they're Fox pros.
And current Fox teammates, Rob Gronkowski and Tom Brady.
On the corner route.
A lot of fun stories, a lot of things you can pull from to entertain the people.
Every week during commercial breaks, Michael Vick throws passes to James, but that era's about to end.
Vick recently named head coach at Norfolk State University in Virginia.
Being a head coach in my hometown is something I never dreamt of.
We're on hand for the first show since that announcement.
We are also committing to
Let's go!
The Fox team surprising him, putting on Norfolk State hats. Vick overcome with emotion.
Oh, Mikey!
The control room is too.
It's kind of bittersweet.
We're sad. We love Mike.
I'm just really excited to support him in this next chapter.
I wish Mike the best, and I told him if there's any white slot receivers that he's trying to land, give me a call. Okay. Give me a call. I'll get them.
Well, Michael, there you go. I'm handing the whistle.
Hall of Fame coach Jimmy Johnson surprising Vick with a coaching whistle.
What did it mean to have Jimmy give you that whistle?
Oh, man, this whistle right here, this whistle will be the whistle that I use probably until the end of time, man, as long as my coaching career exists.
Vick will stay on with his Fox Sports teammates until the end of the season, which culminates with the Super Bowl on Fox.
What's the best part of this gig?
The best part of this gig, being here at Fox Sports, is the people.
Coming out here and letting it all hang out, man, just having fun, and that's what we do.
I love being a part of a team. You know, that's something, you know, a football player, that's what you are. It's a team sport, and this is it's like a team thing.
This is family. This is home to me. They've picked me up at my worst. They've, applauded me at my best. So for me, it really is when I walk through these doors at Fox, it's not like I'm walking into work. It's like I'm walking into home.
Alex Michelson, Fox 11 News.
What a fun show. All right, so don't miss playoff football tomorrow night on Fox 11. The Lions are the top seed, trying to make their first Super Bowl in team history. They're taking on super rookie and Southern California native Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders. The divisional playoff is Saturday at 4:30 in the afternoon right here on Fox 11.
All right, and coming up at 10 a.m., we are anticipating a news conference this morning highlighting FEMA Disaster Recovery Center and how you can actually seek more personalized fire assistance. So we're going to bring that to you in the 10 o'clock hour. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Coming up on 10 o'clock here, and this is a briefing at Pasadena City College. Local, state, and federal officials bringing us some information about available assistance for wildfire victims.
Let's listen in to Judy Chu right now.
Right here at Pasadena City College. Thanks so much to SBA, FEMA, PCC Superintendent Jose Gomez, as well as state, county, and city leaders for your rapid work to make these resource centers a reality. The Eaton Fire was so devastating, destroying over 7,000 structures, leaving 20,000 people homeless. It forced numerous health centers to close and burned schools, community institutions, and businesses to the ground. Thousands had to flee their homes at a moment's notice, frantically searching for pets and crying out to loved ones, many with nothing more than the clothes on their backs. Thousands of people have lost their homes and a lifetime worth of belongings and memories. And tragically, first responders have found 16 people who lost their lives here in this fire, and they expect the number to rise. These are people like Anthony Mitchell Sr., a dedicated father who died alongside his son while waiting for help. Just a week before the fires began, Anthony told his son that what he treasured most in life was not money or possessions, but his family. And Victor Shaw, who died outside of his longtime family home with a garden hose in his hand. He did everything he could to save it, up to the very last minute. And Erlene Louise Kelly, who bought her home in Altadena with her late husband, Howard, in the late 1960s. Together, they raised 2 kids, watched their grandchildren and great-grandchildren grow, and celebrated holidays, birthdays, and anniversaries. I'm keeping them and their families in my thoughts. We lost the small businesses that were pillars and institutions of this community, like the Little Red Hen Coffee Shop, a family-owned restaurant and institution in Altadena since 1972 that served delicious soul food to local residents, and even President Obama and Richard Pryor. And then there's Altadena Hardware, which has served this community for over a century. Tragically, both the Little Red Hen and Altadena Hardware, as well as so many other community institutions we've come to know and love, were taken by the fire. We know the road to recovery will be long and challenging, but we will get through this together. The road to recovery is made easier by centers like this one, which is already providing critical free assistance to small businesses, private nonprofits, and residents, and to both homeowners and renters impacted by the fires. Both of these centers were made possible by President Biden's unprecedented fast action last week to declare a major disaster declaration in California, enabling this kind of emergency assistance to come to our community as soon as possible. At these centers, specialists from federal, state, and local agencies are available to meet directly with victims to assist in obtaining replacement identification and documentation, and starting the application process for individual disaster relief and low-interest loans for homeowners, renters, and businesses. In fact, I have just toured the FEMA Center and the SBA Disaster Center, and I am just amazed. They can get your driver's license, your birth certificate, and marriage certificate within a day, in fact, momentarily. And they are ready to serve so that you can get instantly those documents that you might need. And then there are specialists that offer information on other types of assistance that applicants can be eligible for, like mental health crisis counseling, long-term housing assistance, and more. This kind of direct, cost-free assistance is so crucial for people who've lost everything and may not know how to start the process for recovery on so many aspects of their lives, which is only compounded by the immense loss and stress that they are currently facing. So as we continue to respond to and recover from the Eaton Fire, my priority remains protecting my constituents from danger, supporting our heroic first responders, and ensuring that our federal government provides the full scope of resources available to help our loved ones and neighbors. Together, we will rebuild our community, and if there's anything that you need, please don't hesitate to call my office. And now I would like to have remarks about the services that are provided here. First, I want to call upon the Director of SBA Los Angeles, Julie Close.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Julie Klaus, Director of SBA's Los Angeles District Office. Last name is C-L-O-W-E-S. Thank you, Congresswoman Chu, for joining us today. Thank you to Superintendent Gomez and the entire PCC team for your hospitality and providing this resource, letting us come together to provide all the essential services for the community. My team is here local in LA in the good times and the bad, and we live here, we work in the affected areas, and we are with you for the long-term recovery. I wanted to just say a quick overview of the 3 major programs that we have available for people who are affected. And even though we have business in our name, we actually have assistance for homeowners, for renters, for businesses of all sizes, and for nonprofit organizations. So we have home loans for homeowners and renters to replace damaged or destroyed property. This includes real estate, and it includes personal property, even things like automobiles. We have business physical disaster loans. This is to repair or replace any real estate the business might have, and anything inside the business, furniture, fixtures, equipment, machinery. And this is for businesses of all sizes and for nonprofit organizations. And thirdly, we have our Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program, or the EIDL. This is for small businesses and nonprofit organizations who have working capital needs. Maybe you haven't been physically affected by the fire or the damage, but you have been affected, and you certainly might have working capital needs to help get you through this recovery period. We're here with our sister agencies with FEMA, and to let everyone know that the FEMA and SBA assistance can work hand in hand. And thank you to all of our partners. I know Cal OES and everyone who's here to help us bring all support to the entire community. Our resource partners also stand ready, our small business development centers and women business centers, and we also have SCORE and our veteran business outreach centers to take you through this process, help you figure out your business needs, and get you back on the road to recovery. Thank you.
And next, I'd like to call upon the Federal Coordinating Officer for FEMA, Curtis Brown.
Thank you, Congresswoman Chu, for your leadership in bringing us shoulder to shoulder to provide needed information to the impacted communities. Currently, FEMA has over 400 staff deployed to California and are working tirelessly to support survivors across impacted communities. We have FEMA call centers open to accommodate Pacific Standard Times and hours. Over 6,000 FEMA employees we've served to support agents and activated to support call centers throughout impacted Pasadena. Over 150 disaster survivor assistance staff were deployed across LA to assist survivors with hotels, shelters, disaster recovery centers, door-to-door visits, churches, and other community locations. Every DSA team includes at least one Spanish-speaking member to ensure language accessibility. Additionally, accessibility and language services remain a top priority at FEMA, DRCs, and throughout county operations. We are committed to meeting survivors where they are and providing the resources they need to recover. FEMA's individual assistance letters used to communicate with survivors can be confusing, and we know that. FEMA has heard the feedback from the community and are working to rectify this situation. More to follow within the coming days. Most of the letters apply to survivors with insurance, saying that they are not approved for assistance when really they just need to submit additional documentation. Our individual assistance program have approved more than $23 million to more than 11,000 households currently. We also have a one-time payment of $770 to cover immediate needs for disaster-related needs, for things like baby formula, gas in your car, to meet your needs for 24 to 72 hours. Majority of the other funds are for personal property and displacement assistance. At this DRC, survivors are impacted by the fire can get help by applying for federal assistance, speaking to representatives from state and federal agencies, and receive updates on the FEMA applications for assistance. DRCs are designed to be a one-stop shop for survivors impacted by the fires, with key agencies and organizations that are present here, such as FEMA, the Small Business Administration, which you just heard from, the California DMV, and the American Red Cross. When applying for assistance, I encourage every head of household to apply for FEMA assistance. Not every member of the family, just the head of the household. If you've been evacuated or have damage to your home, I urge you to call our helpline at 1-800-621-3362, or go online at disasterassistance.gov, or use the FEMA app on all mobile devices. If you were affected by the fires and have insurance, you should contact your insurance company first and then apply for FEMA assistance. In closing, I would like to say we've heard rumors we've all heard rumors about FEMA assistance. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. I'll remain after to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
And I'd like to reiterate the point that Curtis made, which is you may apply to FEMA and get an answer of not approved, but it doesn't mean that it's not approved. Please keep on continuing to pursue that application. They just may need more information on the insurance or something like that. And now, I would like to call upon the Assistant Director of Recovery of Cal OES, Bob Troy.
Thank you, Congressmember, for bringing us all together here today. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bob Troy. I serve as the Assistant Director for Interagency Recovery and Deputy State Coordinating Officer on this disaster. Our hearts go out to all Californians impacted by these devastating fires, those who have lost loved ones, their homes, and those who are displaced. There's a saying in emergency management that all disasters begin and end locally, but in California, local communities do not do that alone. The governor and the California Office of Emergency Services have coordinated a whole-of-government response to this event, bringing in together all appropriate state and federal partners in accordance with pre-existing plans to support local leaders in their efforts to support the survivors of these disasters. Assistance workers are here on the ground. Many are here in the building located behind me. More than 10 different state agencies providing services to impacted households. More than 900 families have already been assisted at our UCLA location and more than 1,000 at the location here behind me here in Pasadena. And we thank them for hosting the center here. We also have additional resources to go out and meet the communities where they are and stand up additional centers as necessary. We have representatives, including the Department of Motor Vehicles, Employment Development Department, the Department of Social Services, the Franchise Tax Board, Department of Insurance, Contractor State License Board, the Department of Tax and Fee Administration, Department of Public Health, Department of Veteran Affairs, and the Housing and Community Development, all here to provide different types of assistance to survivors, whether it's replacement of vital records, whether it is help and assistance for navigating the contracting and rebuilding process, or questions about insurance, all of which are key and critical to help fire survivors recover quickly. We've also know that there are many needs that can't be fixed in the building here behind me. And so to that end, we have assembled multiple task forces with state and federal partners to tackle complex and challenging problems and figure out solutions that work here in Los Angeles County for these impacted communities. Some of those include, but are not limited to, schools, housing, debris, lithium-ion batteries, watershed, etc. We'll continue to evolve and grow those task forces and those recovery structures to meet the needs of this disaster. We're going to be here for the long haul. This recovery will go through many different phases, and we will remain in tight coordination with our state and federal partners and local leaders to make sure that we're doing what we need to do to meet the needs of these communities that are impacted. We're in lockstep with FEMA and our other federal partners, such as the Small Business Administration, to deliver that assistance locally here where the people are. Know that we'll be here for as long as it takes. Thank you, and I remain available to answer questions.
Next, we are going to hear two survivor stories, and I cannot believe how many people that I know that lost their homes. And in fact, a quarter of the Altadena Town Council lost their homes. And one of them is here today to share his story, Nick Arnzen, the Vice Chair of the Altadena Town Council.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you, everyone, for being here and hearing our stories, our voices. Oops, sorry. I will, thanks, Victor. I will speak strictly as a resident today, not as a council member, but if I could get out of the way. Curtis, thank you for being here. I agree with rumors, Curtis from FEMA. And I will say, Judy, this is close to your heart. I know the frustration that my community is feeling with that notice on the FEMA site, I know is much more complicated and intricate than just a quick fix, but the sooner you can make that happen, I can't express how frustrating that is, and I appreciate you working on that. As a father and a resident of Altadena, we lost our home, we lost everything. We made it out with our animals and our children and barely anything in our vehicle. But we're finding hope in thinking about rebuilding and looking to the future. So I just want to speak directly to Altadena residents. The biggest thing I know firsthand is the trauma and the fear. And we are a community that is strong, but is traditionally and historically neglected to some degree, especially parts of Altadena like the west side. So just know that I feel your pain, I feel your fear, and when things come up and rumors are embraced, it adds to our stress. We have to push past that, and this is not a time to talk about any speculation, things like, I'm going to just point out, because there was something posted recently by a council member from Pasadena, and I know Mayor Gordo would be with me on this. Talk of annexation or anything like that at this time disgusts me, disgusts the council, and puts fear in our residents. And I know the mayor is behind me when I say this is not the time for that. This is not the time for any conversation, even if it's meant to be comforting. Just the idea of something like that and other things related are disturbing and disgusting to my community. Let's put an end to that right now. And I'm really glad to be here as a council member. Switching gears, I'm appreciative of everybody here and seeing some familiar faces. And keeping an eye on my community is most important. And keep in mind, the only way to make sure funds go directly to Altadena and nowhere else, and the other communities need assistance too, is at this stage go to altadenarotary.org. That is the only clear way to make sure that we get our funds and our help that we need. Congresswoman, thank you so much for having us here.
And next, I'd like to call upon someone who is an icon of this community. She was vice president of Pasadena City College, and she was once elected to the Pasadena Unified School Board, and now she's president of the Martin Luther King Coalition. Dr. Jackie Jacobs.
I have to tone it down just a little. Can you hear me? Okay. To God be the glory that we are here today, and yes, that you are here. We have had, I guess we've gone through trauma. We've never been in this shape before, but my husband David and I experienced the loss of everything. Our chimney is standing. 30 years we lived at 961 East Alpine Drive in Altadena. And I can't express how, when you're going there and seeing the smoke and seeing all of your material things and ideas, dreams, and everything in the ashes. But we are so grateful. You know, there was a song that says, people who need people are the luckiest people in the world. And we are certainly the luckiest people in the world right now. And we just thank all of you from the community, all of the organizations. FEMA was out, and insurance, and all of the other groups that just came to our rescue. We have our applications in everywhere, and we are so grateful for our Congresswoman. She's always with us. She's one of those you say you can count on her, and through the years she has worked with us with the Martin Luther King Community Coalition, and she's still with us, and we just love her, and we want to thank you and your office and everybody that's participated with this. I think what really brought things home to me more than anything else with my 4-year-old great-grandson. And we're living in an B&B right now, and so in San Gabriel. And so he was concerned that, you know, we were in Pasadena, then we went to Monrovia, and now we're in San Gabriel. And he says, when are we going to our real home? And it just broke me up because we don't have a real home now to go to, just the ashes. And we can't get up to even see the ashes right now because of things happening. So I want to thank all of the agencies, the individuals that's helping people. And this center, disaster centers, and other places that's happening, I'm telling the public, please go. People are so nice, and they are really helping. And so we're very grateful for all that you've done. As I've told one group, you know, the clothes we have on right now are all from people that people gave to us, have given to us. We left thinking we'll be back in a day or so without taking clothes or anything, just a few things. And so what David has on and what I have on, it's because we've had people to give, and we are grateful for that. And so with that, I just want to encourage everybody that's listening that go to the centers and get help, because people are truly willing to help, and we are receiving it. So all praises be to God, and thanks to you, and thanks to Congresswoman Chu.
And to close us out, we have the Mayor of Pasadena, Victor Gordo.
Thank you, Congressmember. Let me just join with my colleague from Altadena, Nick. This is not the time to have political discussion, certainly not about jurisdiction. This is the time to be supportive of one another, to look out for our friends, our neighbors, our family, and ensure that they have all that they need. It's amazing to believe that on January 1st, this community welcomed the world. We celebrated a great parade, welcomed nearly 1 million people and millions other over television, and celebrated a great football game. Only 6 days later, the world's attention was yet redirected to Pasadena and Altadena, but this time because of our collective struggle as a community, and now the world in Pasadena and Altadena has changed. But Pasadena and Altadena are a resilient and strong people. And I'd like to thank all of the organizations, FEMA, all of the different agencies from throughout the state, from outside of the country, from throughout the country, Pasadena City College, our own institutions here, for standing up and helping Pasadenans and Altadenans bond together and find comfort in our own resilience and our own strength. And we will rebuild as a community. We will be back. You know, we've taken a significant blow. Our families are hurting, and I ask for all of you for your thoughts and your prayers for us as individuals, but also for us collectively as the communities of Altadena and Pasadena fight to come back. And we will be back. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Gordo. Questions? Okay, question about the possible contaminations in the different homes and Cal OES, I think.
Thank you for the question. So we've already begun operations to deal with hazardous household waste here throughout the different impacted areas within Los Angeles County. And we've been working diligently since last week with our state and federal partners on longer-term plans as well for debris removal. The details of that, which I expect to be announced very shortly in the next day or two. So can't give details out right now, but those will be forthcoming very shortly. Thank you. So it begins in two phases, and the first one is hazardous household waste, in which we come in and just take out things that we know are a known hazard to everyone that's going anywhere near there, whether it be residents, first responders, etc. The second phase is very deliberate and intentional. Unfortunately, we have a lot of experience in California dealing with debris, but every disaster is a little bit different, so we're working very closely with state and federal partners, but also the local impacted jurisdictions, so the county, the impacted cities, etc., who have existing plans, and making sure we're developing a plan that meets the needs of this event. The timelines for this event, we know that survivors can't begin the recovery until the debris and hazards are removed from their property. We're committed to doing that as quickly as possible in the most safe and effective manner, and those details, like I said, will be coming out shortly. Thank you. So decisions about repopulation and access are locally decided, but they do that as part of a broader conversation with the state and federal partners, of which hazardous debris is part of that equation. There are also a number of other hazards and concerns and requirements that go into making those decisions, and we're in very close contact and coordination with our local public safety and law enforcement officials to make those decisions about when they can get back in. But that is ultimately decided by local public safety officials. I'm sorry that I can't speak to that. There are multiple local stakeholders, and we're in very close conversation to get those open as quickly as it is safe and possible. Thank you.
Other questions? So a question about the long-term funding of temporary housing. So FEMA?
That's a very good question. And so those FEMA eligible folks or impacted residents currently in hotels that have received our displacement assistance, which lasts 14 days, are eligible now for our temporary sheltering assistance program, which the state authorized FEMA to implement. And so we wanted to ensure that there was no gap from the displacement assistance to the TSA program. And so that's turned on right now. And at last count, I think we had 252 households into that program. And obviously it's going to increase over time. Yeah, so if impacted residents have insurance and their insurance line item pays for loss of use, then that loss of use is designed for that impacted residents to seek hotels and other sheltering. And that's maybe why they don't are not approved for FEMA assistance, because they have loss of use that could be used for sheltering them for up to a year, whatever their line item for ALE or loss of use is for.
What about FEMA?
If your reliance on FEMA alone for sheltering, our program lasts up to 18 months. And so that's not all the TSA program. So it'll begin with the TSA program, which is designed for hotels. I think there's over 500 hotels that we've contracted with. And then after we transition or stabilize the impacted survivors, we'll talk, the state will do some type of survey to come to FEMA for any other type of housing needs, but that decision is not made by FEMA. That's a request from the state if they want us to turn on the direct housing program, which typically happens in a disaster.
Okay, any other questions? If not, then maybe we could have a summary in Spanish by Mayor Gordo.
All right, you've been listening to a news briefing there at Pasadena City College, where state, local, and federal officials have gathered together. They're giving information out about assistance for wildfire victims,
especially the Eaton Fire area. And it was good to hear one person talk about how necessary all those donations were to her and how thankful and appreciative. Because a lot of times you donate and you never hear what the recipient has to say. So it was nice to hear that personal story.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we're going to move over. Quite literally.
Hello.
And chat with Amanda right now.
Yeah, you know, all throughout the week, so many organizations have rallied to have donation drives, but I know a lot more pick up on the weekends, right? So I want to tell you about one going on in the Valley. A lot more local donation drives are happening today and this weekend all around SoCal, including from self-tanning company Dolce Glow. So since January 8th, Dolce Glow has opened its warehouse doors in Burbank for donations to distribute to first responders and those affected by the LA wildfires. With the support of the community, as well as Dolce Glow's founder, Isabella Lisa, they've already distributed thousands of care items that they had. And they're also planning a summit this weekend that they already had planned for a while, but they had now pivoted a little bit to make this weekend's summit a portion of the event going into continuing these efforts to give back. So today, assembly lines will pack care packages to be distributed, and tonight they are going to honor at the summit a firefighter from the Palisades Fire.
How do you pick just one?
Right.
That's the difficult part.
Right.
They all deserve an award.
Right. So what I was told was that this was a special firefighter from the Palisades Fire, so I'm sure we'll hear his story and
some kind of connection.
A connection to it. Yeah. So I will have that for us to follow up. And on Thursday, January 30th, the Intuit Dome and Kia Forum in Inglewood will host a massive benefit concert to support wildfire recovery. Dave Matthews, oh my goodness, Crash Into Me, and John Mayer, Fathers Be Good to Your Daughters, are going to perform together for the first time. The lineup also includes Ocean Eyes herself, Billie Eilish, Green Day, Lady Gaga, and Stevie Nicks. You want more names?
Yes.
Okay. We got Earth, Wind, and Fire. Do you remember? How about OC's very own, Anaheim's very own Gwen Stefani, Joni Mitchell, Katy Perry, Lil Baby. Sandra, you want some more?
Holla back, yeah. Tell me more.
We got Pink, we got Red Hot Chili Peppers, Rod Stewart, Sting. So many more are going to be performing. Tickets go on sale Wednesday, January 22nd at noon on Ticketmaster. The event will also be live streamed to so many different platforms.
That's incredible. All those artists coming together.
Yeah. They had originally 24 slots scheduled for it, and then the outreach was just incredible, and more than 50 artists and bands reached out. So I wonder if they're going to have a little more than just 24.
Maybe.
I hope so.
I hope so too.
I mean, what they're doing is for a great cause, but also I think music is also a healing tool.
It is.
So it'll be nice.
It is. It's therapeutic.
Yeah.
It unites us too.
Perfect. Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you.
All right, coming up, Southern California Edison crews are making progress. Still about 16,000 though without electricity.
Jessica Dubnak just took a tour of the Altadena area, and she joins us live with an update. What are you seeing there, Jessica?
A lot of activity in this Altadena neighborhood. We've been seeing it all week as Southern California Edison workers up and down these streets working hard, and now we're getting some more concrete information about what they're doing out here, and of course what so many folks want to know is the timeline. Now, we did do a ride along earlier this morning with the CEO of the company, Steve Powell, and so all of this information is coming from the CEO's mouth. Now, we started at a staging area in Arcadia. They've got 2 staging areas for their crews, one in Arcadia, one in Thousand Oaks, some 3,500 crews working on both the Altadena situation and up in the Palisades. That's 3,500 crews working 24 hours a day, 16-hour shifts. So you can imagine just the workload. It really exemplifies the scope of what has to be done out here. And what has to be done out here in Altadena is really rebuilding the entire infrastructure. We're talking about power poles getting erected all all of the lines in these neighborhoods. They not only have to be rebuilt, but then safety inspected to make sure they can get the power back on. And as I said, for so many people, they want to know, when will the power be back on? We fielded that question to Steve Powell, the CEO of Southern California Edison. Take a listen.
So it really varies, right? It depends on the extent of the damage, where people are located. We've been bringing on, since the beginning of these storms last week, we've brought more than 675,000 customers back online over the storm. Still, we've got a bunch out here. Some of them it's going to be a day or days. There's probably some areas, though, where it still could be weeks because the damage is that extensive.
The operation is immense. We saw it firsthand earlier today with that ride along and the crews working all week pretty hard behind us. Now, we do have to mention that Southern California Edison has been faced with several lawsuits in the wake of these fires, especially the Eaton Fire. People that have lost their homes, even their loved ones, are saying that SoCal Edison did not turn the power grid off fast enough, which exasperated the fires. Now, the company not responding specifically to that lawsuit, but we did ask a couple questions about sort of what they did, how they acted, and how fast they acted to turn the grid off. You'll hear more on that in the 11 o'clock hour. But for now, reporting live in Altadena, Jessica Dupnack, Fox 11 News.
You could just see how busy they are behind you with all of those crews working hard. And we know the next phase will be debris removal and getting all that hazardous material out. So it's going to be quite some time before residents can fully reintegrate into that area.
Yeah, just behind the camera, some of the contractors that are working to remove the trees and shrubs, that's a whole other issue. But yeah, I mean, everywhere you turn, not only are the homes, completely reduced to ash, there's a lot of debris in the open spaces. And this is why the National Guard is still manning those checkpoints very carefully, very specifically. It's just not a safe area. Even our crew has been asked to move over throughout the week to watch out for down lines and stuff. You just can't have that influx of people coming in at this point.
Yeah, makes sense. All right, Jessica, appreciate the report. Thanks so much. And, you know, the community, as we've been showing you and telling you, has really donated so much to victims of these fires. Well, now volunteers are needed to organize and hand out all of that stuff.
It's certainly a big process, and Bob DeCastro went to Santa Monica College to learn all about it.
The Santa Monica College Foundation and the Westside Food Bank immediately sprung into action when this disaster struck, and they asked the community to help out with the drive, and the community responded in a very big way. This is the Santa Monica College cafeteria, and take a look at all of the donations that people brought in. Thaddeus is with the Santa Monica College CalFresh program with some of the outreach here. Talk a little bit more about this. I know this is something that you all do every single day anyway with your bodega, helping out students and the members of the community, but your reaction just to the outpouring that you're seeing right now, this is just overwhelming. This is tremendous.
It's amazing, honestly. I mean, Santa Monica College is really part of the community, and it is a trusted member, and we really always want to make sure that the community and the students are all doing very well, and so Santa Monica College, they sprung into action very quickly, and we were able to be a hub to really gather all this stuff, and we have the means to distribute it very quickly to everyone that we can out here.
And speaking of that, you really saw the ripple effects here, right? Because it's not just the people who lost their homes, people who are evacuated, but it really spread on to other sectors of the economy.
Absolutely. We had we have hundreds of students and even dozens of staff members here, and then in the larger community that have been affected by that, and like things like losing their jobs and like their means of income, things like that. They also have had issues with like losing not just their houses and things like that, of course, but just the larger issues of really
the service workers that are here. I want to give a look at some of your volunteers here, because that's one of the things that you're asking for here, because I know you received a lot of donations, but one of the things you're really looking for is the help to figure out how to put these in boxes and to separate the stuff into the appropriate sectors, right?
Exactly. So we have openings for volunteers that we're doing. We're going to be having these efforts through the weekend and then distributing into next week. Absolutely. And so we need volunteers. We've had a great team so far, but it takes a lot of work, and the community's really shown up, and that's been a really great thing to see.
Okay, they're hard at work. Hello to all the volunteers. Volunteers, hello, hello. Just say hello. If you'd like to be one of these volunteers, they need the help. It's on their website, and we made it easy. We'll put it on our website, foxla.com. Back to you.
Perfect. All right, thanks to Bob for that. And we're all hoping for a weekend of calm winds. Maria's forecast up next.
night and welcome back to you. I'm meteorologist Maria Quaban. Yes, we are definitely tracking the winds. The good news is the winds have really calmed down. They've certainly changed direction, and we're going to stay in this pattern through the holiday weekend. The onshore flow is with us. When we get the onshore flow, it does typically get a little breezier over the mountains and deserts, and that's what we're seeing here, but nothing out of the ordinary and certainly not near advisory criteria. So just some light breezes. Otherwise, cooler air mass is moving in, so high temperatures today will actually be slightly lower than average. Right now, it's 53 in Burbank, so you might need that sweatshirt. 50 in Ontario, 58 in Santa Ana, 52 in Riverside and Corona. It's 41 in Big Bear. High pressure's weakening. We've got a couple of areas of low pressure offshore. This one helping to just reinforce the onshore flow, gave us that marine layer. So we'll see the clouds return tonight and tomorrow with plenty of sunshine in the afternoon, and then things will change again as we get beyond the Martin Luther King holiday. Monday night into Tuesday, I think we'll start to see those stronger winds out of the northeast. I don't think it'll be anywhere near what we just have experienced over the last 9-10 days, but it will be on the gustier side. So we're going to say moderate offshore flow for Tuesday, Wednesday of next week, and then perhaps again Thursday night into Friday at the end of the week. Bottom line, is going to stay fairly dry through the extended outlook, with the exception of a little bit of moisture with that onshore flow. So we'll take it. We'll get a little bit of a bump up in that relative humidity value, and so that will help to at least mitigate fire danger through the upcoming holiday weekend. And yes, things will be calm. 46 in the mountains today in Big Bear, 62 in the high desert, to that 69 in Palm Springs. Even there's a little chilly. It'll get to the low 70s, though, as we get to the upcoming holiday weekend. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Marie, thank you. More victims in the Eaton Fire. 3 members of the Altadena mountain rescue team lost their homes. The fire swept through their neighborhood last week, forcing evacuations and leaving behind destructions. While they saved loved ones and pets, most of their belongings were lost. Despite the emotional toll, they're still helping others recover.
I think that in our minds we were like, let's evacuate to be safe, but I don't think we even could comprehend that the house would be gone.
It's horrifying. I mean, you look at everything you've worked for your entire life and it's gone, and then you look at your whole neighborhood and it's gone, and you're just like, wow, how long till things are anywhere near normal again, you know?
Oh, so heartbreaking. But the community has rallied with donations. A GoFundMe has been set up to support the affected rescuers. Now, an update on kids near the Eaton Fire heading back to class. Schools in Pasadena will reopen next week, January 23rd. Last night, the district said Hamilton, Willard, and San Rafael elementary schools will reopen. Other schools include Blair Middle School, Blair High School, Rose City High School, and CIS Academy.
Officials have announced a new date for the 40th annual Kingdom Day Parade in Lamar Park. It will now happen next month, February 17th. It had been scheduled for Saturday, February 17th, though happens to be President's Day, which means the celebration will now take place during Black History Month.
2 Southern California lawmakers are tackling the state's insurance crisis, which left many homeowners without wildfire coverage. Representatives Maxine Waters and Brad Sherman reintroduced a bill to study rising premiums and shrinking coverage in wildfire-prone areas. The proposed federal study would examine affordability, availability, and climate change impacts on insurance markets. The bill was easily approved by a committee in the last Congress, but it was pulled before getting a vote in the full House. Several insurers have pulled out of the state in recent years as part of a retreat from higher risk markets. Homeowners who didn't have their policy canceled saw their rates skyrocket.
Later today, Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara and LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman will announce a rapid response initiative to crack down on insurance fraud targeting wildfire survivors. The partnership will include strong enforcement efforts and consumer education, with free workshops open to all people impacted by the recent fires. Here are the details there for any of you who are interested in these workshops. The first 2-day event taking place this weekend at Santa Monica College's Performing Arts Center. Saturday session running from 10 a.m. until 5 p.m. Sunday session runs from 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. Another 2-day event takes place next weekend at Pasadena College. The January 25th session runs from 10 a.m. until 5 p.m. The January 26th session runs from 10 a.m. until 1 in the afternoon.
This comes as State Farm is changing course and will renew home insurance policies for wildfire-affected residents in LA County. The company previously had plans to drop thousands of policies in areas like Pacific Palisades and Brentwood. State Farm is California's largest insurer.
State Senator Alex Padilla is proposing new laws to increase firefighter pay and to create affordable housing for disaster survivors. The bills would make FEMA provide modular homes for firefighting victims. These homes can be used long-term as affordable housing. Another measure would fund more firefighting tools before disaster strikes. The funds would cover 75% of preparation costs. Padilla also wants to raise federal firefighter wages to attract and keep personnel, addressing the crisis as California grappled with its new reality.
The Los Angeles Rams are teaming up this morning to help families impacted by the wildfires. Future Hall of Famer Aaron Donald, cheerleaders, and other guests are handing out gift cards, groceries, clothes, and pet supplies to fire victims. In all, about $3 million of donations are going to be handing out at this huge event happening right now at Hollywood Park at SoFi Stadium. Evacuees have to show proof of residency to attend, and organizations are also providing legal advice and mental health services to victims.
10:49 here. You can help a donation effort at some local grocery store chains. We have the details on that coming up. Welcome back. Food for Less and Ralph's coming together to help those impacted by the wildfires. They'll be hosting a food and water distribution and resource event later today. People can pick up essential supplies, get health screenings, and receive small business support. Go to Food for Less parking lot in Pasadena. That's at 1329 North Lake Avenue. It's close to the Pasadena Convention Center, which is housing evacuees. That starts, well, actually it started at 10:30 this morning, and it'll go until supplies last.
Goodwill Southern California has teamed up with the Red Cross to provide clothing and home goods to people impacted by the fires, and they're handing out merchandise vouchers to individuals and families displaced. The vouchers will offer urgently needed items at no cost and can be redeemed in person at any Goodwill SoCal store throughout the whole year. So if you want to donate, go to goodwillsocal.org/wildfire response fund. Some of our first responders are getting a little healing in the form of our furry friends. Tongue out and tail wagging, this adorable pooch is Sonic. He's a member of the LAPD therapy dog team, and Sonic and his buddies were getting all the love and attention during a visit to the Palisades Fire Command Center yesterday. Think of this as therapy for first responders, by first responders. The team was founded by 2 former LAPD officers.
A lot of people in the city know someone either here or in the Eaton Fire that have lost their home. And I was sitting at home and, you know, it's like, we have to get out. I felt like I needed to be out with the dogs.
Just like being here is like super like upsetting, and then seeing this type of, I've never seen this type of dog before. And the tongue just like sticks out, so it's like super funny.
A little smile, a little comic relief, because that cutie is so adorable. The team had about 12 dogs meeting at various first responder locations, and wow, that's a cute dog, I have to say. I haven't seen one like that either.
Yeah, very cute. That puts a smile on your face. All right, this unfortunately does not put a smile on your face. You're thinking, if I haven't been in this area, just seeing the images from the TV screen, what's it like to actually drive through and see the heart of the destruction? People have been referring to this area as a war zone because really that is the only way to refer to it when you look around. Our reporter Haley Winslow describes it as a war zone and really an eerie feeling driving around the Palisades. You see these melted down multi-million-dollar mansions along Mother Nature's path of destruction. The once buzzing coastal community with small-town charm, if you've ever been in the area, now overtaken by an uncomfortable silence. And then it's very haunting because at times the silence is interrupted by homes still blaring with the fire alarm. And while Haley was there, as you saw, she went ahead and called some Ring doorbell cameras, and Marianne Fisher answered.
Our house may be standing, and that's good, but it really doesn't make a difference because Palisades is just, it's more than the homes, you know, it's such a community that we are, you know, sad about and will miss. So the sense of loss is just so great. So even though our house is still standing, the amount of sadness that we feel for every single person in our community and the loss of that feeling, of the neighborhood feeling, is just immense.
Also says that she and her family are just grateful for everyone's support and for the firefighters and everyone who's been out there helping out.
All right, coming up, a live report from a big donation event at Dodgers Stadium.
And you can join Fox to support families impacted by the California wildfires. Your donation enables the Red Cross to respond to and help people recover from disaster. Visit go.fox/redcross, go.fox/redcross to support these efforts, or just scan the QR code right there on your screen. Leave that up for a moment. We're taking a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome, everyone, to 11 o'clock, GDLA Plus right here. I'm Roxy Carpadian.
I'm Sandra Endo. Thanks for joining us. Flames swallowed homes, as you know, and lives and dreams without mercy as the Eaton Fire swept through Altadena.
Now, those who once called this place home are taking their first steps back into this charred area. And Gigi is live with the very latest, where she's telling so many people's stories. Good morning, Gigi.
Good morning. A lot of evacuation orders have been lifted, but those are in areas where there is no damage, where the homes have been burned down, like the one behind me. These folks are not being allowed back in yet because they have nothing to go back to right now, and it's simply too dangerous. We're on Altadena Drive at Santa Rosa. We're on the street, and we drove by what appears to have been an amazing classic car collection. Take a look. That's a 1940s Chevy. We believe the license plate, when assigned to classic cars, says 1940 on it. In the back there are more classic cars, just metal now. To the right, an Oldsmobile, and we believe it's an Oldsmobile because we can see a couple of letters at the end of the mobile there. And let's take a walkie shot down the street with photographer Brian Shaw. Again, we're walking down Altadena. We're not going on the property because it is, of course, private property and the owner is not here. But from the street, we can just see car after car. They're cars that believed to be from the 1970s. That appears to possibly, could that have been a Cadillac over there, maybe from the 1960s? Another classic car. We don't know the history, but we're sure there is a lot of history behind each and every one of these cars. And of course, in the home, because behind every statistic, and we're talking about almost 7,000 businesses and homes destroyed, and that number will go up because the damage assessment teams, we actually caught up with them near the park, and they're still going door to door logging all the damage. And behind every single number, there is a story. And of course, you can't help but wonder what the story is behind these beautiful cars. And there you might see, I think we're on some video right now, you might see some folks that were able to return their homes still standing. They are the lucky ones, but they also have to get used to a new normal in their neighborhood, because without a doubt, they're going to know somebody who lost a home, you know, maybe a block or two away. So it's definitely going to be a new normal here in Altadena. Reporting live, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
Yeah, it's definitely going to take a while, Gigi, but thank you for the clarity there. So where you are standing, obviously people are not able to come back quite yet. It is going to take a while before anyone can do that.
That's right. No one can return. And, you know, we don't see any of that. Maybe there in the distance, I don't know, photographer Brian Shaw, with your amazing lens there, you might be able to make out what appears to be fire trucks, utility crews that continue to work. There are entire convoys that continue to come up and down. Some of these streets are very small, just one lane up, one lane down, like Santa Rosa. And they're filled with utility crews that are trying to get the power back on. There is debris absolutely everywhere. Actually, right across the street, down Santa Rosa, you see one of those crews. Each crew is doing something different. We saw crews just cutting down branches that were hanging dangerously. Power lines are down. They're de-energized, but they're still down. There's just a lot of debris in the street, so it is unsafe to come back. We're in the area with a lot of the damage, so these folks, unfortunately, they're not being let back just yet. If you hear folks have come back into Altadena, that's because thankfully, their neighborhoods, their blocks are still standing.
Yeah, a similar situation where Jessica Dupnack is in that area as well. You can see how widespread it is. All right, Gigi, thank you.
Let's get you an update here. Schools in Pasadena will reopen next week, January 23rd. Last night, the district said that Hamilton, Willard, and San Rafael elementary schools will reopen. Other schools include Blair Middle School, Blair High School, Rose City High School, and CIS Academy. So help is available. That is really the message that local, state, and federal officials were trying to put out there today.
They just wrapped up a news conference, which we were on earlier at Pasadena City College. And Susan here as soon as they're live to tell us all the details. A lot of people, when they first heard the federal government was giving out $770 to these victims, everyone thought it was a slap in the face. But there is more help available, right, Susan?
There's
absolutely. There is far more help, and that's what the people who are responsible for providing this help want you to know, because it is really important that anyone who is a victim, a fire victim, lost your home, lost your business, that you check into places like this. This is what they call the one-stop shop. You see behind me the FEMA blue tents and the SBA tents. Now, SBA, Small Business Administration, you think that perhaps you have to be a business owner in order to enjoy the resources that they have, but that's not the case. They have some rental funding as well, so if you need to go rent a property, they could perhaps help you with that. FEMA, of course, it's always a good idea to get registered and find out what your benefits might be. Now, there was a FEMA director here, or a FEMA deputy federal coordinating officer, and this is what he had to say about individual assistance.
Our individual assistance program have approved more than $23 million to more than 11,000 households currently. We also have a one-time payment of $770 to cover immediate needs for disaster-related needs.
All right, well, that $770, as you said, Roxanne, Sandra, sounds to be rather paltry, but in fact, it was just for the immediate needs. Meantime, there are other resources here at the Eastern Campus of Pasadena City College as well. I noticed the Salvation Army inside. If you need a birth certificate, marriage certificate, all those kinds of things that might have gotten burned up in the fire, you can sometimes get them here immediately or perhaps a day later. Imagine if you had to go down to the county office of the registrar trying to get those kinds of papers and certificates. And no, you can come here if you were affected by the fires and you can get it in a day, maybe even immediately. Your driver's license, prescriptions, all of that could be taken care of here to ease some of the stress on those people affected by the wildfires. I'll send it back to you. I'm Susan Hirosuna in Pasadena.
You can see how packed it is behind you, too, of all the people needing those resources, Susan. Have you talked to them? I mean, how is the mood like?
Well, honestly, we're being kept away for their privacy. But when I talked to Representative Judy Chu about why she wanted to have this news conference in the first place, she just felt like this kind of information was worth repeating, that there are people that perhaps they left California because they needed to stay with a relative somewhere else. She just wants it out there. Repeat the good information often and early because she feels like the federal government is here, the state government is here, and she wants those people to get the help that they need and deserve. Meantime, she does have to fight the good fight in Washington. When she returns, she'll miss the inauguration, but she will be fighting against some of what has come out of the Speaker, Mike Johnson, and also the President-elect Donald Trump, suggesting that there should be some conditions attached to the relief funds that come to the state of California. She said, look, I voted for blue state, for red state, disaster relief. Never has anyone put conditions on it. So she's going to fight against that for sure. I also, by the way, asked about the World Cup and about the Olympics, and she said, she kind of sort of suggested we kind of have to eventually look to see whether the city will be prepared and ready to accept everything that goes on with these major events. These are major world events when you're talking about the World Cup and the Olympics.
Right.
So a lot of unknowns at this point.
All right, Susan, thank you for those.
And that's far down the line. We don't really care about that.
But it's around the corner at the same time, we know, right? Okay, Susan, thank you for those details. On to this now. President-elect Donald Trump is set to take the oath of office on Monday, starting his second term. And Alex Michelson is there for all the action.
Big news this morning from the Supreme Court, a few feet the other direction. They are ruling that the Tik Tok ban could go into effect on Sunday. This is something that was passed here by Congress, signed by President Biden, as saying that if TikTok didn't sell from a Chinese company to maybe an American company, that it could be banned in the U.S. President Biden has said, I'm not going to enforce that in my last remaining day. This is up to Trump to enforce it. Just a few moments ago, I spoke with Congressman Ro Khanna, who represents Silicon Valley, and he is somebody who is in favor of TikTok, doesn't agree with the ban. Here's his reaction to the Supreme Court's ruling.
You know what they do? They say that on television, and then they go to their campaigns and they say, how can I get more TikTok followers? I say, hypocrisy. Give me a break. If you were really that concerned about TikTok, stop using TikTok. Why do most House members, Senate members, presidential candidates try to build a following? Of course there are legitimate issues. Let's make sure the state government doesn't intervene in the algorithms. Let's make sure our data is protected. But you don't need to ban the app to do that.
So he was talking about there basically that members say they don't like TikTok and then they all go on TikTok. This is a live picture right now from confirmation hearings that are underway for potential cabinet picks for Donald Trump. You're looking at James Lankford there, who is the Republican senator from Oklahoma. We have seen Kristi Noem, who is a potential Homeland Security secretary, among the people who are having hearings on the Hill today. Now, while that is underway, also happening here is rehearsals for the inauguration, which is going to be happening on Monday morning. We're going to have live coverage of that. There's lots of security. People are coming here from around the country. They got to pick up their tickets by hand in Congress early in order to go. We spoke to some of those Trump supporters from Southern California on our flight out here. Here's some of what they had to say. What is it about Trump that you like?
His honesty.
He's got a sturdy chin. He's ready to do it for us.
Fiscally, he's helped me with, at least with my family.
He speaks the common man's language.
He's the best thing that's come along to our country in eons. He took a bullet for us, and the Lord above is guiding him.
So Donald Trump, as you know, ever since he got into the political scene, evoking very strong pro and con reactions from folks, but a lot of love for him. And we don't see the big protests and resistance here that we did during the Trump inauguration back in 2017, I should say. Now, let's give you a little behind the scenes of how things work here in Congress. Did you know that they have their own subway? Yeah, we took a ride on that because there's so much distance around here. People can take a subway underground from the Capitol to different office buildings. And coming up throughout the day, we're going to have a lot more reporting. Sit down with more of our members. We have a very special edition of The Issue Is tonight at 10:30 from Capitol Hill.
All right, that was Alex Michelson reporting. He'll bring us more updates as he mentioned. So coming up, Santa Monica College needs volunteers to handle all the donations people dropped off during the week. Bob DeCastro is on campus to tell us all about the process. Welcome back. Taking a live look at the Queen Mary in Long Beach on this Friday. Thanks for joining us here on Good Day LA. All right, there's a volunteer opportunity at Santa Monica College. They need help organizing and handing out all the donations they've collected. Bob DeCastro tells us how you can get involved.
The Santa Monica College Foundation and the Westside Food Bank immediately sprung into action when this disaster struck, and they asked the community to help out with a drive, and the community responded in a very big way. This is the Santa Monica College cafeteria, and take a look at all of the donations that people brought in. Thaddeus is with the Santa Monica College CalFresh program with some of the outreach here. Talk a little bit more about this. I know this is something that you all do every single day anyway with your bodega, helping out students and the members of the community, but your reaction just to the outpouring that you're seeing right now, this is just overwhelming. This is tremendous.
It's amazing, honestly. I mean, Santa Monica College is really part of the community, and it is a trusted member, and we really always want to make sure that the community and the students are all doing very well, and so Santa Monica College, they sprung into action very quickly, and we were able to be a hub to really gather all this stuff, and we have the means to distribute it very quickly to everyone that we can out here.
And speaking of that, you really saw the ripple effects here, right? Because it's not just the people who lost their homes, people who are evacuated, but it really spread on to other sectors of the economy.
Absolutely. We had we have hundreds of students and even dozens of staff members here, and then in the larger community that have been affected by that, and like things like losing their jobs and like their means of income, things like that. They also have had issues with like losing not just their houses and things like that, of course, but you know, just the larger issues of really
the service workers that are here. I want to give a look at some of your volunteers here, because that's one of the things that you're asking for here, because I know you received a lot of donations, but one of the things you're really looking for is the help to figure out how to put these in boxes and to separate the stuff into the appropriate sectors, right?
Exactly. So we have openings for volunteers that we're doing. We're going to be having these efforts through the weekend and then distributing into next week. Absolutely. And so we need volunteers. We've had a great team so far, but it takes a lot of work, and the community's really shown up, and that's been a really great thing to see.
Okay, you're hard at work. Hello to all the volunteers. Volunteers, hello, hello. Just say hello. If you'd like to be one of these volunteers, they need the help. It's on their website, and we made it easy. We'll put it on our website, foxla.com. Back to you.
All right, we do have some breaking news right now. 11:17 is the time. Stu up in Sky Fox. We are looking at a stolen vehicle there, pursuit on the 5.
Well, it is a pursuit, that's for sure. We just transitioned. It looks like we're transitioning. How did you know? We transitioned onto the 5 freeway. Big pickup truck, that's for sure. No license plates. The Sheriff's Department was in pursuit, but because of the dangerous driving and the fact that he got up onto the freeway and is using all lanes of that freeway, the ground units backed out. They did get a hold of California Highway Patrol. They're working to get those guys in Whoa! Oh, Jesus. They're trying to get those guys into place to bring this thing to an end safely, but you saw it right there. Now, the original one, they were saying something about stolen vehicle, but now we're hearing that possibly stolen equipment is what this is all about, and that vehicle is just what he was using. So that truck actually might belong to the driver or is not stolen. How about that? We'll just leave it at that. Looks like he just was on the wrong side of the road right there making this turn. We're up in the Telegraph and Atlantic area, Southgate. You know what? I have a feeling I'm just going to get a little wider. Oh, we just kind of, I know exactly where we are. I was a little turned around there. So he's making his way here on Telegraph. This is going to take us over by the Citadel. But these high speeds, those maneuvers that you just saw, and I wouldn't be surprised if they swapped a little paint when they got between that vehicle and that big rig right there. That's what everybody is afraid of, especially myself. You know, that big truck bumps into a smaller car on the freeway at those speeds. You don't know what's going to happen to that innocent person that's just driving on the freeway. Now, the law enforcement, their job to bring this to an end safely, but they're also concerned about the public, as they should be. So right now, they're kind of just working this. They, they're making the decisions that I could not make. Right now, though, we're back on the streets. You can see that. So possibly they might get the Sheriff's Department back involved into this, get some units on the ground. The helicopter definitely making the calls out there, telling the folks on the ground where this thing is. Right now, nobody's behind it. Running red lights. You're watching it right there. Speeds well above the speed limit and a lot of traffic that car was trying to park.
Oh, wow. It's so aggressive and really hazardous driving right there, going through those
Blowing
lights
through those
like
stop
that.
signs there, yeah.
Yeah. And you know, look at that on the shoulder. So something stolen, whether it was equipment or this vehicle, we're not sure yet. There was a motor officer, I believe, following him at some point, Stu, right, as you mentioned. But look at that. Now he's weaving on the 5.
Yeah. You know, back onto the 5 freeway, a lot of traffic out there. You know those folks are going less than freeway speeds. He's going over 80 miles an hour. So extremely dangerous situation, getting very close to a lot of vehicles. When I see that, I always wonder, is it just our angle, or is that driver actually trying to, you know, maybe bump into somebody, create some sort of diversion, or whatever that driver might be thinking? If that is the case, that just makes it that much worse. Right now, though, continuing on, luckily seems to always have an open spot, keeping those speeds under 100. But definitely, this is one of those situations where law enforcement, they're making the calls, they're trying to get the units on the ground. That would be right now California Highway Patrol, trying to get them behind this car, trying to, you know, at least to be able to warn the public. That motorcycle officer, keeping an eye on that suspect, that's probably the best that officer could do. Look at that. Look at that. It is
gliding.
Just so close. And yep, over by the East LA interchange gets a little confusing and a little tight over here. And then a lot of these folks, you know, that don't drive this every day, even me that does sometimes, I'm always double checking, making sure I'm in the right lane, doing the right thing. So I'm sure a lot of those folks are down there doing the same. And of course, this big truck just kind of plowing his way through there.
Yeah.
Just a dangerous situation all around.
Yeah, you're wondering if he's intentionally getting close to these vehicles, or if it's your angle. But listen, I wouldn't want to be one of those vehicles next to this guy.
Definitely. And it's getting a little tighter right there. We're going to try to track him just a little bit and to pick him up as he makes his way over here. But if he gets off is that him? That's not him. That's not him. That's him. That's him right there. So he's continuing on there, and you know, we're just watching these speeds, and it's not jaw-dropping fast, but when you know that he's getting up close to these other vehicles that are, look at that. What was that?
That's so close. Almost feels like this person doesn't have good control over the vehicle.
Well, you know, a lot of these modern trucks, you know, they all have stability control. They all have a little bit extra. It isn't like, you know, like a 1970s truck where, you know, you kind of get those high speeds, that rear end is light, and you could start losing traction. So possibly the truck might be a better driver than the actual driver itself. But this getting so close, that really, really concerns me, and I'm sure law enforcement is concerned about that as well. Now, you have to remember also, nobody is behind this vehicle. Does he know the helicopters are following him? How? That's my question. The windows aren't down. So this continuous reckless driving is not because law enforcement is right behind him. This reckless driving is just that driver driving reckless and is being a problem for a lot of these folks on the road. We're getting very close to the downtown area. I wonder if he's going to get off the freeway. If he does, I know my pilot Dylan is going to just do that straight over shot, so we're not going to lose him between the buildings. But right now, though, we're getting to a lot of heavy traffic, and he's starting to lose that ability to just make these rapid lane changes.
Right, to weave through traffic. But you got to wonder also, is he impaired, or this driver impaired? You don't know the state of mind and the emotional state, as well as the possible physical state of these drivers, right? What they're thinking, or when we cover things like this. But clearly just really erratic. It would be scary to be in that situation, stuck in traffic with him, because he almost took out a couple of cars, or at least broadsided and kind of nipped them. Oh,
yeah, you know, he got very, very close. I was just taking a peek at what that was. I wasn't sure if that was a stuffed animal or not. I just think it was unusual that there's a stuffed animal in the back of the truck. Yeah, he's gotten very, very close to a lot of vehicles. Right now, though, you see the speeds are slowing down, and that's because of heavy traffic. He isn't making that getting off to the right, so, you know, thinking that, okay, I'm just going to, a lot of traffic, I'm just going to get off the freeway. He seems to just be struggling with it, which is good and is bad, because if the law enforcement is close by, they might be able to at least get close enough to have lights and sirens and have at least the folks around know that something dangerous is happening or could be happening at any moment. Looks like now we're getting over to the right, so as soon as I said it, I wonder if we're going to try to get off the freeway. But you can see it right there. That's going to be the sheriff's helicopter that's overhead. Looks like we are going to be getting off the freeway. Going to be getting off near the convention center. There might actually still be a possibility that he gets back onto the freeway, maybe the 110. But if he gets into the downtown area, I know Dylan is going to stay right above it, so we're not going to lose him between the buildings.
It seems like, well, I was going to say it's getting congested, more cars. Now it's harder to make these crazy maneuvers, which I guess is a good thing, but also the chances of someone getting hit and hurt are higher as well.
There he goes again, speeding up.
Yeah, running some red lights. And what always worries me when we're on the streets is, as you said, stop traffic. Like if somebody is just stopped and this thing plows into that person, you know, there's a real good chance there's going to be injuries. And then, of course, pedestrians. Whenever we go through anything like that red light that we just saw, I'm always worried that there's going to be somebody. And we're just getting from Melissa from our assignment desk saying that it's confirmed that this is a stolen vehicle. So it definitely is a stolen vehicle. First opportunity I could actually get to actually look into that into the windscreen, and I'm just wanting to see if there's somebody in the passenger seat. I think I missed my opportunity right there. But this pursuit continuing right there in the downtown area. I believe I'm actually looking at the map. We're by Maple, so we're getting into that fashion district area out here, which is going to be a lot tighter, and there's a good possibility a lot more pedestrians on the roadway.
Yeah, you could see he's going into the opposing lane of traffic, not afraid of that, trying to weave around cars and blowing through red lights at a pretty high rate of speed when you consider these are residential streets and commercial areas that he's going through, or the driver's going through. We don't know, I guess, if it's a man or a woman at this point. But ducking into here, Stu.
Two people.
Two people. Yeah. Oh, yes.
Definitely.
Yes, I see that. It almost
definitely
seems
somebody in the passenger seat.
as though this person kind of knows what they're doing a little bit, unless it's just the way they're pulling into these alleys and narrow areas, right?
Well,
it's like, oh, there they come out.
I'm just going to get out here.
Yeah, just casually.
There we go. We're just going to get out, take a little walk, run into some, at least they put it in park. It's going to be a little tough right now. I'm going to stay a little bit wider in case they pop out over here.
That's a business,
we'll
right?
Try to move Sky Fox around. Yeah, try to move them. Yeah, we're going to try to move around. We're kind of boxed in, but going to keep an eye, make sure we don't see anybody walk around the corner acting casual. But at least they put it in. So who's that? Who's that? Is that the gray hoodie? No, not a gray hoodie. Yeah.
Look at all that pedestrian traffic down there. They could certainly blend in if they were walking around on the sidewalk.
Unless they went into this, whatever this is.
Yeah. Or maybe they went through
apparently
that door.
is. Yeah, that's what law enforcement is telling us. So they went inside that building right there. That's the sheriff's ship. Thank you for letting us know, guys. We do appreciate that. So that was he had eyes on him. Apparently they parked the vehicle and went inside that door, which is kind of unusual. I mean, did they see this door when they were driving around and were like, hey, that's a good spot? Or is it just happened to be propped open? But at any rate, that vehicle is parked. The two persons that got out went inside that building right there, and we're definitely in the fashion district downtown.
It's like they knew where they were going, right, Stu? And in many cases, they do know where they're going. They have something in mind, and that's where they go.
Well, oftentimes with these pursuit suspects, they do go to a neighborhood they're familiar with. If they, have that luxury, you could say, they have the time for it, they end up where they're familiar with the area. And that door just propped open, right? Like
maybe they're familiar with this business.
Maybe someone opened it.
Right.
Who knows?
Maybe they have friends in there or family. Who knows? Maybe they know that that door is always propped open. So again, you think about the fact that maybe they are familiar with this area and that company or business that's inside that building. Maybe they've been in that building before, and that's why they pulled up there.
Do you see? I don't see law enforcement down below. I thought for a moment I did, but it doesn't seem like that. Yeah.
Yeah, me neither. I'm wondering, because we made our way all the way over to LAPD. I'm sure they knew this was coming, but it's one of those ones. It was kind of a hot potato. It was we heard it getting passed around quite a bit. Like the sheriff's department said, "Oh, let CHP take it." CHP was interested. It's unusual sometimes how these things play out. But now that vehicle definitely in the LAPD area, unoccupied on the roadway there, and then that door propped open. And, you know, we don't know. That could be a parking garage in there. It doesn't look like it's a business. But and this is the thing also. It's where did they go after that? I mean, maybe I should be staying a little bit wider, seeing if they somebody comes out on one of these side areas right there. We did clearly see the gray hoodie, so we're going to keep an eye on it and see what we can find. But again, we're just waiting on law enforcement to arrive out.
Well, it's a very big building, so if they're familiar with it, they can figure out a way to get around it. Also, they could also change clothing. Like, you know, that's a possibility.
Change what they're wearing. Let's take a look at moments ago when the suspects got out of this vehicle that was wanted.
Good deals over here in the
right here.
Fashion district.
There you're looking at them leaving that alleged stolen vehicle and heading into that building. So that was just moments ago.
I mean, that door either was open for them or it's always left open because that was way too convenient.
And they knew about it, you know. They knew where they were going to go. They're familiar with this area. We're going to keep an eye on this, and Stu, let you do your thing, and we're going to take a quick break.
Why is this guy running?
Right.
Unless, yeah.
That's unusual.
But
maybe he's got. I'm being serious about this, and maybe he's got to catch a bus or something. But
okay. Well,
yeah,
you keep an eye on things. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Definitely.
Live look at Santa Monica. That looks nice. Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I mean,
chilly.
Still the atmosphere is also not the best, regardless of the blue sky and clear looking shot.
Right.
So be aware.
Right. It seems almost oddly fitting that we had a pursuit, and now I'm going to take you to Den of Thieves 2, Pantera, at the Porsche Experience Center LA, where I got to go behind the wheel of a Porsche and do my own stunts with a professional by my side. But that was good.